Okay, please. Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so Anivesh, I'm giving you the recording the permission, right? And you make sure that your recording is on.
Recording in progress.
Yes, sir. It's a recording event progress.
Okay, fine. So you have logged in by one computer and one is your mobile or it's an Android device, right? So that's good. So make sure that they are comfortably at the, I mean, in parallel position.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just waiting for Gangadhar. Where is he? I don't know what's happening with this computer. Okay, he has joined. So Gangadhar, you can hear me clearly? Gangadhar, can you unmute your mic? Gangadhar, just unmute your mic.
Sir, I can hear you. I opened our mobile. I need 5 minutes to open my laptop, sir.
Okay, so please do it quickly. You should have done it in the morning. In this link, you can log in even before I start the meeting. So please do it quickly.
Yeah.
Today, lots to cover.
2 minutes, sir. Please do give me 2 minutes.
Oh, Biswanath, your sharing is on. Please share the entire desktop with me. Remember that I personally, I install the software to maintain a standard. So it says no, the current project. Okay, it has. Okay, so you're logged into the database. So I don't think I would be able to use a screen. Now, before we go on to the planning using the Primavera, so this is following certain scheduling rules. So the Agnivesh, you read the scheduling rules from 1 to 6 a little bit loudly for yourself so that you remember it permanently and your friends also remember it. Okay, read these 6 rules.
Yeah, number 1, schedule start finish is created by calendar. Number 2, schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Number 3, schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and elect time. Number 4, schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Number 5, schedule is adjusted by activity types, only primary. Number 6, schedule is adjusted by resource, labor and non-labor.
Correct. So, these are certain rules, the scheduling rules. It is not only meant for the Primavera, but these are the project management rules. So these are applicable in any kind of the project management software because the subject takes a precedence over the software. So if you have a good grip on the subject, if you understand the scheduling rules, so you will be able to use any software perfectly for the project management. So the first rule is saying that schedule is start finish is created by the calendar. It is created. And if you look at the rest of the rules, they are saying adjusted, right? The schedule is created by the calendar and later it is adjusted by the critical path, dependencies, date constraints, activity types, resource. And activity types are only Primavera feature. And these are very unique to the Primavera. These are very useful. These are very frequently required in the engineering projects. And this is only Primavera feature because the Primavera has an edge over many other software. And this is one of them, right? So we will learn about them one by one. So just keep this 6 rule in mind. If you keep these 6 rules in mind, then you will be able to use the Primavera very, very effectively and you will be a very successful project manager. Now, keeping the first rule in mind, let's see that how the schedule is created by calendar. And guys, what is a calendar? Why does the humanity need a calendar? Why did the humanity create the calendar or invent the calendar? What is the purpose of the calendar in our lives? How do they help us?
To track
And
the progress.
what would have been the problem if the calendar was not there?
We won't, I mean to say, we won't be able to track our progress. I mean, the daily routine if we don't have the calendar.
That is not the thing. See, earliest, the mankind was hunter-gatherer. And frankly telling you, hunter-gatherer doesn't need a calendar at all. Now, what happened that hunter-gatherer, if he felt hungry, so he will call his gang and go to the jungle and hunt some animals. And on the way back, so they will pick up certain, they are going to pick up certain like fruits, vegetables, and all those things. Okay, so what happened after some time, the hunter-gatherer, as it was evolving according to the theory of Darwin, that mankind's brain was evolving over millions of years, the hunter-gatherer started to notice generation after generation as it became more and more aware of the environment and became intelligent. He noticed that the seeds and the remnants of the fruits and vegetables that were thrown, so they grow into new plants and trees, and they provide them the required things near their dwellings. Okay, so then hunter-gatherer struck up an idea that why don't we do it in a mass scale? Why don't we put all the things in one place? So hunter-gatherer, so what they did, so they created the agricultural practices and the farm. So in the agricultural practices, they brought certain useful seeds, fruits, and grains, and they gathered up the animals like sheep, goats, cows, buffaloes, all the milk cattle animals, that were useful, and horses, and the wolf was converted into dog, for the farming practices. So they started to basically hunt less and less and settle down near the rivers. So guys, you must have seen that in history, the major civilizations have developed near the river banks, right? You can see all over the world, Nile River, Ganges River, Sindhu River. So where there is water, there is agriculture. And when there is agriculture, so there is a lot of food security, which is very important, right? Food security is important or not? So basically, the earliest calendar were used to track the seasons because by the season, the mankind could tell that what fruit and the vegetables and the grains that would grow more in a particular season, right? So you also know this fact. It's a common fact. We have a lot more fruits in a particular season, different kind of fruits. They appear in different seasons and they grow very effectively. The farmers, they started to know this fact many years ago. So after that, when the food security was ancient, then mankind was happy. After the agriculture came the culture, and after the culture came the religion, right? So then mankind started to mark the various practices of culture and religion beside the agriculture on the calendar. So the calendar right now that we are using internationally, it is the Christian era calendar, right? So in which the year 0 is considered to be Lord Christ's birth. And in India, we have the Vikrami calendar. Right now, it is running into the year 2079. And the Arabs, they have their own calendar, which is running into the year 1427, if I'm not wrong. So this is the calendar used by them for their culture and for their religious practices. So every culture, they have their own calendar. There are more calendars in the world, of course. But, these are the three which are well known to us. So the calendar is used basically for these days, it is used for culture and for business practices and for the religious practices. But in the project, we want to track definitely track the start and finish of every activity. So that's why we need to create the schedule. The schedule is consisting of the start date and the finish date. And of course, inside the date, there is time component Now we are going to see that how is the calendar creating the schedule, right? So what we will do, we will learn these 6 lessons by creating 6 projects, right? We will create lesson number 1 to 6 as projects, and then we will learn that how does it work, right? Okay, so let's do this thing. So let's go into the Primavera. So switch over to the Primavera screen. No, you just do one thing, you minimize everything, then you click on the Primavera, then Primavera will come onto the screen. Okay, so maximize the Primavera. So Agnivesh, are you having another extended screen? Are you having the,
No,
so
it's only
no,
laptop.
no, why doesn't it come up maximized on the screen, just like Word? Why is it stuck, man?
1 second.
Maximize it. What's happening here? Just a moment, just give this thing to me. Okay, just a moment. Just a moment, just a moment.
Yeah, I give it to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know, these things are playing games today. So you go to the task manager, you click on the process, and I don't know what's happening. So can you see the Primavera at all? Yeah, the Primavera. Now you right click on the Primavera P6 professional and end task. Just select it and end task. I don't know. Why it should be so? And click on the yes. Yes. Click on the yes here. Yeah. Okay. Now you close the task manager and you launch the Primavera once again. Close this, close this. Now you launch the Primavera once again. No, but don't do that. There's no need. You just click on the Primavera. You log in once again. Click on the correct. Okay, so now we are here. So guys, you place your cursor on the please stop the secondary device for the voice. Okay, please make sure. And you just quit the browser because the browser is taking a lot of memory in your system. Just quit the browser. Yeah, close the browser, quit it. Agnivesh, yeah, please close the browser, and we can close the Word also. I don't know if that's going to free up the memory. Okay, now guys, you select the learning and development portfolio here. Okay, so you are all here on the learning and development.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So Biswanath, you are here. So I believe that you have two monitors, so you can do the same thing here. Now, after selecting the okay, very good. So everybody stays synchronized. And guys, you have to be sharp today, right? We have got a lot of lessons to take care of. And click on the add button on the right side. See, when you're in the project, if you click this button, it will create a project. So this button is to create. It can create a project, it can create an activity, it can create a WPS, it can create a resource, it can create a report. It creates. So click on this, it will start the project wizard, right? Project creation wizard. So in the wizard, you will see, so wizard is a series of form. Since your cursor was already on the learning and development, so it is showing you the learning and development, which is correct. So you don't have to do anything, but you have to click next. Okay, just click on the next button. So in the next button, so after you come to the next form, you have to enter the project ID. So project ID it has to be short and it should be having some sort of a serial number. So I'm putting here LSN-1 and you write here in the project name, you write scheduling with calendars, scheduling D-U-U-U. Scheduling. No, you write only the correction. Dueling with calendars. With calendars. DARS. The correct spelling is DARS. Right? Calendar. DARS. So DARS. Agnivesh. DARS. Okay. So guys, so make sure that you write it exactly like this. Do you see this? The project ID LSN-1. You know, it's going to create an automatic series. So when I paste this project data and to create a copy, it will become lesson 2, lesson 3, lesson 4 automatically, right? So, you know, this is a very unique feature of the Primavera, since it will try to keep the project ID unique. So it will create the next series number as 2. So after you have entered, so you click on the next button. So once you click on the next, it's going to ask you for what is the project plan start date. So we are going to use a date in the future. So click this button to go into the calendar. And then you click on the right scroller and go to the year 2025. So we are going to create the project 1 year ahead of the start date. So go to the month of September. So guys, have you all come to the month of the September 2025?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are all here. Gangadhar, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
See, why I am asking you to use a future date, I want you to sensitize to the fact that the project planning itself takes time. So guys, it is not an overnight thing that you can do planning within a couple of days and next Monday you are going to start so you are going to start the project. It's not like that, because the planning takes some time. Just make sure that if you feel that a project is coming your way, talk to your boss and get some ideas. So basically you can put the start date as a tentative date, and later as you get more details when you sign the contract with the client, so you may change the start date, and all the activities inside the project will automatically get rescheduled. Right. So one more thing that why I have selected the September 2025, it's a date in the future. Plus, if you look, it starts on a Monday. So when it starts on a Monday, it will be easier for you to understand the scheduling concept. Now, the start time is also very important. So you use the up scroll button, scroll up till you get 8 a.m. Okay, click on the scroll up till you get 8 a.m. And now you click on the select button. Okay, okay, fine. No, it should not be 14 September. It should be 1st of the September. September 1. Just click on the September 1. And now you click on the select button. So guys, everybody please confirm that you have selected the date as 1st September 8 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, now let me but tell you something about the must finish by date. You should not fill this date, because someone might feel very start, okay, I will finish my project by this date, so I should put this date here. Don't put it, because what's going to happen, it is going to basically crumple the critical task calculation. The critical task will not be calculated properly, so you won't be able to get a proper finish date. So you don't put this date. If you have a finish date, you write it on a piece of paper. Keep that in front of you. So when you get the critical path, you will do the critical path compression. Okay, schedule compression. You can do it with multiple iteration, first iteration, second iteration, and once you get the finish date. Now I'll tell you something about the finish date. See, there are two dates in every project. One is the delivery date, one is the target date. Now, suppose if the client is demanding that his product be handed over to him and commissioned, let's say he says that you commission my product by the date 1st January 2026, right? Okay. So, let's say that this is the delivery date. Now, what you should be doing, you should be playing smart. You should tell your team, so guys, we must set a target date for ourselves. Approximately, you can set it for, let's say, 24 December 2025. Right? Why is that so? Think of it. Why you are keeping your target date much ahead of the delivery date? When you plan, what happens is that in a project, every project has a variance, right? You cannot have an absolute, but with the software, we are trying to be much more predictable, right? So we set our target date within a reasonable amount of the buffer. Is that clear, guys? Hmm? It's not that the buffer should be too huge. If you target it 1 week earlier, so you are good. Okay. So you should always plan like this. So whatever is the delivery date of the client, you should keep your target date that we are trying to finish on the 24th of the December. And there can be some adverse things which might push your target date. But if you always finish it before the delivery date, so you will have a good image, good impression of your professionalism. Now click on the next button to fill in the next part of the project data. So it is asking the responsible manager, which is the correct. Now click on the next button. So rate type will be standard, click next. And then you click on the finish. Okay, so once you clicked on the finish, so you will see that the project data has been created. The start date is there, but the finish date will not come until you enter at least one activity, right? The finish date will be calculated when you create at least one activity in the project. Now let's look at the project details. The first tab would be the general. So what is displayed in the general? You have the project ID, you have the project name, you have the responsible manager. You can see them, you can check them, you can change them. Okay, you can check them, you can change them. Now there is another, that is the project website URL. Now, what is the purpose of the website URL? Because a lot of the construction companies, they create a website of the project where they share the ongoing updates of the project. They share pictures. Sometimes, many companies, they even connect a live cam. Okay, so people can see the stakeholders, the shareholders, and all other joint venture partners. They can see that's what it is. So if your project site has a website, that will be good. Okay, people can get a lot of updates, and you need to dedicate some staff to do that job. Now, after the general, we have the dates. Come to the dates tab. So in the date, you have the planned start date and you have another date called the data date. So data date is the date which is updated automatically. It is taken from the actual update of the data. So if you put the actual date, the actual schedule, the actual cost, and the actual units, so till which date you have updated the project, the data date will be showing that date. So normally the data date should be basically updated every week. So every week you must have a project update meeting where you pause your work, entire team comes up with what they have done actually, and they will provide you the data and you will update it here. So it will tell you till which date the actual data has been collected, right? So that gives you a very good opportunity to find the variances early in the project and take an early action to correct it, right? Okay, now we come to the next tab, that is the default tab. So you click on the default tab. So in the default, you can see that there is a parameter called the calendar. See, every project has to be scheduled with a calendar. There cannot be any project without a calendar, guys. Remember this. No project can be created without a calendar. Now, where does this calendar come from? This calendar comes from the sample data. Whenever you install Primavera, it will have some sample data and this calendar comes from there. The structure of this calendar, currently, the structure of this calendar is 5 days a week, right? Monday to Friday, 5 days a week. So this is the structure. And you can create your own calendar. You can replace this calendar. So right now, as we install the package, so the current default calendar is the corporate calendar. So it got applied onto the project because a project cannot be created without a calendar. So this is the current default, but we will change it. We will definitely create our own calendar and we will use our own schedule. Now another, there is a duration type. Please change it. Click on the drop down and select the next option, which is the units per time. Yeah. So units per time will be understood better by you when you move into the resources. But for the timing, we do this setting. It will be useful later. Now, the next parameter here, the auto numbering. of the activities. So if you create an activity, it will get a unique ID. So numbering will start with A1000. It will have an increment of 10, right? So the first activity will be like having the ID like A1000, and then the next activity will be having 1010, and the next activity will be having 1020, right? So, these are the series that is created. Now, guys, you tell me that let's say that between 1010 and 20, so how many new activities you can insert if you need to basically respond to the changed requirement by the client? Because if the client changes the requirement, definitely you will need to add new activity. So how many activities you can add between 10 and 20? How many empty slots are there? Use your logic. 9, absolutely correct. Because someone says 10, but you have to think it. You are in a cinema hall and the 10 number and 20 number is occupied, right? Seat number 10 and 20 is already occupied. Then how many people can fit in between the seat number 10 and 20? 9. So why are you having a gap? Because once you've created an activity ID, that should be kept unique, because it is being referred in many places, because Primavera can connect to many other softwares like SAP and ERP, all those things. So it is better that the reference number be kept unique. So if the requirement is changed by the client, if you need to add more activities, so we assume that not more than 9 will be required. But if more than 9 is required, then we can number them like 11.1, 11.2, like that. We can create more series, right? So these are the default settings. Now we select the project and we open. You right click on the lesson number 1 and open. So once you open, so you are going to land into the activities tab. Now here in the activities tab, first of all, you close the bottom details. You click here. Close it. Okay, now you also close the Gantt chart. You click on the table button. So we can see only the columns, right? So guys, we are having these columns, but there are 2 columns. We don't need them right now. So this is the remaining duration and schedule percentage complete. These columns are useful in the execution phase. So guys, we are going like this. Let's say the initiating has been done by your boss. So he has signed the contract. Now he says that Agnivesh, you will do the detailed planning. So you are doing the planning. So during the planning phase, you do not need this column, but you might need this column later in the execution phase, right? So guys, we are going to configure the columns, right? So we know how to configure the columns. So you right click here. Okay, you right click here. Now, once you right click, you will get this menu, and in the menu, you click the option columns. Okay, so guys, please confirm that everyone's here. Yaya, Gangadhar, Biswanath.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are all here. So guys, expand this box. Expand the box, okay, so that it is comfortable to use. And now you change the font also, right? So change the font. How do you change the font of this box? You click here and you select Vardhana regular 9. Okay. Yeah. So then you can see this font better. Now we have to return 2 columns. So guys, you select the column remaining duration and return it by clicking on remove, right? Click this button. So it goes to the duration group because it belongs there, right? Now you remove the schedule percentage complete, remove from list. So do you see that it goes to the group percentage complete, right? So every column, when you remove it, it will go to the originating group from where it came from. Now you close the percentage complete because we have seen. Okay, now the next point is that, so we are going to basically insert 2 new columns. So one is the calendar column, but we are going to insert the new column after the finish date. So guys, you select the finish date column here. Okay. So did you select?
We need to remove the finish column as well.
No. Arre, Baba, I'm telling you to select it, not remove.
Acha,
Why I'm
okay.
asking you to select? Because I'm going to insert, we need to insert the new column that we are going to now select after the finish date. That is why. Okay, only to place your cursor. Okay, for that reason. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, I need to insert the column calendar. Now, the thing is that there are two ways you can find a calendar. One, if you know the calendars group. If you don't know the calendar, if you don't know the column group, so then you can use the search option. So the Primavera has a search or the find option. You click here, you will see the find option. Click on the find. Now let me tell you something about the find option. See, guys, suppose if you are trying to find here, it is not like the Google search. You have to have the exact search. That's why I recommend to everybody that you should not try to enter the full spelling. See this. What happens if you type the full spelling and wrong? I type the wrong spelling. See this. This is the wrong spelling of the word calendar, right? And then I click on the find next. Then what happens, guys? It's not like Google. Okay, did you see that it says no matches found? So why does it say no matches found? Because it does not match. So you know what do? I play smart. Instead of writing the full spelling, I write only the partial spelling. Now the Agnivesh. So you click on the find. Now you click on the find. See, this is better, right? Did you understand the point? Now click on the cancel button to hide the box. Guys, is the point taken by you? Have you understood? So
Yes, sir.
do not try to type the full spelling. You might be wrong. Just type some partial spelling which is correctly matching, right? Now, after you have found the column, you click on the select button. And this will come to the right side. Okay. Now the calendar column has been selected. Now you close the general group. Okay, now click on the find box once again, get the find box once again. Now you type here the word pred, P-R-E-D, P-R-E-D, and click find. So you're found. Now click on the cancel button to hide the box. Search box, close it. Now we needed this call predecessor detail, which is the correct one. Now you click on the select button. See, next time if you need this column, if you remember the list group, you can come back to the list group once again and you can select this column. But in case you don't, you can find it, right guys? So what is the correct way to find? You enter the partially correct spelling. That's it. 4 to 5 letters in the maximum. After that, you will be able to find the correct column. Is that tip clear, guys? Okay. Now click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, these columns are now implemented. So everybody please confirm that you have the same set of the columns. So
Done,
from
sir.
that right, activity ID, activity name, original duration, start, finish, calendar, predecessor detail, and the total float. Now we are going to add new activities. To add new activities, you just click on the add button on the right side. You click this button 14 times, 1-4, to create 14 new activities. Correct. So guys, up to 1130. Now on the last activity, you have to press enter. So once you press enter, this activity is also. Now guys, once the data is entered, then you use your common sense. I would say common sense. Common sense for what? To basically resize the column. You can reduce some space from activity ID because the screen space is precious and you can squeeze the original duration. And you can make sure that you squeeze it to a point where the column name is clear and you can still see the data. And start and finish column, we need to expand. So when we expand, so we make sure that they don't stick too much. There is some white space. and then we click on the finish, and then we give it some more space, then we expand the calendar column also. So guys, make sure that you have something like this. So all the columns, they have their due space and without wasting any space, right? Is that clear? Now place your cursor on the first activity on the top, select A1000. So after you have selected that, now you switch on the Gantt chart. How do you switch on the Gantt chart? By clicking on the Gantt chart button. So now you have the Gantt chart. Now guys, just wait for me to explain. If you look at your project is in the year 2025, but the Gantt chart is showing you 2010 on the time scale. It means that there is a gap of 15 years. So 15 years you have to scroll, but no, don't click anything, guys. Don't click. Listen to me. I will tell you a hidden feature which is not neither in the menu and it is not in the icon. This feature is basically is going to take you with a click. It will take you to the correct date on the time scale. So you go exactly in front of the activity like this, parallel to the activity. Suppose you want the activity timeline to come here at the tip of the arrow, you do the double click. At the tip of the arrow, you do the double click. Not that, man. Arey man. Agnivesh, yeah. What are you doing, man? I'm asking you to click on the front of the activity on this arrow, not on the top. Tip of the arrow. Agnivesh, where is the tip of the arrow? Click the tip, not the tail. Right? So, Agnivesh, are you using a wireless mouse?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Wireless mouse. You know, the wireless mouse behaves like a drum. See, I'm using a wired mouse. See this. I can draw straight lines. So, can you draw a straight line? No, you can't draw a straight line. Look at your mouse, the way it is traveling. See this. See, I'm going to make a circle. See, what is the control? You see this? It's not perfectly round, but I do have a control, right? See this. Right?
Yes.
So guys, try to use a wired mouse. Don't use a wireless mouse. Wireless mouse is fashion. It is not for engineers. Let's be serious. Okay. Okay, now let's come to the main point. The main point is that right now what we have on the screen is the activity timeline. Now I will tell you to do this thing. So Agnivesh, you click here on the tick mark. You do a double click. Did you observe something? Did you feel something?
The timeline is
Activity is shifting.
See, activity landed exactly on the spot where you clicked in front of it, right? Suppose if you want this activity timeline to begin from here. So if you double click here, it will come here. This is the feature of the Primavera that people don't know after the 10 years of the usage. And when they come to the class, they say, I did not see it in the manual. I tell them that it is written on the page number 351, somewhere in the middle. So you should have read the manual. Now, who has the time to go through the manual? Let me tell you, the manual has all the information about the Primavera. But is it possible to immediately grab it? So I'm just grabbing you guys and grabbing your hand to do it. So once you do it 2-3 times, it is a permanent and lifetime memory, and it immediately adds into your experience. So you can tell after this training, I know Primavera for 2 years. And you practically can work like that. Okay. So that's why I'm conducting this intensive training with less number of the students to ensure the quality, right? Industry is looking for a finished product. Industry does not want a half knowing Primavera. They don't have the time to teach you, but definitely they are willing to pay you if you know it completely. Is that clear, guys? So learn it completely. Okay.
Yes.
So feature. So this can be also done. If you want to do a fine tuning, you can go to the first layer of the time scale. See, this is the time scale. This is the first layer. And in the first layer, there is a magic. So if you bring the cursor on the first layer, you will see hand. Do you see the finger? So this is for grabbing. See, you can fine tune the placement, right? Okay. So Agnivesh and rest of you guys, please do this exercise. You take it 10 times to the left. 20 times you drag this to the left and right and bring the line here. Yeah, and in a straight line. Okay. I'm going to draw a guideline so that you can follow that. and you do it in a straight line, right? Your cursor hand should be on this, on the track. No, your cursor hand is much below. See, your hand cursor should be on the track. Yes, correct. Okay. Yes, yes. Don't go off the track. Yeah, do it 20 times because you will need it subconsciously during the day. You will need to basically adjust the placement of the activity timelines to understand the data in a better way. You should not look like a child. If someone is observing you, oh, we had Agnivesh, he says that he knows the Primavera, and it seems that he's not able to drag the timeline properly, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now you place it in the beginning near the margin, near the divider bar. Correct. So you get the maximum data. Now let me tell you that what are the various things. So this red line that you can see right now, it is the update line, the progress line. So this progress line is required during the execution phase, not in the planning phase. So we switch it off. So you click here, click on that button on the top. So once you click that button, so this red line will go away, right? Do you have something on the top? So you drag it away. See, if you have some zoom button or something like that, you just drag
It
this
is
thing.
hiding.
So you
Actually, it is some options are coming, sir, at the top. So I have to
it
hide
down.
that option.
Yeah, you hide it so that you can see your buttons clearly. If you have something on the top, you drag it away or hide it. So you can see this button right now. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, bring it out and keep it here. Yes. Okay. Now, basically, now what happens that the red line is gone. Now, let me ask you guys, you can see a blue line. I want you to guess what do you think is the blue line representing? What is indicated by the blue line?
The start of the project.
Absolutely correct. So this blue line is representing the project start date, right? So the start date is indicating, so all the activities you will see, they are all positioned on the start date, right? So any activity which does not have any predecessor, it will be positioned and will be getting the reference from the project start date. And what are these called? These green bars? These green bars are called timelines, but these will be called activity timeline because you are in the activity tab, right? In the activity tab, they will be called the activity timeline. Right? Is this clear? In the project, they will be called project timeline. In the WBS, they will be called the WBS timeline. See, if you go into the project, right? So then I switch on the Gantt chart here. So the timeline that you're seeing in the project, so that would be the project timeline. Guys, do you see these green bars here? These are the project timelines. When I come to the activity, so these become activity timeline. When I go into the WBS, so that will become WBS timeline. Now, there is one more thing here on the top. Do you see this black bar here? Guess. What is that? Think of it. What does it represent? Yeah, that is
Overall
the
progress bar.
yes, that is the project timeline, and the project timeline will be only one. So that is the parent, right? There will be one project timeline, and their activity timelines will be many, right? And what is this part of the Gantt chart called? That part on the top?
Time scale.
Yes, correct. That's the time scale. Yes, guys, that is the time scale. So let me write it. So the time scale basically measures the length of the time in a graphical manner or pictorial manner. So you can see that the activity which have more duration, they will have a longer timeline, right? So you can measure it against the time scale. So right now the time scale is having two units of time. The greater unit is the quarter and the smaller unit is the month. But this time scale is very, very flexible, right? So it has got the various units of time. So guys, let us do this. Let us start to understand that what are the various units of the time possible in the Primavera, right? So to understand it, so we will go and we will click on this button. So guys, you click on this button. Do you see this minus? You click this button and it will condense the time scale. Once more. Once more. So this is the maximum possible time units. You can see the combination of the year and quarters, right? So guys, the quarter is a sub-unit of the year, right? So in the Primavera, you can represent maximum is the years. Now let's see that what are the various time units which are possible to use in the Primavera. So for that purpose, so I will go to my notes once again. So I will go to my Primavera folder. See how organized we are. We click on the documents, then we click on the Excel sheet. It has also the notes. So you go so quickly. Okay, you organize your hard disk. Now let us understand the time scale. So I click on the time scale tab. Here is the notes. So Agnivesh, you read that what are the various time scale units in the Primavera. Okay, read this.
Quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
No, read from the top. I think you didn't speak the years.
Nice. I spoke, sir, already. Okay. Years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
Correct. These are enters. See, the quarter is the display only because the quarter is fixed and the quarter is like January to February is the first quarter, March, April, May is the March, April, May is the second, June, July, August is the third quarter, and October, November, December is the fourth quarter. So the quarter is only displayed. It cannot be entered in the duration, right? It will come up whenever you are expanding or contracting the scale, the quarter will be displayed to you, but quarter cannot be entered. So what you can enter in the duration column, read this. So you read it like this, Y for years, MO for months, like that. You read it loudly for yourself and for your friends. Read it.
MO for months.
No, you start
W
from
for weeks.
You start from the top.
Y years. MO months. W weeks. D days. H for hours. M for minutes.
Yes, and this should echo in your mind forever, right? So you should remember the entry letter. If you want to enter a particular duration in the duration column, you should remember this thing, right? Guys, is that clear? Okay. Now we are going to see that how it works on the time scale in the Primavera, right? So let's go into the Primavera. So I expand the Primavera. So guys, right now I'm having the maximum scale of the Primavera. As you can see, the activities are having very small durations, and due to which it is so condensed. Do you see that? It is looking very small. But if I look at the same scale in the project screen, do you see we are using the same scale, the year and the quarter. Since the projects are long duration, you can see the bars. So these bars are ranging into years, right? 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 year, 4 year. If you look at this project, so how long is this project? So guys, what is the total duration of this project? This is running into multiple years. This is almost like 4 years, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Year to year, it is a total duration of 4 years. But if you place an activity on the same scale, that's going to look small, right? Now let's see that how the time scale is flexible, how we can expand it step by step. So guys, you expand it by one step by clicking on the zoom button and see what happens. Click on this. It has expanded. Now, what has come in place of the quarters?
Months.
Weeks.
Months, right? January, February. Earlier, there was quarter. So when you stretch the quarter, so it starts to reveal the month. Okay. Now you click the zoom button once again. So if you click it once again, so what do you see? Instead of the year, you can see quarter on the top, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
So when you stretch the year, so it reveals the quarter. It is still months in the lower half. In the first part of the scale, you are instead of the year, now you are seeing the quarter. Now you click on the expand button once again. Click on that. Now once you click on that, so what do you see? So you are seeing the month and the week, right? So you're seeing the month and the week. Now the activity is gone off the screen. So what do? You just do a double click here. The activity timeline will come, right? So guys, remember this trick. If you are looking for a particular activity, you go exactly in parallel to the activity and do the double click, you will be able to get the activity on the screen. Now what we are seeing is a combination of month and the week, right? So each of the day is a Monday. It is the start of the week, 4, 11, 12, like 1st September. You remember it's a Monday. Now you single click on this once again. Now guys, what do you see? What is the combination on the time scale now?
Days and month.
Yeah, no, look carefully,
Weeks have Monday, Tuesday, days.
Weeks. Right?
Weeks and days.
Weeks and days, right? So see, if you go into the time scale, how does the time scale expand? You can see it here. You see, weeks and days, right? So it comes in pair, months and weeks. Then you expand, then it will come in the pair weeks and days. Then you expand it further, it will come in the combination of the days and the hours, right? Is that clear? Okay. So now we expand it by one more step. You click on the zoom button once. So guys, what is the scale that you are seeing right now?
Month and days. Sorry, week and days.
Week and day.
So it is the week and day. Basically, it is nothing new, but only the difference it makes is that display scale earlier the display scale was having single letter. Now the display scale is having 3 letters, right? Is that clear?
Only initial
Yes.
days.
Okay. So basically it is displaying in 3 letters. That's okay. If you have more screen, you can use it. Okay. Now let's go to the next scale. So you can see that you are now having the day only. So 0 you can ignore. 0 means nothing. You are having the day a little bit more stretched out. But if you click on the zoom button once again, you will see something meaningful. Right? So guys, you are at this scale. Okay, now let us do this thing. Let me bring the 1st September into the view by dragging it toward the left side. So now you're having the 1st of the September in the view. Now I'm going to outline this just like we outline our drawings and diagrams in the engineering so that it is clear that what does it mean. Okay, so I'm going to do this for you guys. I'm going to use my engineering drawing skills. So this is basically 24 hours, right? Like this. This is the 24 hours, right? Now,
Yes.
that what is the business time? Business time is called the working time. So, do you guys see this white area, the white patch? So, white area is called the work time. So, this is the work time. So, guys, what is the starting time of this organization? Look at the scale. At what time? 8. So it starts at 8 a.m. And what is the ending time of this organization in the evening?
3 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
So it is basically 4 p.m., right? So if you are careful, if you observe it carefully, you will see it is the 4 p.m. Now that is the area called, the gray area is simply called the non-work time, in which the organization does not work. So different organization might have a different starting time, but this is the non-work time for this organization, right? So an organization usually doesn't work 24 hours. Let's say that it is a normal organization which works during the daytime. So this is the non-work time, right? So that's how it is. So what is the duration of the work time? How much? How many man hours are there between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Count at the top.
8 hours.
8 hours.
So these 8 hours will be called 8 man hours. Because why these are called 8 man hours? Because man works during these hours. Is that clear?
Okay.
Man hours. And the rest of the time will be called 8 hours. Just 8 hours, not man hours. Okay, this is just 8 hours. And this side is also 8 hours. Is that clear? Guys, is that clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
At least you me. So I think you are in a quiet room. You are in a single room.
Yes.
Okay, so just keep your mic on and you keep talking to me because I need some feedback so that I can understand generally how you guys are doing. Okay, so I can adjust the speed and I can make sure that you understand everything. Okay, so this is called the 8 hour. This is the dissection of the 24 the hours. So guys, you will see that at the beginning of the scale, there is 0. So what is the meaning of this 0? Why is it 0? Why does the 24 hours clock start with a 0?
So
See,
midnight.
yeah, it is midnight because if you have a 24 hours clock and if you looked at the 24 hours clock in the midnight, this is what you will see, right? This is the 24 hours format clock. It will show you 000, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Hmm? Okay. Now, if you looked at the 24 hours clock just 1 second before the midnight, what it is going to show you?
Next day.
Non-working hour.
No,
Previous
it's
day
going
non-working hour.
Previous day.
no 1 second before the midnight, man. It's going to look like this. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
How it is going to look 1 second after the midnight? After 1 second, it's going to look like this, right? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Because a day is consisting of 24 hours. How is the 24 hours calculated? So basically what happens when it is reaching the 59 seconds and 1 more second it becomes 00 and 1 more minute it becomes 00 and 1 more minute. So the hour is completed when 60 minutes are completed, it becomes 24 hour. But 24 is not displayed. It is displaying only 00. When the new day started, the new day is starting at 00, right? Hmm? New or a next day. Next, so I'll write it as a next day. The next day starts like 000. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So when the next day is happening, so basically, if you look at the first 1 hour, 1 hour is completed when you have got 60 minutes. So it means that 1 a.m. will come when 60 minutes are completed for the new day or the next day. Is that clear? That's why it is written as 0. So what is at the end of the 23? At the end of the 23, there is a completion of 24 hours, right? So is that clear, guys?
Yes,
This
sir.
is day is structured. In the Primavera, you can see such detail. You just see the detail it is showing you. It is showing you each hours of the 24 hours of the day. Then you go to the WBS, then you go to the project. The project rolls up into program. The program rolls into portfolio, and the portfolio rolls into the enterprise. See the detail it can handle. It can handle from the electron proton to the solar system. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is the detail, that's why the industry loves the Primavera and it is looking out for the people, those who know the Primavera well, because they need people to be able to control the projects, big size project with small details, right? Big size project with small details. So this is what the Primavera can do for you. So this is the structure of the day. Out of the 24 hours, this organization is working from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. And guys, do you see any break time from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Do you see any gray?
No.
It is not there. So this might be the work culture of the organization. Maybe the CEO says you come early and go early. So they have 8 man hours of the work. But don't worry, guys, we will create a better calendar which has got a break time also. So this is the structure of the activity during the day, and it is being created from the calendar called the corporate calendar. Okay, so we will go and examine the calendar which is creating this structure, right? So to examine the calendar, so what we do, this is the calendar corporate. So we will go inside the calendar, right, guys? Okay, so let us go inside the corporate calendar and see how the calendar is configured so as to create the schedule, right? Because the first rule says schedule is created with calendar. right? Is that clear? Okay, so just give me a moment, I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, now let us get inside the calendar. Just please mute the secondary device. Okay. Okay. Now to get, see, guys, you are all here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, just make sure that the secondary monitor is off for the audio. So, guys, look at this button. This looks like a sheet of calendar, right? So, this is the calendar icon. Click on this. Okay. So, guys, you are in the calendar toolbox. You are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, everyone, please confirm that you are here. Now, let me explain to you. There are three categories of the calendar. The first category, which is in front of us right now, it is the global. Global means that the calendar which are kept here, they are highly useful for majority of the project. The schedule is suitable for majority of the project, and that's why they are selectively kept in the global. So who is keeping them in the global? Primavera administrator. So there will be a role in a big organization. Okay, so there will be a role called the Primavera administrator. So the administrator will be basically handling the users, giving them permission, giving them login, and backing up the database. And he will be making sure that the structure of the data is correct. So he's the guy who's going to put some calendars in the global. So the global category is visible to the entire project manager, stakeholder. All the project managers in the company can see the global. So in the global, only those calendars will be kept which are very useful for majority, at least 3 to 4 projects can use. So if that is there, then that calendar may be brought into the global category, right? But when a calendar is not useful for more than one project, it is kept in the project category, right? You can select the project, you can create a calendar if that calendar is useful only for your project. Your project has a very specific and unique time which is not useful for any other project. So you create it in the project. So the calendar which is created under the project category will be visible only to you and your team. It will not be visible to any other project manager or project management team. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us look at the corporate calendar. This corporate calendar has been marked as the default. Now, what does the default mean? The default means that whenever you create a new project, this will be applied as a parameter to the new project to control the schedule of the project. Now, let us see that how many projects are using this calendar. So, guys, do you see this button here, used by? You see this?
Useful.
So,
Yes.
if you button, you will get a list of the project which are using this calendar. Click it, and you will see a list. So, guys, read what is mentioned on the top.
Projects.
Project using the standard full-time calendar, right? Now, let us do this thing. Let us make this list a little bit longer so you can see the names of the project. Guys, do you see such a large number of the projects are using this calendar? Do you see that? right? Okay. Now you just click on this, click this, scroll down. So once you scroll down, so what you are going to see at the bottom, go to the bottom of this list. So guys, what is the name of the project?
Yeah, lesson one.
Yes, so the project which you just created, your lesson one, is also using this calendar, right? So that's why it is mentioned here. Now you close this list. Okay, close it. Click on the close button. Close this. Okay. Now let's go to the resource category. So you can see certain calendars which are having some people names, right? So what is the concept of the resource calendar? I will tell you. Listen to me carefully. If you have external consultant or external resources, those who are not full-time, and those who are not full-time, they might be working partial number of the days. Let's say that you have a resource, external quality consultant, who is working only 3 days a week. So he's working only 3 days a week. It means that his activity cannot be scheduled with the regular calendar, which is 6 days a week. So what we do, if we want to schedule his activity, so we create a resource calendar, which is basically one-to-one calendar, one resource, one calendar. It is called resource personal calendar, right? Or personal resource calendar. So this calendar will be used to schedule the activities assigned to that resource. It will have the structure of the days according to the resource. Basically, the days on which he comes. Now, let's say that there is a calendar here. It says Frank. Now you select this, and after that you click on the used by. So guys, what do you see? You see only just one resource, right? So only one person is using this calendar because he has a unique, basically unique structures within the week, the days on he works, right? That's why. Okay, now you click on the close button here, click here, click the close. Now click on the global. Okay, is that clear? So what we have is global, useful for majority project specific to specific project, and resource calendar is for the resource, those who may not be working full time and they have a different timing from the regular time of the project. Now, this is the corporate standard full-time calendar. Now we are going to understand that what is the structure of this calendar. So guys, you click on the modify button. Click on the modify button. So you can see the calendar, right? Global calendar corporate. So now you make sure that your left side radio button is on, right? Make sure that your left radio button is on. So once you have this on, so then you click on the time periods. Now we will understand that what is the definition of the time periods in this calendar. See, the definition of the day will be 8 man hours everywhere all over the world, because that is the global acceptable standard, right? An organization can be 4 days a week, like in the example in the Netherlands, some parts of Japan, and in the UAE also, they are now having one of the Emirates is having the 4 days a week, right? But the man hours per day will be always 8. Okay, just keep that fact in mind. So an organization can say that, okay, you guys can work 4 days a week, but the man hours will be 8, and the man hours per week will vary from organization to organization. Since this organization is 5 days a week organization, so 8 5 the 40, right? So they've got 40 man hours as the definition for the working week. Now, what is the man hours definition of the working month? It is 172. So guys, just do this thing in your calculator. You just do this thing, 172 multiplied 172 divided by 8. What is 172 divided by 8? So it is
21.5.
21.5, 21 and a half man days, right? 21 full man days and a half man day. That is what they expect a person to contribute to the company's work during the working month, right? So their working month is having that. Now, if you go to the man hours per year. This is the definition of their year in the man hours. So guys, what is 2000 divided by 8? What is 2000 divided by 8?
250.
250. So guys, how many days of the leave are there? So if you do this thing, if you say 365, okay, so 365, I don't know, just a moment, 365 minus, so 250. So how much is that?
One one five.
Right? Yeah. 365 minus 250 is equal to 115 is the non-work days in this organization. Right? So I'm still trying to find this organization. Okay, fine. Now you click on the cancel. Now we will see that how the work week is structured. So you click on the work week here. So once you clicked on the work week, a work week template comes up. This is a template to set the days on and off during the week. So now let me explain to you. So how it is set? It is a very simple and easy to understand template. If you want to set a particular weekday as non-work, you put 0. Now, if you want to set a particular weekday as the work, you put here 8, right? Either the day is either 8 or 0. 8 means work and 0 means non-work. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So once you do the setting into this template, it will give a perpetual setting. Permanent setting means forever setting. So see, it's a computer, right? And it's running very powerful software. And you know, it can calculate thousands of years forward and backward, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So basically, whatever you set here, it is a perpetual setting, and if you continue to go ahead, so it goes beyond our lifetime. So it is quite useful for us. So we need that actually. So we need that facility, right? We don't have to compute the structure of the calendar, okay, ahead, and it is always going to sufficiently cover any project duration that we might have, right? So this is the template to set the weekday on and off. So after that, then we click on the cancel button. So click on the cancel because we are here to see, not change. Okay, so after we click on the cancel, now we would like to understand that what is the structure of the 8 hours. See, if you click on any working day, so you will see the work hours will be 8. But if you click on any non-work day, you will see it's 0, right? If you click on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's going to show 8 hours. And if you click on any non-work day, it's going to show 0. Now the thing is that how are we using the 8 hours, right? That is also very important to know. So then what do we do? Then we select the detailed work hours per day. Okay, so you click it. So you can see this is the structure of the day. So a day has now, you know, it has got a total of 24 hours. And you know, do you see this? This is called the bar for the 1 hour. So it is basically divided into 30 minutes. Why? Suppose if you want to have a starting time like 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, so you can use the first 30 minutes or the next 30 minutes. And if you want to have a closing time like 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, so you can use either the first bar or the next bar, right? But you cannot have any time in between, right? So guys, remember, in Primavera, the timing can be 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m., 9 or 9:30 a.m. Closing time, for example, can be 5 p.m. or 5:30, but you cannot have any time in between, right? Is this clear? You cannot have any in between time. In between time is not there because you have to select the timing from the bar, right? Now, this is how the day is detailed. So you can see the first hour of the day is 0. And since the working time of this organization is starting from 8 a.m. and the ending time is here. So what is the ending time for this organization? It is 4 p.m. guys.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. So starting time 8 a.m. and the ending time is 4 p.m. right? So basically, it is the same structure for all the 5 days, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we know already there is no break time. You can see 8 man hours, but without any break, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Sir, in
Now,
our bar, it's showing every like non-work only.
because you might have selected either Saturday or Sunday. If you click on the Saturday, you will see the
Okay, okay.
dark
Correct,
bar,
correct.
right? So
Yeah,
you
correct. Got it, got it.
the dark bar because your cursor is on the Saturday because it is displaying the structure for the kind of the day you are selecting. If you are selecting a working day, it will show you 8 man hours in the light color. And if you are selecting the non-work day, it will show you the entire 24 hours as the non-work, right? Okay. So this is how
Okay, sir. Okay.
is giving you the detail of the day. Now, since we had come only to see this and understand the structure, so now that's been a good knowledge. So we click on the cancel. So we click on the cancel to get out of here. Now, are you sure you want to cancel changes? Yes, I'm here not to change anything at all. Okay. So after you have done that, so you can close it, close this thing. Okay, fine. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create our own calendar, right? So to create our own calendar, we go into the specification. So we go to the word. So in the words, the specification is mentioned. So we can go to the details of the document that we can create. So we launch the word and then we go into the Primavera notes, right? So guys, you don't have to launch the notes, you just watch it here, right? This is my whiteboard. So guys, just remember in project management, there are only two kind of days, the working time and the non-working time. So working time are the week, the non-working time is consisting of the regular weekends, monthly weekends, and the holidays. Now, regular weekends are those weekends which recur every week. Monthly weekends are those weekends which come once in a month. If an organization is 6 days a week, they might give an extra weekend once in a month. For example, you must have heard that some organization have the second Saturday as of, fourth Saturday as of, maybe, right? So these are called monthly weekends because they come once in a month and the holidays. So, all these three, they are called the non-work time. Now, so let's take a break for 20 minutes. After that, we will come and we will create our calendar from the given specification, right? Okay, so during the break time, so the recording will be paused.
Yes, sir. It said the recording is started.
Very good. Okay, good. Now you share your screen. The Agnivesh, you share your screen.
Sir, a question first, can we check?
Yes,
before-
yes. Now you ask your question. We can explain it better with a.
Yeah. Before I hand over to Agnivesh, can I share my screen quickly?
Oh, you want to share your screen? Yeah, sure. You can share your screen.
Otherwise, Agnivesh is also fine. You can get, if you can go to the admin preference, please.
Admin. Yeah, Agnivesh, you share your screen and let us go to the admin preferences. Okay. Yeah, definitely. We can do it.
If
Okay.
you go to admin preference on the top next to the tools, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Admin preference, yes, click on it. Go to the this is the duration. There is a Monday is fine. Here also we maintain the time somewhere 8 hours, 6. If you go to the data limits, no data time period, please, time period.
Time period. No. So basically,
Yes, sir.
we defining in man hours that what is the current organization's work standard. I mean, what is the work culture? How do they define their working times? So they define their working day, which is the global standard. So it is 8 man hours per day. Since the current organization is working 6 days a week, so it will have 48 man hours per week, and this is the man hours per. So this is the global definition of the working week, working month, and the working year in terms of man hours. That is the thing, right? So now,
Sir, yes, sir. After you.
now when we create a specific calendar, we can change there, but this is the global definition. So when I write here, say W, so what it will be interpreted as? It should be interpreted as the 48 man hours, right? Like that. So we will see it in a while once we implement the calendar. So we have to create and implement the calendar so to understand it better. Now
Okay.
let us look at the specification of the calendar here. So, okay, so Agnivesh, you read. What is the specification here? Read it, all the lines. You read them one by one.
So it is the highest Indian Standard Time calendar specification, 6 days week, Monday to Saturday.
Go on.
8 man-hour.
And eight man-hours per working day. That is 48 man-hours per working week. That is 192 man-hour per working month. And that is 2,344 man-hour per working year.
So why are we adding that extra 40? This one, why are we basically adding this extra 40 here?
Because
What
the
is
fifth Saturday.
Saturday is coming soon.
Saturday.
You know, every year, now I'll just show it to you because now I have access to the system calendar. Now, if you look at the month of the October 2024, look at the month of the November. Guys, look at the month of the November. Look at the Saturday column. How many days it has? Saturdays are 5, right? In the month of the November. Now, let me go to the next month in the calendar, which might be somewhere in the next year. So you can see the March. March is having 5 days, right? 5 Saturdays. And you can see the May is also having the 5 Saturdays, right? And if you go to the month of the August is having 5 Saturdays, right? And you know, similarly, if you looked at the entire year, so there will be a total of 5 months, right? Do you see the month of the November next year? It has got 5 Saturdays. So every year has a different combination of the 5 months which are having the 5th Saturday, right? The combination could be different in every year. Okay, the month could change from year to, but definitely you will find 5 months which is having the 5th Saturday. That's why we are adjusting here, right? Now we are going to tell that what is the breakup of the 8 man-hour per day. So this is the breakup. Now you read this.
And the shift details are first shift from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is
Recording in progress.
4 man-hours. And
Yes.
lunchtime from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. That is 1 hour. And the second shift is from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. 4 man-hours.
Correct. So, you know, basically the working time is called man-hour, whereas the non-working time is just called 1 hour. Now, what is the last line saying?
And the holiday as declared by the company.
Yeah. So basically the company is taking the holidays from the list of the holidays declared in the country, right? It derives from the country. Okay. Now keep this structure in mind. We are going to create it. If we don't remember, we can come back here. So I hope that we will generally remember this structure while creating the new calendar. Now move over to the Primavera. Okay. Switch to the Primavera. Now in the Primavera, to create a calendar, so we click on the calendar tool. So guys, you are all here. So we will go step by step from here. Guys, are you all in the calendar tool?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So after here, you are in the calendar tool. You click on everybody click on the add button. Add. So you will see a pop-up box. So I bring the pop-up box here. So I'll drag it here toward the center, and I would like you to read this text. Read the text on the top.
Select calendar to copy from.
Yeah, why is it saying calendar to copy from? It saves your time. It saves you from mistake. So basically, you will select a calendar which is very near to the structure of your target calendar. Your target calendar is IST. So I think if you select the corporate calendar, which is 5 days a week, it will be very quick and easy to modify, right? Is that clear? So you select the corporate. After you select the corporate calendar, you click on the green button to make the selection. And here you have got a new calendar. Now you replace here the text to write IST. Okay. You write here IST and you press enter. So once you press enter, it will get sorted, right? It will get sorted according to the alphabet, right? Now, since we want to use this calendar very frequently, so you can mark it as the default calendar. Okay, default. So default is a convenience. It's not a rule, right? Okay. So guys, you are done up to here. Did you create the copy? And did you mark it as the default?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to modify this calendar because it's a copy, right? We are going to modify to make it 6 days a week. Now click on the modify button. So once you click on the modify button, you will get the name, the global calendar IST. Now, first of all, make sure that you have selected the radio button on the left side. So guys, please set the radio button on the left side. Did you select it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the time periods. Click on the time periods. So after you clicked on the time periods, so we are going to define the working day as 8 man hours, which is correct. But in this case, the working week will be 48 man hours. So you write here 48. You write here 48, and then the working man hours per week will be how much? 48
192.
before is 192. So you write here the definition of the man hours per month as 192, and then you write the definition of the man hours per year. We had already decided that how much is that?
2,400.
344.
Correct. So you write here 2344 is the man hours per year. That is the definition of the year. So, we define in any project management software, not only in the Primavera, we define the working day, working week, working month, and the working year in terms of the total man hours, which is expected from a worker in that organization, right? So that is according to the working procedure and culture. Now click on the OK. So after we clicked on the OK, the definition is complete. Now we are going to set the working and non-working day template. So in this template, we want the Saturday to be the working day. So instead of the 0, we put here 8. Right? We put here 8 and Saturday becomes a work day. Now click on the OK. You will see that the Saturday is now on. So it is called the standard. And the non-work is called that is represented with the dark gray color, right? Now we have the definition of the 8 hours. Okay. So this 8 hours is here. Now we are going to define the details, right?
Alaba.
So, this is the detailed breakup of the per day, but we have to set it for 6 days at once. So what do? We click on the work week. So basically, you remember the 6 work days have to be the same structure, right? So we select the 6 days at once. So we click on the Monday, we press the shift, then we click on the last day, and all the 6 days will be selected. I'll tell you a better way to do it. See, guys, please see how to do it. First, you click on the Monday, then you press the shift button and keep it pressed. Then you click on the last, that is the Saturday. Instantly, all the 6 days will be selected. You can do it in the activities, you can do it in the Excel also. It works in the same manner. So do it again. So Agnivesh, you press the shift button, then you click on the Saturday, right? No, again, you are doing the wrong thing. You are not listening to me, ma'am. Press the shift button, click on the Saturday directly. Don't click one by one. Like that. Now, is this clear? Okay, so that will help you make larger selections quickly. Now, guys, basically the working structure of the day, the structure of the day is like this. The working day starts at 9. You see that 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. is the lunchtime, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the working time once again. So it means that the entire 8 a.m. should be non-work. So guys, what do? First, we select the first 30 minutes, then we press the shift button. Then we click on the second slab, right? Do you see that both of them are selected? They give a very faint yellow glow. Okay, it's very difficult to notice, but I've selected actually both the columns. Okay, so after both the columns are selected, you click on the non-work, and you will see that both the columns will be marked as non-work. Right? Did you note that? Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we do the same thing for the 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. is here. So you select the entire 1 p.m., press the shift button, and then you click on the right side also, and then you click on the non-work. So the entire 1 p.m. will be marked as non-work. Right? Is that clear? Okay. Now to mark the next 4 hours as the work, you select the 16, press on the shift button, and then you click on the ending of the 5 p.m. So here you click on this lab, keep the shift pressed, click here. Now you click on the work, you will see the 2 hours will be marked as the work in the white color. Could you get that, guys? Could you do it?
Yes, yes.
Varun, Gangadhar, Yaya?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I can do it.
Huh? Okay, so basically press the shift button, then you can select multiple cells, right? You can go over the multiple rows, multiple cells. So basically what we are telling the Primavera that according to the structure of the day, the working will start at 9 a.m. At 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. there will be break time, and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So that will be the working time. So the ending time of the organization at this point on the last lab, actually this is the 6 p.m. Right? Is this clear? This point is the 6 p.m. Okay. So after you got this, then you click on the OK button. So guys, we are going to check whatever you do in the calendar, you should check. I'm inculcating this habit onto you. So guys, look at the Monday. Is it correct? Is the structure of the Monday correct or not?
Yeah, it's correct, sir.
Correct. So I'm putting a tick mark here, right? Now check the Tuesday. So Agnivesh, click on the Tuesday. On the right side, you check. Is it correct? Wednesday. Okay. Thursday, okay. Friday, okay. Saturday also okay. Sunday, click on the Sunday. Sunday is also okay, right? So guys, why I'm insisting on this? Because I'll tell you the truth, the bitter truth. I've got 3, 4 students, some years back, they told me that sir, after the training, not before the training, they told me that you are insisting on this because we made a mistake in the schedule. Out of the 4, not in the same companies, but from different companies and different time of the incidents. So one of the guys was fired from the job, from the scheduler job, and 3 of them, they were shifted from the scheduling job to the site. It's a very embarrassing situation, and it is professionally very harsh. But a company cannot take a chance with the wrong schedule, because what happens that you have got big equipments, a large number of people. You schedule the man and machine, but the material has not arrived. You schedule the man and material, but the machine has not been scheduled correctly, right? So scheduling you should take very seriously, right? So it's a serious job, as serious as the job of a pilot, right? So you must take it seriously. No company will take a chance with you. So after you have done this, see, basically what happens that if you make the calendar correct, it will be correct for thousands of activities. But if you make the calendar incorrect, it will create a wrong schedule for thousands of activities. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So be very careful. You should do a cross check before you click on the OK. Now you click on the OK. We can now trust that it is correct. And this calendar is created. Now we click on the close button. Okay.
Sir, we should add the holidays as well, no?
Later, one by one. Yes. I like your curiosity to learn things. That's good, but step by step. Now come to the projects. So after we come to the project, so we click on the table button here to hide the Gantt chart, and then we click on the detail to get the detail window. So guys, make sure that your lesson 1 is selected, right? Make sure that your cursor is on the lesson 1. So after you have selected the lesson 1, Then you go to the default tab below. Select the default tab. So currently the calendar which is controlling the project schedule is the corporate. So we want to replace the corporate with the IST calendar, right guys? So you click here. Then from the pop-up, you select the IST. Okay, select the IST and click on the selection button. So everybody please confirm that you have selected the IST.
Yes, yes.
Varun, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Biswanath?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm done.
Done. Okay, very good. And Yaya, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, this calendar, I will tell you that what happens. See, when we implement this calendar, so the activities which are created after this point, they will have the IST. The previous activity will continue to have the calendar being scheduled from the previous calendar, right? So now you come to the activities tab here. Okay. Okay. Now after you come to the activities tab, let us do this thing first. Let us set the time scale to the daily scale. Now you click on the minus button till you start seeing the daily scale single day, right? Single day in single letter. Once more. Yes, single day, single letter, right? So we have the week and the day. So what we can do, so we can adjust it like this, right? So we bring it here. Now we have to save the schedule. So all this while we created the schedule, but we did not save it. To save the schedule, so what do we do? So we click on this button, save as, save layout as, layout. So you write the layout name as activities layout by, then you write your name. Activities layout by, then you write your name. So just hold the screen here. So guys, just check. You have to save the layout, because if you don't save the layout, there is a very good chance that next time you come up, so you might not see the display as your format, right? You're basically saving the screen format. Then you click on the save button. You click on the save. So once you clicked on the save button, then what happens? The layout is displayed here. Okay. So now let's come to the main point. So the main point, what we are trying to see is that when we add a new calendar, what happens? So guys, how the calendar is inherited in the Primavera. So the calendar is inherited in the Primavera in 3 stages, right? So, these are the boxes. So let me first complete the diagram. So on the top, there is the calendar which is set as the enterprise default, right? So enterprise default calendar. So enterprise default calendar is usually set by the Primavera administrator. So when you create a new project, so from the enterprise default, it becomes the project default, right? So the project default is automatically inherited, but it can be changed by you as you have done right now. From the project default, it comes to the activities calendar, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So right
Okay.
now, what we have done that we have changed the project default to the IST. Okay. Now what's going to happen? What do you expect to see when you create a new activity? Just see that. Now you click on the add. Click on the add. Now press enter. You will press enter. Now let me show you, because the data is a little bit out of the way. So let me shrink the activity name and let me shrink this partition a little bit toward the right. So guys, do you see that the IST calendar is now controlling the schedule, right? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So this IST is now being applied on the new activity. The previous activity is still being scheduled with the corporate calendar, right? That won't change for a while until you change it. Now, what happens is that if you look there carefully, the IST calendar is creating a schedule. If you look at the Gantt bar or the activity timeline, you can see it is starting on the Monday and finishing within the same week, right? And whereas in the corporate, since it's a 5-day week calendar, it is going from the Monday to Monday. It's going to the next Monday, right, guys? Is that clear? But in
Yes, sir.
when you apply the IST, it is basically starting on Monday and finishing within the same week by Saturday, the 6 days activity. Now, let us look at the timing. So, guys, if you look carefully at the timing, it says 8 a.m. But in the calendar, if you remember, we had set the timing at 9 a.m. Do you remember that, guys?
Yes, sir.
Then the mystery is that why is it 8 a.m. and why not 9 a.m.? So, guys, you remember when you had created the project date, start date of the project, you had mentioned 8 a.m. So, remember that in Primavera, this thing happens. Maybe it doesn't happen in any other software because many of the students, they are coming from the MS project. So, they have some views. They have some views from their use of the MS project. So, I don't want you to get confused. The thing is that in Primavera, if you are using or changing the calendar, you are using the calendar with a different time. So you have to change the time in the project start date also to match it up with the new calendar. So in the new calendar that we are going to use right now, the timing is from 9 a.m. So what we do, we delete this activity, right? Then we will set the project time and then we will come back again. So guys, to delete the activity, you have to click on the delete button, which is the big cross button. Yes, delete it. Okay, now let us come to the project detail. So once you come into the project detail, so you can set the timing of the project by going into the dates tab. So once you are in the dates tab, you click on this button and you up scroll the time until you get 9 a.m. So once you get 9 a.m., so guys, please look at the demo screen. So did you change it? Did you change it to 9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Click on the select button, click on the select. So once you click on the select, the 9 a.m. is going to show up here. So please confirm that you have changed the project plan start time to 9 a.m. The date, of course, is still the 1st September. Now come to the activities tab. Okay, so once you come to the activities tab, then you add a new activity. So go to the right side and click add, and then you press enter. So guys, once you press enter, you see that the time is now corrected, right? It is now 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? So it is, the calendar is now Indian Standard Time. So you can see the activity is basically starting at and finishing at 6
9
p.m.
o'clock.
Yeah, correct. Now we create one more activity, click on the plus button and you enter in the duration column 4 hour, 4H. Always use small letters, right? 4H. Now you create another activity, then you enter 1 hour. I mean 5 hours, sorry. You write here 5 hours. Now tell me guys, if you enter a 4-hour activity, it is finishing at 1 p.m. But if you're entering just 1 hour extra, why is it finishing at 3 p.m.? Why not 2 p.m.? Because it is just 1 hour extra. Think of it.
Lunchtime, including lunchtime.
Absolutely correct. Very good. Now you guys are thinking like a project manager. The project manager thinks of schedule. He thinks of constraints. He thinks of the working time, non-working time. He thinks of the resource units. He thinks of the money, right? So he uses his past experience and knowledge to create the plan, manage the plan, and finish the project within the given constraints. So your thinking is developing. Now you're able to understand that the calendar has the 1 hour break within the schedule. So that is why when you enter 5 hour, the calendar structure is making it finish at 3 p.m., not at 2 p.m. Now you enter one more activity and you enter the duration as 20 hours. So you write here 20H. So guys, what happens when you enter 20 hours, it is converting into 2 man days and 4 man hours. So it is doing the basic division with 8 man hours. So it is doing like this. See this. You have done this already. You know it. So 8 is the man hour per day and 20 is the man hour you entered. So what it does. So the 4 hour is the remainder and the 2 days is the dividend, right? So it does like that. So every duration which you enter will be converted into man hours, and the man hours will be divided with 8 man hours, which is representing 1 man day. So let me write this explicitly for you. 8 man hours is equal to 1 man day, right? So guys, will you remember this fact? 8 man hours equal to 1 man day.
Yes.
So what the man day? Man day means 8 man hours. The duration of a day which can be worked by a man, because a man cannot work 24 hours. So the definition of a man day says, as per the international standards, the global standard established in the civilized world after the World War II, it is 8 man hours. Right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Sir, sorry for interruption. I'm just confusing with when we enter 5 hours, original duration, it's taking one this one, no? How it is, sir? I confused.
11,
you are confused about what? You're confused about the
Yeah,
finish.
we entered 5 hours now. In
We
original
entered.
duration.
So look at the finish time. So what is the 3 p.m.? So you're confused about why it is not 2 p.m. and why it is 3 p.m. So someone told you, no? Two guys told that it is due to the lunch time, the break time, which is mentioned in the calendar structure, right? So you were not creating the calendar yourself.
Yeah, I've created, but
So
I'm confused about it's taking one like that, no? Original duration.
original duration, what like? I'm not able to get your question clearly. Please
Sir,
explain.
sir, we entered 5 hours, no? In the original duration.
Yeah, we entered 5 hour like this, 5h, right? So then what?
Yeah.
So what is the reason? It is still 5 hours only.
In my calendar, it's taking for 4 hours. It's taking one.
And then for 5, what is the finish time? I'm
For
asking
5,
for 5 hours. When you enter 5 hour, what is the finish time in your activity? Finish date?
same date only.
No, time. Finish time. What is the finish time?
From the 9 o'clock plus 4 hours we should add, is it?
All right, man, you asked a question. When I ask a question, you give me a straight answer. So look at the demo screen. Look at this.
Okay.
The demo screen, it is 3 p.m. So what is your time for this activity of the 5 hours? What is the finish time? Time. AM,
3
PM.
o'clock. 3
Huh?
o'clock. 3
So
PM.
so you are confused that why is it jumping from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. for just one hour extra? Don't you understand that in the calendar there is a break time? You created the calendar yourself. You created the calendar yourself. Did you put a break time on the
Yes,
schedule?
sir. 1 hour. 1 hour.
That is why, man. So that what you have to understand. You are an engineer. You understand a lot of complex things, complex structures, complex calculations. You do. What is your engineering background?
BE civil, sir.
Civil. So no civil engineer. One of the civil engineer, he told me that if I'm creating a 20-story building and if I do the soil testing, I will calculate the sinking rate of the building. I will put some extra height. Even I can understand those things. What is the sinking rate? Do you understand the sinking rate of a building? If the soil is soft, it's going to sink every year by 1 inch. So, if the building is to last 50 years, they are going to put 50 inches extra in the height. Right? So basically, this is very simpler as compared to those things of the engineering. Here you have a break time. So when you enter 5 hours, the calendar is doing the schedule. The calendar says that the 5 hours of the work will be completed at 3 p.m. If I give you 5 hours of the work, will you not go for lunch?
Okay.
After lunch? Between 1 to 2, you will take lunch. You will say that, boss, I will finish 4 hours up to 1 p.m. I'll go for lunch. After lunch, I will finish from 2 to 3 p.m. Is it clear now?
Okay, sir. 1 hour will be calculated after the lunch.
Yeah.
So that it is 3 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
please take a cup of coffee.
Okay, sorry, sir. Okay.
I
Got
think
it,
you
sir.
are
Sorry.
not sleep well. That's why I tell everybody, guys, sleep well, sleep well, sleep well. The brain is the most powerful computer and calculator. Okay, use it. You are engineers. You cannot make a mistake in this. In the engineer, if you make such a mistake in the calculation, it can be very drastic on the site. It can have a drastic result. If you miscalculate the capacity of a crane to carry the weight, and you put the crane of the wrong capacity or under capacity to do the work, you can imagine it has happened. I have seen that. I'm not a civil engineer, I'm IT engineer. And if people fail to calculate the load of the bus server, the entire national stock exchange crashes, the entire airline system crashes, right? We can't have that as engineers. We must be very good in logic and maths. These are the two things we must always keep on our fingertips and be alert. Okay, that is very much required for PM. PM means proactive manager, not passive manager, right? Okay, now guys, we enter the another activity, then we will see that what is the effect. Okay, so we click on the plus button to add another activity, and now we are going to write 1W. 1W is to represent 1 week. So as you enter 1W, the Primavera is converting into 6-man days. Why? Because in the Primavera, so basically, it's a project management software for handling large projects. So you've got people coming from all different kind of background. Someone is coming from 4 days a week, 5 days a week, 6 days a week. And if you write here week, someone might perceive that it might be 4 days of work. Someone might be confused. Oh, 1 week means, 5 days for me. Another person say, 1 week means 5.5 days. Another person will say, okay, so 1 week means 6 days, right? So different people will have different perception of the week. So basically what the Primavera does, so Primavera says that week and month, they are just collection of man days. It is immediately converting the week into 6-man days, right? That is why it is, if you write week, it will convert into 6-man days. That is the definition, because the day is the atomic unit of time. It cannot be misunderstood. But whereas the week can be considered as 4 days or 5 days or 6 days or 5.5 days or the 7 days also. Now you enter another activity, click here, click this, and you write here 1MO to represent 1 month, small letters. So guys, did you note something? It immediately converted the 1 month into 24-man days, right? Just to kill the ambiguity. So nobody should be confused. So in your mind, you can have 1 month as 30 days, immediately tells you, no man. In this calendar, the 1 month is a collection of 24-man days. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now guys, if you look at this, you entered here 24 days, but why is it finishing on the 27th of the September? Think of it. And why not
Sundays.
Yeah, so you have got the non-working days in between. So it is jumping over the non-working days to complete the 24 days of the work. So the work days are 24. So to complete the 24 work days, so it is calculating like this: 6 days, 6 days here, 6 days here, and 6 days here. So it is completing 24, right? So guys, so basically the number of the calendar days will increase due to the number of the non-working days it has to interact, or it has to basically intersect with. So this activity is intersecting with 3 non-working days. So due to which it is going to the 27th of the September, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now let me tell you one more thing. So guys, if you're seated in a meeting, I will tell you, I made a mistake many years ago. So you can get better. You should not repeat my mistake. So one of the stakeholders asked me, and what is the finish date of this activity? I told him the date. Now what happened that later, the date of the project was shifted. And when it shifted to another date, and there was a different month in the calendar, and the finish date also shifted. So that person was hankering that, you had told me that this activity will finish on the 20th, and now you are saying it will finish on the 25th. I told him that this month has got more non-work days. Right? Do you understand? So guys, can you just imagine if you put this activity on the month of the October, and everybody knows that in the month of October in India, we have got the maximum number of the holidays in every state. Is that clear? So then what's
Yes,
going to
sir.
happen? If you put the 24 days activity on 1st of October, is it going to finish on the 27th of the September? I'm sure no. It might even go to the month of the November, right? Is that clear? So basically what you should do in such meetings, in such meeting, you should clearly say that, sir, according to our engineering, we need 24 working days or 24 man days. So that is the engineering days. But the finish date will be calculated when I enter the date of the project and when I create the proper calendar, right? So once you create the proper calendar and when you enter the activity according to that calendar, whatever finish date is calculated, then you should send after the proper calculation. So don't send any calculation in a hurry, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how the calendar works? Basically, the calendar number of the days will be much more greater than the engineering duration. Engineering duration is 24 days, but the calendar duration is 27 days, and the finish date might even increase if you have more non-working days intersecting with the activity. Okay. Now let's do this thing. Let's enter another activity here. So this time you type here. So you type here 1y, okay, 1y. So once you type here 1y, it calculates 293 man days. Now how it is doing that, I'll just tell you. So you guys just stay here, let me show you something. So I go to the IST calendar, click on the modify, click on the time periods. Now if you look that, so guys, what is 48 divided by 8? What is 48 man hours divided by 8? It's 6 man days, right? Similarly, if you divide 192 man hours by 8, so how many man days you get? 24 man days, right? Similarly, if you divide 2344 man hours by 8 man hours, so how many man days you get?
293.
93.
So this is what is happening. So this is what the Primavera is doing. So Primavera is looking at the definition of the man hours for every week, every month, every year, which is entered by you. Then based upon that, it is converting into man days, right? Is that thing clear? Okay. So after that, you click on the OK button. Click on the OK. So after that, you click on the OK. Okay. Then click on the close button. Okay, so this is how it works. So basically, this is how the scheduling it works. So the calendar is creating the schedule. Now, guys, let us do this thing. You go to this cell and double click. A pop-up will come. Go to the first activity and go into the calendar column. Now you change the calendar to IST. You now from the pop-up you select the IST and click on the green plus button to apply. So guys, instantly you will see the schedule has changed. The moment you change the calendar, you will see the start time has changed, the finish time has changed. And if you looked at the activity bar, its activity bar has become short and it is now finishing in the same way. Did you note that, guys? Did you note that it is now finishing within the same week? So because it is being scheduled with the IST calendar. So according to the corporate calendar, so since the corporate calendar is a 5 days a week, so 6 days activity is finishing on Monday. But in this case, since as soon as you change the calendar, so it means what? So guys, it means that the schedule is created with calendar, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now let us do this further. So I'm going to teach you something new, which is called fill down. Okay. So guys, first of all, you go to this activity A1000 and change the name to task. You just write here TASK in small letters, all small, TASK.
Tasks and task 1.
Yeah, task and press enter. Okay. Now you press the shift button with your left hand and keep it pressed.
Okay.
Everybody press the shift button and keep it pressed, and then you select the last activity within the activity name column. Click here and all the rows will be selected. So guys, you have the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Now there is a button on the right side. You click on this button and you will come to know what happens. It is called a fill down button. So what does the fill down do? It fills down the value taken from the top row in all the rows, right? Fill down. Is this clear?
Yes.
It works for you, Biswanath, Yaya, Varun?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Now we will do the fill down from in between row. Now you go to this cell and you click here on the 6th day for 1140. Then you press the shift button and then you click on the last row. Now you click on the fill down once again and you will see the value taken from the first row will be taken to the rows, which is the selection. Now we do the same thing here. So first you click on this cell, that is the IST, and then you click on the last row, pressing the shift. So this is the range of the rows which will be updated. Now you click on the fill down. So guys, what do you see? So it changed the calendar, and instantly once the calendar changed, the scheduling also changed. Did you note that? Now all the 6 days activity, they are starting and finishing within the same week. So it means that the schedule is created by calendar, right? So let me show you the diagram, the flow chart, that how the schedule is created by the calendar so that we can understand it permanently. So let me draw some boxes. So this is the original duration column, then it goes there and then it comes here. Okay. Now let me show you that how it works. First we enter the data, then this is processed here, and then from here the outcome is created. This is the outcome, it goes here. Now let me write the labels. Now this is coming from your expert judgment. So there is something called expert judgment. So I believe that people, those who have done PMP, they understand the meaning of this, but I will explain to you. Then the duration. So the duration goes to the calendar plus scheduling program. So what you get on the top is a schedule. So guys, so in the schedule, what you get is a start date and a finish date, right? Let me mark it with the red color. So you get a start and a finish date. Now expert judgment. So guys, what is the expert judgment? So basically, when you work in a particular industry, after some time, when you are fresher, you are an engineer, a site engineer. So after some time, what happens? You have seen the life cycles of multiple projects. So when you have seen the life cycles of multiple projects, so then what happens? Right? Okay. So basically what happens that in every industry, we know that if this is an activity type, so once we go through experience, so we remember that how much time is taken by each activity. So every engineer knows within his own domain. So through his experience, through his industrial knowledge, through his degree, and through his organizational training, industrial training, and some standards book, and we also know it from basically from the subject matter experts, right? Is this clear? So we apply our expert judgment to determine, because some people mistakenly think that if they write the activity name in the Primavera, so it will automatically write the duration. No, guys, that is not the true statement. That is not the fact. The fact is that you should be experienced enough, you should be knowledgeable enough to determine the the duration of the activity, right? When you write the activity, you should use your expert judgment to put in the correct duration. So nearly correct duration is fine. Now what happens, this duration is combined with the calendar and processed by the scheduling program to create the schedule. So guys, what is the schedule? Look at the top. What are the components?
Start and finish.
Start date
Start,
and finish date.
the start date and the finish date, right? So is that clear? The start date and the finish date, that is the schedule. So the schedule is created according to the calendar. If you change the calendar, so you will see the scheduling will change, right? See this, guys. So if I go to the corporate, if I go to this calendar cell and I select the corporate, so what happens? Look at the timing. The timing changes. So if I change the calendar once again and I select IST, so it is scheduled according to the IST. So basically, what is the statement? The statement we said that schedule is created with calendar, right? Is that clear, guys? Do you agree with this statement that the calendar is creating the schedule?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
different calendar means different schedule, right? So the duration still remains the same, but different schedule will be created. The starting time date will be changed. So this is the process. Will you remember this flow chart? How it works? So don't be under any mistaken belief that if you write the activity name, the duration will be automatically entered by the Primavera. That is not possible yet. If that happens in the future, then you and me, we both of us will be jobless, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now let us do this thing for once. So let us refresh the data. So guys, first you save the data, then you refresh the data. Save it so that it goes into the server and you refresh it, because if any changes are there in the server, you can see that, right? So now everything looks okay. Now I'm pausing for any question, guys. Any doubt and question you have? Okay, if you don't have any doubts or question, let us close the lesson. How do we close the lesson? By closing the project, because each of the project is a lesson, right? Okay, so you press here Control W. And you click yes. Okay, so once you have clicked, so you will see on the top, no current project is there in the memory. Okay, and the activity tab is gone. So now what we will do, that for the rest of the lessons, we will be using the copy from lesson number 1. So guys, let us look at what is the lesson number 2. The lesson number 2 is about, it says schedule is adjusted by critical path and the holidays. Now let us create this lesson. So guys, what we will do, we will place our cursor on the lesson 1. Okay, now you press Control C and Control V on the same spot. Press Control C for copy and Control V. V for victory. So it will have the paste. Guys, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let me explain to you. There are 3 boxes which will come like this, but we have to suppress these boxes for the next time. So what do? You select this checkbox. Then click OK and OK. And another box will come. Okay, and you suppress this box also. Do not show this dialog. Okay, and you click on the OK, another box will come. So click on this checkbox to suppress the box. Click OK. Now you have got the lesson number 2. Do you see that the -2 is automatically generated? Now you write here critical path and holidays, right? Write the new lesson name as the new project name, critical path and holidays. So we are going to learn about that. Okay. Okay. Now what do? You open this lesson. You right click and open, and you will see a copy of the lesson number 1 only. So guys, do you have this copy? So now we are playing smart. So what we are doing, that we are taking a copy of the lesson number 1 to basically to avoid typing a lot, right? We want. Now in the lesson number 2, we do not require the time component nor we require the calendar column. So there are two things we want to remove from here. We want to remove the time component and we want to remove this column, right? So first of all, let us remove the time component. So to remove the time component, so what do? We click on the button user preferences. Okay, so guys, you click on this button. Now, once you clicked on the user preferences, you select the dates. So after you selected the dates, then you select do not show time. Okay. So guys, did you select do not show time?
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes.
click the close button. You will see the time will be hidden. You will see only pure date. Okay. Now let us hide this column. You right click here and go to the column tool. So in the column tool, you select the calendar column and you remove it. Okay. So guys, do you see that where it goes back? It goes back into the general group. So in case you want to get this column, calendar column once again, so you can go to the general group, or if you don't remember, so what do? You search for the spelling, right? So keep those facts in mind. Okay. Okay. Click on the OK button. So after you clicked on the OK, you will see that the screen has some space. So what do? You recover the space, right? You reduce the size of the start column, you reduce the size of the finish column, and then you bring the middle partition, the vertical partition a little bit towards the data boundary, right? So that you can use the maximum screen, right? So you have got all the space for the columns and you have given the right space to the Gantt chart also. Since you made changes in the layout, so it is useful to save this layout. So click on the save button. So this is to save the current structure of the screen, right? Okay, great. Now to understand the critical path, so I'm sure lot many of you know what is the definition of the critical path. So guys, I'm going to teach you the critical path not by the definition, but by the observation. You are all engineers and engineers should have a keen sense of observation. If you observe, so then you will be able to design the right solution, right structures, right? Now, what do? You go to the last activity here, 1200, and change the duration to 12 days and observe what happens on the Gantt chart. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 12 days. So guys, did you observe a change in the Gantt chart?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So what changed? The change is that the timeline of this activity, it expanded. And along with that, the project timeline also expanded to match the longest activity. Did you note that? The project timeline at the top. So what we can say safely that the project is basically the duration of the project is being derived from the longest activity, right? You can see it here practically. See, if you looked at the 12 days is now in the project and the finish date of the project is also the same as this longest activity. Did you note that, guys? Okay. Now let us do it for another task. You go to the 1100 and you change the duration to 18 days. 18. Now, once again, what is happening? This 18 days is going to the project. The finish date is going to the project and the length of the activity timeline. So it makes the project timeline also longer, right? So the duration of the project is staying equal to this activity, right, guys? Is that obvious? It's on the picture, right? Okay. Now, what is this date on the end? See, this green line is this blue line is what? Start date, right? Okay. But there is a finish timeline also. So, guys, so this becomes the finish timeline, the red timeline on the right side. Is that clear? Now, what happens? that you know what the project managers will do in the earlier days. So once they completed and corrected the plan, they have to correct and complete plan. So what they will do, they will take a pen and they will mark the longest activity with a red color like this. And they will call it the critical path. Okay. So this will be the critical path. So I'll write it in short. C dot P. Okay. Critical path. Now, why they would call it the critical path? It is a very logical thing. I'm going to ask you something. So you listen to me carefully and then answer. Suppose if a person is working on the activity number, say 1100, on this activity, and suddenly he takes 1 day leave in the middle of the activity, is it going to delay the project? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So what will be the new finish date of the project if the person takes 1 day leave? So
Monday.
guys, first of all, you check what is the current date of the finish date of the project.
20 September.
20 September.
20 September.
So if this person takes 1 day leave, so what will be the new finish date of the project?
22nd.
22 September.
September.
22nd.
22 September. Excellent, excellent, guys. Very good. This is what I want, a change in your thinking. Because normally people will say, like the school children calculation, 21st. No, 21st is a Sunday. You can see clearly. This man, this Gantt, Henry Gantt, right? So he gave us this, this beautiful representation of the times in 1910, right? So it is right in front of you. We are using software, and the software is creating the diagram. These diagrams before the advent of the graphical computers, this would be created by hand. People will do the computation in the Primavera. It was not graphical based, and they will take the data and they will create create the Gantt chart with the critical path marked with the red sketch pen, right? So then they will tell their guys, never ever delay on these activities, right? If the critical path activity is delayed, then our promise looks bad. Because the PM is also the promise manager. He makes a promise, right? So he has to look good on the promise, right? So the critical path is having zero gap. So that's why it can delay the promise date of the project as it is made to the client. Because you are the PM. PM also means promise manager. So basically the contract is a written promise to the client. Right or wrong, guys?
Yes, sir. Right.
Contract is a written promise which says we will finish your project by this particular date. That is the first promise. Second promise, we will create a product with your quality acceptance criteria. Second promise. Third promise is that we will finish the project within the promised price. Right? Because majority of the projects in this world, they are called fixed bid project. Right? Is this clear? Fixed bid. So you bid upon a fixed amount of the money, and if you agree to that, then the client will award a contract to you, and your company gets to do that work, right? So three promises. The first is the foremost promise, first and greatest and the foremost promise. We will finish your project on the promised date. So you cannot exceed this date because this promised date is right now it is 20. If you go beyond that, you look bad on your promise. There might be penalty issues as well, right? Okay, now this is the critical path. So this should be in the red color. So why does the Primavera is not showing that in the red color? That is the question. So guys, does this question come to your mind? Why the longest
Yes,
path is not being shown? Because in the beginning, the Primavera, the default setting of the Primavera, it is manual setting. I'll tell you why. So let's go back to the year 1983. When the Primavera was released, there were no graphical computers and the computers were not multitasking. So what do I mean? That you could load only one software at a time. If you wanted to work on the typing, you will load a software called WordStar. WordStar is a predecessor of Word. If you wanted to you finish the typing, you took the printout, you would exit the WordStar, and then you wanted to work on the spreadsheet. There was another software called Lotus 123. So you would load Lotus 123. So did any of you hear these names? Lotus 123 or the WordStar?
Yeah, Lotus
No.
was developed by IBM. Oh, the words are I have not heard.
You have not heard of the WordStar. So basically, I have used the WordStar. I used a computer for the first time. I got to see and use a computer. I will tell you the year. So that year was like 1988. Okay, I got to see. So you could load only one program, and all the data was done in the batch process. Suppose you wanted to create a project plan, you will enter the activities, you will set the relationship, you will set the duration, and then you will press the scheduling button. So after that, the schedule dates will be created, right? You will fill the activity name, the ID will be generated. So basically, the ID will be generated automatically by the Primavera, but you have to enter activity name and duration, and you have to set the calendar. So after you enter the activity, you press the process button, it will calculate the schedule and it will calculate the float column. So you will take this data, and according to the data, you will draw the Gantt chart. So, this is how it worked. Okay, is this clear? So let's say that we have just entered the data and we want to process the data to calculate the Gantt chart or the scheduling or the critical path. Now there is a button here. So guys, look at this button. It looks like a clock. So you click that button. So guys, did you get this box, schedule box?
Yes, sir.
So guys, everyone please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Gangadhar, you are here. Biswanath, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now in this box, you will see the button called the schedule. You click this button. I mean, press this button. So once you press it, what happens? It calculates the schedule. So this is how it worked. In the earlier computers, there was no multitasking. So the computers, they computed after you entered a batch of data. After one batch was entered, you press the compute button, schedule button, then it would compute. So this is how they work. They did not compute in real time. So what happened that after some time, the computers, they became, basically they got new CPUs, multitasking CPUs, then the graphical operating system came like the Windows, then the Primavera also released the graphical version of the Primavera, which could basically create the Gantt chart on the right side, all those things, they became automatic, right? Now, let us do this thing one more time. You go to the last activity and you make the duration as 18. Let's say you entered the next batch of the data. 18. Make it as 18. So do you see in the next batch also, it will not be automatically processed, even though it is equal to the critical path, but it will not be marked as the critical path unless you process the data. So let us do it one more time in manual mode. So you click on the schedule button here and click on the schedule. So if you clicked on the schedule, then it will calculate. It will say that it is the critical path. And if you would notice that the float for the critical path is 0. So what is the float? Float is basically the gap between the finish line and the critical path activity. There is no gap. There is no room for delay. If any of the critical path activity is delayed, it's going to push the finish date of the project. Whereas the rest of the activities, they are having some float. So guys, the float would be represented by a black line like this. So, so for every activity which is having a gap from the finish date, the project manager will draw this black line on the drawing board on which he was making the Gantt chart, right? So Gantt chart was made by hand. So you can just imagine that a lot of the things were done by hand in those days, right? So if you went to a bank, the bank clerk would make entries by hand. If you withdraw the money, okay. Now let's do this thing. As now we are in the year 2024, everything is automatic. Now let us set the Primavera into the automatic mode. Because what happened that after some time, when the faster computers entered the market, then the Primavera gave the choice. If you have a fast computer, use the automatic mode. Now let us set the software to the automatic mode. Now you click on the schedule button once again. Now you click on the options here. So guys, you read this. Read this sentence.
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Now I want to focus on the word change. What kind of change, guys? Now let me tell you guys, there are 6 changes, right? Which will immediately schedule, it will automatically trigger the automatic scheduling. If you change the duration, number 1. Second, if you change the relation, number 2. If you change the lead or lag time, number 3. If you change the calendar, number 4. If you delete an activity, if you add a new activity. If you do any of these 6 changes, the schedule will be calculated automatically. Even if you have 10,000 activities, yeah, you might see a time lag. You might have to wait for some time till the computer is done. But that depends upon how powerful computer you are using. So normally in the companies, they are having i6, no, not i6, i7. They are having 32 GB RAM for the computer they use, so that they can schedule large number of the activities quickly, right? So now we want the software to work in the automatic mode. So we click this checkbox. Select the checkbox. Now click on the close button here. Then you click on the yes button. Then you click on the schedule button once again. So once you clicked on the schedule, the software is now in the automatic mode, but we want to check it. So what we will do, we will change the relationship, right? Okay, so guys, you select these 3 activities. You select from top to the bottom. You select the first one, then you select the last one. Just hold on. So guys, have you selected these 3 activities?
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar, Biswanath, have you selected?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, selected.
Okay, now you right click and you will get a menu. You right click here on top of this selection. So once you get the menu, you will see there is an option here near the middle. It says link activities. Do you see that option, link activities? You click it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Click it. So once you link, what happens that these 3 activities are joined in the finish to start relationship, and their duration becomes, the combined duration becomes 18 days. And since the combined duration is 18 days and it is equal to the current critical path, so this also becomes a new critical path, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us see that how the critical path changes. Is the software working in the automatic mode or not? See this, guys. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 20. From 18, you make that duration as the 20. So guys, did you note something? Now there is only one critical path, right? So rest of the activities being smaller, they are not being listed as the critical path because they do have some float. Now how to detect the float? Okay, so to detect the float, we have to activate the float bar. So guys, let us activate the float bar. So guys, you right click on the empty space on the Gantt chart. Then you select the option bars. So once you've selected the bars, then you scroll down and go to the bottom. So once you scroll down and go to the bottom, you will see the float bar. You have to click on the checkbox 2 times. So one time you click, it will select the bar, and second time you click, it will select the checkbox. You do the same thing here in the negative float bar also. You select the both float bar and the negative float bar. So guys, I'm holding the screen here. Please confirm. Did you select them?
Yes, sir, selected.
Now click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will see that the float bar is implemented, right? So you will see the float on the activities which are non-critical. You wouldn't see any float. So it means that why this activity is critical? It is critical because this activity's delay will push the finish timeline. Immediately it will delay the project. So those activities, they have some gap, some float is there, right guys? Okay. Now let's do this thing. Go to this last activity and change the duration to 16. Now, what do you see now? The critical path.
Other activities have become critical path.
They have become critical because they are comparatively they are the longest. So guys, remember one thing, a project will always have one critical path minimum, and a project can have multiple critical path as well. Is that clear?
Yes.
Minimum one critical path will be always there. From the critical path, the finish date of the project will be determined, and multiple so multiple critical path can be also there. So it's a mathematical coincidence because 6 plus 6 equal to 18, and this 18 can be basically coming from multiple combination of activities like 2 plus 16, 3 plus 15, 4 plus 14, 5 plus 13, just like that. Okay. So basically it is a mathematical coincidence. It is not planned. Critical path is not designed by you, but it happens due to the combination of the activities and a mathematical coincidence. So a project can have more than one critical path as well. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to do this link like first activity starting from 1st of September and end from 6th, and second activity can we start from 4th?
Next lesson. Okay. So first we focus on the critical path and the holidays. So is the concept of the critical path clear? Now let us define the critical path. See guys, go to the last activity and change the duration to 18. Okay, now guys, the first observation about the critical path is that, so guys, the critical path is physically the longest path, right or wrong?
Yes.
And critical path has zero float, right or wrong?
Yes.
The critical path is having zero float. You can see the zero float. Third observation is that the critical path represents the minimum duration required to complete the project, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. So you can see that the critical path is having three attributes. It is physically the longest. It has got zero duration zero float, and it represents the minimum duration required to complete the project. That's what is the definition mentioned in PMBOK. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So if any of the attributes are matched, so basically it will create a critical path, right? Okay. Now we would like to see what is the practical utility of the critical path, because knowing the critical path is not enough. So you should be able to use the critical path as well, so as to prevent any kind of the schedule delay occurring in the project. Okay. So basically what happens guys, when we are done with the complete and the correction of the plan, complete plan means you have put all the activities, you have applied the relation, you have applied the lead lag time, you have used the correct calendar, and correct means that you have scrubbed the data. You made sure that all the parameters of the data are correct, right? So once the data is complete and correct, so what you are going to do, that you are going to call for critical path meeting. So how to call the critical path meeting? So first of all, you are going to apply a filter. So guys, this is the filter button here. So you click this. So guys, you are in the filter now.
Yes, sir.
So in the filter, you select the critical option and wait here for a while. Everybody please confirm. Gangadhar and Biswanath, you both of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now click on the OK button to apply the critical path filter. So it will show you only the critical activities. Now, once the critical activities have come, so guys, from the left side, you count how many activities are there on the critical path. How many
Five.
Five activities, right. A critical path can consist of multiple activities also. The total number of the activities are 5. So what you are going to do now, you are going to call for a critical path meeting. So let me write the name of this meeting. Okay, you have to call for this meeting. So you are in the planning phase. So you will call these 5 activity owners and you are going to ask them the question number 1. The question number 1 is like this. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity? Okay. The first question you are going to ask them that are you planning to take a leave during your activity? You write here yes. Now what happens is that one of the guys says yes boss, I'm planning to take a leave during my activity. So then you ask him further. See guys, there are two kind of leaves. One is the negotiable and one is the non-negotiable. See, I'm improving your maturity as people manager. In the future, you are going to manage people. PM means people manager also. PM has got many meanings. The PM means project manager, process manager, people manager, profit manager. Because how do you get the profit? You optimize the resource, you apply them judiciously. So you are the profit manager and you are the productivity manager to make sure that every man and machine is working productively in your project, right? So there are a lot of roles of the PM that I will tell you, but here you are doing people management. Now you are trying to find out whether the leave is negotiable or non-negotiable. So you ask him further that what is the purpose of a leave? So he says that boss, I'm just going to some place to relax, right? I'm taking a small vacation. So you tell him that can you reschedule your vacation to happen after your activity is completed? He says, yes, boss, I can do it. So I have no problem in that, right? So I will go on the vacation after finishing my activity. So that is called the negotiable. So that's not a problem. Now, if one of the person says that, boss, I'm going to get engaged, or I'm going to get married, or my wife is expecting during that time period. So then what happens? That person has to go because this is a non-negotiable situation in a person's life. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir, yes, sir, correct.
These are non-negotiable situation in a person's life. So what do you do? What is the solution? The solution I'm mentioning to you, you can use it or you think of a better one also. So what do you do?
To back up.
Yes, talk to the HR manager to get read the solution.
Talk to HR manager to get equally skilled resource in advance.
Why in advance? Because what happens that if the previous person is going on leave, so he will explain to the substitute resource, he will do the knowledge transfer, he will tell him all the details that how it should be done, what are the quality processes applicable on this activity, what are the standard procedures applicable, all the details he will explain with the documentation. So when this person goes, so this activity will complete without any hindrance. Right, guys? Is that clear? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we have the second question, which is regarding the machine. So the first question was regarding the man. So now you ask another question. Do you have any machine on your activity which can break down? Okay. Do you have any machine on your activity which can break down? And the answer is yes. So, guys, what are you going to suggest to your team member? If he says, yes, boss, I do have a machine. So, which are the chances of the breakdown during the activity? So, what do you suggest to him?
The repair and maintenance before starting the activity.
See, there are two options. If it is a small, so you give this option. If it is a small machine, you get a standby, right? Okay, now it is a big machine. So what you do? You do this option B, which is do preventive maintenance. Do preventive maintenance. See, guys, let me tell you the example above. So, guys, if you look into the car boot, you have a spare tire there, right? Cars have a spare tire. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, in case you are traveling and one of the tire goes flat, you can replace that. That's called a standby resource. Now, suppose if you're going on a long journey, will you take another? Will you tow another car behind your car? Tell me, guys.
No.
No.
No, that is not possible. That would be very costly option. So similarly, you must have seen preventive maintenance. I will tell you. Whenever you get down from the aircraft, have you seen that many people they are surrounding the aircraft? They are checking the various parts of the
Yes, sir.
aircraft. Some people are checking the tire. Some people checking the general body. Some people they have connected to the onboard computer, downloading the data. Some people are checking the engine blades and all that. So they're checking. So basically, why they are doing that? They're doing the preventive maintenance for the next flight, right? Because the aircraft is flying 24 hours a day. It goes to airport A to B, B to A to B, B to A, 24 hours. Only the crew is changed, right? So they are doing the preventive maintenance before the next flight. This is how the airlines make the money. But they ensure that they are doing a very good and effective preventive maintenance because can you do any kind of repair or maintenance in the mid-air? Is that possible?
No.
No, that is not possible because the aircraft flies on the critical path, right? So if you want to see the critical path, next time you sit near the window, now think of my training program and look outside the window, you will be able to see the critical path, right? Is that clear? Because you know about. So similarly, you are the pilot of your project and you cannot stop your project, right? Is that clear? Because if you stop your project, so any one of your critical path, at least one critical path will always get delayed and it's going to push the finish date of the project. Remember, guys, the project always flies on the critical path. Okay. So if you have the small machine, you get a standby. If you have a big machine, do preventive maintenance, right? Okay. Now let us go to the third one. So in the third one, so what you have is the material. So you ask this question, do you have any material on your activity? Material on your activity which can run in short supply during your activity. During your activity. And the answer is yes. Yes, boss. So I do have a material so which can run in short supply during my activity. So guys, just imagine you have the man, you have the machine, but you don't have the material. So can the activity be done? Think of it.
No.
It is not possible. So what you do, what you suggest as an answer, you suggest to him like this. Order the material, order the full quantity of the material to arrive 15 days before project start date. So guys, read this. Order the full quantity of the material to arrive 15 days before project started. Why? Why are you asking the material to arrive on the critical path 15 days earlier? See, there can be a possibility of misfit. There can be a possibility of mismatch of the parameter. There can be a possibility of some quantity of the material may be defective. So you got to check it. Right or wrong? You got to check it completely. Yes or no, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you got to check that thing so that whatever material you have to be applied on the critical path, that is complete in quantity and correct as per the specification and matching the quality standards. Because if you do not take care of the quality of the input, the quality acceptance criteria would not be met in the end. So guys, you remember the statements. Project fail in the beginning and not in the end. If you fail to put in the right specific quality of the material, will the outcome be acceptable? Think of it.
No.
No,
No.
it will be possible to get the correct outcome, right? Okay, now guys, let us look at the fourth. The fourth is the cash. So the question is like that. Do you have any activity any subcontracted activity? That is more important. Subcontracted activity which requires large cash approvals. And the answer is yes. See guys, read the question. Read it. Agnivesh, read the question.
Do you have any subcontracted activity which requires large cash approvals?
Now, what is the problem with the
Yes.
subcontract activity and large cash approvals? The thing is that, guys, you have to understand, subcontractors, they do not have deep pockets. They cannot pay more than 1 or 2 weeks. So if you have got large cash approvals and you have to pay to the subcontractors, and if that cash dispensation is delayed, so a lot of labors which have been gathered by the subcontractors, some of them might leave, right? Because they don't have any written contract. They are not full-time employees, right? Is that clear? So it can affect your the finish date. Okay, so what is the solution? The solution is like a post-dated check. So what do? You do this thing, get the approvals in advance and take the cash when required. Get the approvals in advance and take the cash when required. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So you don't have to waste time in the approval. So you get this. It's like a post-dated check, right? So in the post-dated check, what is the concept? I agree to pay you, right? But on this date, you just put the check, and since the payment is agreed, so you just take the money on this particular date. Similarly, for the work which is to be done by the subcontractors, make sure, guys, the cash component is ready. Okay. So if you are having any resource delay on the critical path, it will delay the finish date. See, guys, you have to understand there are two kinds of risks: the predictable risk and unpredictable risk. This is the predictable risk, the delay on the critical path. And what is the unpredictable risk? Flood. Flood is unpredictable. Corona or any pandemic created by the unknown virus, it can delay any political situation on your project site. Sometimes, there is a problem of the stakeholder, like India. You must have seen that the farmers, sometimes they will come to the site on the highway and where the railway bridges are being built. They will say, oh, you bought the land very cheaply, and now you are going to make lots of money. Give us some money, right? You are seeing that happening, right? So, those situations are unpredictable. They are handled by the higher management, board members, not by the project manager. Project manager should manage the predictable risk, right? For example, the rainfall is predictable. If you look at the pattern, it is predictable, but the flood is not predictable. So if you looked at the critical path, it is absolutely predictable. Absolutely. So you can calculate what resources you need, man, machine, material, to make sure that you have them in the sufficient quantities. Now, how to remember this thing? You can remember with a shortcut like this, 3M plus C, right? So this is how you deal with the critical path. You should do this thing. What is the first M? Man. What is the second M? Machine.
Material
What
cash.
is M? Material. What is the C? Cash, right? Do you remember this? Will you remember this now? Critical path meeting, you will ensure 3M plus C is amply there. sufficiently there so that you can prevent the critical activities from being delayed. Because this is totally predictable and totally controlled, because the resources are under your control. The calculation is under your control for the critical path. Is that clear? Guys, can you calculate flood? If you looked at the current rainfall in your area, can you calculate that according to this rainfall, there will be a flood? No, you cannot calculate. Can you calculate the earthquake? Yes or no? You cannot calculate. There is no scientific, science has not yet reached that point where they can detect, some pre-data and maybe satellite or maybe sensors. They still don't have that, right? So there are unpredictable risks. So the predictable risk is the delay of the activities on the critical path. So that should be totally prevented by you as a project manager. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you have done the critical path meeting, after you have ensured the 3M plus C, the first thing that you should immediately do, you should remove the filter. Now, how do you remove the filter? First, you click on the filter, then you select all activities. Select this one. If you selected multiple filter, by clicking this option, it will unselect all the filters, right? Please note it. Click on the OK. Okay. So you are getting the complete data now. Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you a question. The question is like this. Suppose if your company, your organization declares that the 3rd of the September, that is the Wednesday, is going to be a holiday. Okay, so if Wednesday, the 3rd September is declared as a holiday, then what will be the new finish date of the project? What will be the new finish date of the project? So guys, what is the current finish date?
20 September.
So if one day is a holiday in between, so what will be the new finish date?
22 September.
Very good, 22 September. Yes. Now you have understood how the calendar works, how the schedule works. Now let us implement the 3rd of the September as a holiday in the calendar. Okay. So we are going to say this. Now you click on the calendar button here. So once you click on the calendar button, just make sure the IST calendar is the selected one, because we are going to modify that. We are going to incorporate holiday on 3rd of September 2025 in the IST calendar. Now click on the modify button. Now you scroll to the month of September year 2025. Okay, so guys, please confirm that you have selected September 2025. Are you at the September 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you select the 3rd of the September. So have you selected 3rd September?
Yes, sir.
See guys, if you select 3rd September, you will see the work hours is 8. Now, if you click on the non-work, the work hours will become 0 and the color will become dark. The dark gray represents the non-work, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, after this, you click on the OK. Then you click on the close button. So guys, you will note that once you mark the 3rd September as the non-work, you will see the gray shade here. Now, did you see the gray shade? And you will see that the critical path has been extended. Now, the new finish date of the project is 22 September, right?
Yes.
Did you note that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, there is a problem in the Primavera. So let me tell you, the problem is that when you enter a holiday in the calendar, it cannot be named inside the calendar. Some other softwares, if you mark the particular date as a holiday, you can describe the name of the holiday, right? But I will tell you the workaround. Just a moment, I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. So the point that I was telling you is that the 3rd of the September is having a particular holiday name. Okay, in fact, if you are planning for the entire year, there might be 10 to 12 of the holidays. Now, how to write the holiday name for a particular project? Since you cannot write it directly in the calendar, I will tell you, I'm transferring my experience to you so that you use the Primavera like a professional, not like a kid. Okay. So, guys, we write a note in the project level. So, please come to the project tab. So, in the project tab, make sure that your selection is on the lesson number 2. After that, you will select the notebook tab in the bottom window. Okay. So, guys, have you selected the notebook?
Yes.
Okay. Now, click on the add button here. Click on the add. Now you select the general notes. Then you click on the select. Okay, so guys, after you clicked on the general notes and you close the topic box, list of topics, right? Now to write a note, so you click on the modify button. Okay. I'll tell you that how we do it. So we get the list of the holidays from the HR. So we write like this. Just see me how I'm doing it. I write here list. Sorry. List of holidays for 2025. Okay, so let me correct it. So after that, I go to the next line. From the next line, I select the numbered list, right? So I write holiday name. So, so for every number of the holiday, I write the holiday name. And along with the name, you should write the date also, actually, the date. So it should be like this. Holiday name and the date, right? Or what you can do, see, you get a mail from the HR, just paste it here like this, right? So with the date, so if you paste it, so it's going to stick around here, right? So then you will know that what are the holidays to be followed in this particular project, right? So it will stay here with the project. Do you see that? In the notebook?
We can also put the link also here. Link when sometimes it is available on their web portal.
A lot of text here. So basically, you just select another topic, right? So just select the topic, and in that particular topic, you write that note, right? Okay. Now we come back to the activities. So you can see that whenever you apply a holiday, it is marked with the gray color and the date is shifted, right? It is shifted, it is incremented. Now, suppose you want to remove it and you want to shift it to another date for whatever reason, right? So I'll tell you the correct way, because the correct way is not known. People use the wrong way and they create a mistake in the schedule. Okay. So guys, you come with me step by step. First of all, you click on the calendar button. So after you clicked on the calendar button, so you will make sure that your selection is on the IST, because this is the calendar that we are using. Then you click on the modify button. So once you clicked on the modify button, so you scroll to the month of September 2025. Scroll to the month of September 2025. Now, in the September 2025, you select the 3rd of the September. You select 3rd of the September. Then you select the detailed work hours per day. So guys, you see that the 3rd of the September, you can see all the work hours, they are marked as non-work. The 24 hours structure is marked as non-work. Now what happens is that people mistakenly think to make this day as the work day, they should click on the work button. So guys, you click on the work the button. Now what happens is that it puts here 8 man hours, but Guys, do you realize that the structure of the day is not the standard according to your organization? Did you note that? It starts at the wrong time. It finishes at the wrong time. It does not have 1 hour break. You see any break here?
Yes, it is taking global.
Yeah.
No break.
Basically, it is not the standard of the daily use or the daily schedule of your organization. So what you should do, what is the correct button? The correct button is the
9 to
standard.
6.
So guys, you click on the standard button. So once you click on the standard button, so what do you see here? So you can see that the timing is basically matching your organization, starting at 9, break time at 3, and finishing at 6 p.m. Right? So guys, remember the correct button to remove the holiday is standard button. So after you have done that, you click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, you click on the close button. So after you clicked on the close button, you will see that the finish date will come back to the 20th of September. Why? Because right now the Primavera is working in the automatic mode, right? So if you make a change in the calendar, so it is one of the 6 rules, it is activating the calculation of the critical path. If you change the duration, if you change the relation, if you change the lead lag type, if you change the calendar, if you add an activity, if you delete an activity. So if you do any of these changes, so the recalculation of the critical path will be triggered and the new finish date will be calculated. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, are you clear about the critical path and the critical path meeting? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
How to critical path? So guys, next time you should do it. So if you want to use the Primavera, use it like a project manager. So after you have completed and corrected the plan, you set the filter for the critical path and you call the critical path meeting, where you check for man, machine, material, and cash being applied on the critical path, right? Okay, now since we are done with this lesson, we can close this lesson. So how to close a lesson? What is the best practice?
Control W.
Control. So you know what does it do? It will close the lesson. Any changes in the local memory will be transferred into the server, right? And all the data will stay safe. Just like if you have excess amount of money at home, so what do? You put it into the bank. Yes, click yes. Okay, so the project is saved and it goes back to the server, and on the top what you see, no current project, right? Okay, so let's go for the lunch. So right now it is 1:45 Indian Standard Time. We will come back at 2:45 and then we will do the remaining rules, and of course we will select the lesson number 1 and we will make a copy. So guys, you can make a copy right now. So what do? You select the lesson number 1 and you press Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Instantly a copy will be created with the lesson number 3. You see that? Instantly a copy has been created. Now what should be the name of the lesson number 3? Schedule is adjusted by dependencies. So the name of the lesson should be dependencies and relationships. So let me write it, okay, so that you get this right. Dependencies and relationships. Okay, so we are going to learn about the dependencies and relationships after we come back from lunch. So we have created the lesson number 3. So we leave it here. Okay, so sometimes it gets loaded. So we remove that from the memory. It should say no current project, right? Now I'm going to stop the share of the screen. Okay, and I'm going to pause the okay. Make sure that your recording is on. So now, Agnivesh, you share your screen. So guys, I hope the speed is not too fast. You are able to understand and absorb all the knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So guys, I hope the speed is fine.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, Agnivesh, you give me the remote control and you bring up the Primavera. Okay, so now you open this lesson number 3, dependencies and relationships. Okay, open this lesson.
Okay. Now we are so guys, just tell me one thing: is my voice clear to you?
So now
Yes,
it's
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Minutes ago was not.
Yes.
Yeah, now it is better, right? Okay, good. Now we are going to learn about the dependencies and relationships. So before we go into the Primavera, so first we will understand it on the whiteboard that what is the dependency and relationship. See, for any kind of relationship, we need minimum 2 activities. Minimum 2 activities are required to set up a relationship. So one of the activity, it acquires the role of the predecessor. The other activity becomes the successor. Okay, so Agnivesh, you read the red color text, which defines the predecessor. Now here in the relationship tab, you read this text on the top. Read this.
Predecessor task is
So I think you need to mute the secondary device, right? You mute it.
yes,
The
sir,
second,
I did. Sorry.
go to your secondary. Actually, you don't need it. Actually, you can switch off the secondary device. So Anivesh, let me do this thing. So secondary device. Yeah,
I
you are.
muted, sir, the second device.
Yeah. So let me do this thing. So let me mute this. Yeah. So I muted it on from my side. I think I will put it back into the waiting room. So I think you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now you go ahead and you just tell what is written in the red color text.
The predecessor task is the one which controls the start and or finish date of the successor.
Yeah. So that is why we say that predecessor is the boss, right? Now there are 4 ways in which the predecessor and successor they can connect in the relationship. So how do we get 4 ways? Because every activity it has got 2 dates, start finish. So when I multiplied by 2 multiplied by 2, so I get the 4 combinations, right? So 4 combinations is possible between the predecessor and the successor activity. Now I want you to read what is the name of the first combination here. Read this.
It's finish to start.
And what is the boss saying to the subordinate?
When you finish, then you can start.
Okay, so this is going to be related like this. The relationship will be depicted on the Gantt chart like this. So the arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor and it will hit the start date of the successor and it will control the start date of the successor. That's why we say that it is the finish to start. And why it is the number 1? Basically, this is the most common relationship. Okay, so that is why the finish to start is at the number 1. So you can assume that almost like 70% of the relationship in any kind of the project domain, they are finish to start. Okay, that's why the finish to start is applicable by default in the interface. I will show it to you. So the finish date of the predecessor will be controlling the start date of the successor, right? Now you read what is the next kind of the relationship.
Start to start.
So what is the communication between the predecessor and successor?
When you start, then you also start.
So, it will be depicted like this in the Gantt chart. Okay. The arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor. It will go to the start date of the successor. It will be represented like this. And now, what is the next one? The third one?
Finish to finish.
So what is the dialogue between the boss and the subordinate?
When I finish, then you also finish.
So, it is represented like this. So you will see that it is starting from here, okay? And it is starting from the finish date, and it is controlling the finish date of the successor, okay? Okay. Now, look at the fourth one. So what is the name of this relationship?
Start to finish.
Okay. So what is the dialogue between boss and this subordinate?
Before I start, you should be finished.
And there is one more thing here. Just read this.
Start date is predetermined.
Yes, start date is predetermined. It is a fixed date and which is somewhere in the future, right? So this activity is going to happen in the future. And before this activity happens or it starts, the successor activity has to be finished before the start, right? So how it is represented, the arrow will start from the start date side and it will go to the finish date side of the successor activity. It will be represented in this way on the Gantt chart, right? So let's keep this four kind of the relationships in mind. And now let's go into the Primavera to implement them and learn with practical examples. So you switch over to the Primavera screen. Click on the Primavera on the taskbar. Okay. So guys, are you into the Primavera now? Okay. Now to represent these activities, we are going to use the WBS groups, right? To get into the WBS, we have to click on the WBS button to get into the WBS tab. So now we are going to create 4 WBS groups. So first of all, to create the group, so first of all, you have to basically drag this partition toward the right side. Okay, we want to add certain column and you can bring the details a little bit downwards, right? So now we are going to add some more columns. So you right click here on the strip. Then you select the option columns, select the columns, and then you click on the customize button. So once you click on the customize button, so you will see this box come up. Okay, so what you can do that you can expand the width of this so that you can see the text clearly, and then you can increase the size of the font here. So you click here. Okay, now we want to insert new column after the WBS name. You select the WBS name, right? Now after the WBS name, we would like to insert the duration. So guys, you expand the duration group from here. Expand the duration group. Now, after the WBS name, you insert BL project duration, baseline project duration. So BL means baseline and baseline means planned project duration. Now you take this column to the right side. So it is inserted, right? Now you close the duration group. So after you close the duration group, then you expand the dates group. We would like to insert the dates. So you will select the start date first, start. So you have to scroll down in the list. You have to go to the bottom. You select the start column. And after the start, you have to insert the finish column. So you select it first. Then you select the finish column. Okay, start and finish are a pair. Now click on the OK to implement this. Okay, see, after you have implemented the column, so you will see that there is some space here. So you can reduce the space like this. Okay, then you can bring the partition very much near to the column and you can expand the scale on the time scale, right? So that you get a better view of this group, right? So you can spread it a little bit more so that it is much more clear and in view. Now, since the layout has been created, now you should save the layout. So to save the layout, you click here, save layout as, and then you write as WBS layout by, then you write your name. Okay, WBS layout by, then you write your name. Okay, so after you write your name, so you click on the save button, so it will be saved. There is a little bit of the bug here in the Primavera in the WBS screen only. See guys, whenever you save the layout, I will show you that what happens. The WBS bar, it moves away. See, I brought the bar on the screen. If I do the double click, but if I click on the save button, see this. This bar goes away, right? There is a problem here. Bug. It's a bug. See this. See, I saved. It just disappears. There is a bug. Okay, just don't worry. You should know that there is a bug here so that you can work around the bug. Now, we will create the first WBS group as finish to start. So for that, you click on the add button. So after that, we are going to write the name of the WBS. So you can increase the size of the column. You can decrease this a little bit and you get more space. Now you write here, finish to start, capital F, capital S, right? Finish to start. No. You write the full words. Finish to start with the capital letters and press enter. Okay. So you have created the first group. Then you go to the parent. Place your cursor on the parent. That is the project itself. Now you click on the add button once again, because if you are clicking the add button from the child, it's going to create a child of the child, which will be wrong. Now we want to write start to start. So here you write start to start with the capital letters and you press enter. Now you select the parent once again and then you click on the add button. And then you write here finish to finish. Finish to finish. Now you go to the start once again, and then you click on the add button. Okay, then you write here in the WBS name, you write here start to finish. Start to finish. Okay, and you press the enter button. So you should have the groups numbering 3.1 to 3.4. It should not be any different, right? So guys, please confirm that you are having the same kind of the numbering. Okay, so now you go to the activities tab. You switch over to the activities tab by clicking on the activities. Okay. Okay, so you will find that these groups are appearing at the bottom, right? So you can see them at the bottom. Now you select the first 4 activities like this and you cut them. Control X.
Sir, one thing, sir. I have done one mistake. In WBS code, I typed LSN dash 3.1. So now it is taking some other value.
Just don't worry. First, you create the grouping. Okay, you cut the first 4 activities. I will come to your screen also to fix it. After cutting, you paste them into the first group, that is the finish to start. Okay, paste it here. Okay, now for the next group, you select 2 activities, 40 and 50. You cut them and move them into the next group, start to start. And then for the next group also, you select 2 activities and move them into 3.3, finish to finish. Okay, and then you select the next 2 activity, 80 and 90. Okay, and you control X and you move into start to finish, right? Okay, now let me check your screen. So who was that? So please show me your screen.
Yes, sir.
Who made a mistake? Please show me your screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes. So that is okay. So what you have done that you have selected. Okay, just give me the control. Request remote control. Yeah. So we will fix it in a while. So basically, what we needed are these groups. So let's see that how it is written in the group. So basically, in the group name, so we don't have to write in the WBS code. You just write here one or automatically. No, just a moment. So you have to delete everything. First, you delete everything. You just type here one. It will automatically become 3.1. No, okay, okay. Just a moment. So just a moment. So let me write here X. Okay, we have to do a trick. So for the then we have the start to start, finish to finish, start to finish. The start to finish should be the number 4. So I write here the number 4. So then this should be the number 3. So I write here number 3. Then this should be the number 2. So we write here number 2. And then this should be the number 1. So we now write here number 1. Right. So this should be the start to start like this. Okay. Fine. Now we come to the activities. So after that, in the activities tab, so in the finish to start, we need the first 4 activities then, and then we need the next 2 activities, 60 and 70 in the finish to finish. So I go to the finish to finish and paste it here. And then I need the 80 and 90 in the start to finish. So, just to maintain a sequence so that everybody's screen, it looks the same, right? So rest of the activities, they are to be deleted. So I hit the delete button and they are getting deleted, right? So when you delete it, recalculates the critical path. So these activities are also extra. So I remove them from the group, and on the top, those activities are also extra. So I remove them from the group, right? I remove these activities from the group. Okay, fine. Now you are all set, you are all fine. And then what you can do, so you have saved the WBS, that's fine. So you will bring this one here and you should reduce the size of the activity name column. Then you can see this column, the predecessor detail. So you can expand it a little bit. And then you can expand the size here a little bit. You have the space. So then you save the layout. So you are all set and fine. Now we will move in a synchronized manner to understand the dependency and relationship. Okay. So Agnivesh, you share your screen. Okay. Now here also basically you need to delete the extra activities which is there at the top. So guys, you select the extra activities which are left over. So from the top you select up to here and you click on the delete button and then you confirm the delete. So as soon as you delete, so basically it calculates the critical path, so which is a secondary knowledge for us. This is just to confirm the fact that how the scheduling the program works, right? Now, I will tell you about the finish to start. So what happened that sometime back, I was discussing about the project management with a civil engineer friend, right? So then I asked him that, what is the general sequence or the general activity sequence for constructing a building. So he says that if you want to construct a building, first you should finish the excavation. After the excavation is finished, you should start PCC. After the PCC is finished, then you start the reinforcement. After the reinforcement is finished, then you can start the shuttering. So, these are in a sequence. So you write the first activity as the excavation. So you write here. You write the activity name excavation, EXCAVATION. Then you write the next activity as PCC in the capital letter. Okay. Write that in the capital letter. So PCC full form, it means plain cementing and concreting. Then you go to the next one. So the next one you write reinforcement. Okay. Reinforcement. Then you write the next activity as shuttering. SHUTTERING. So, basically these activities are in the finish to start relationship, right? So the previous one finishes, then only the next one can start. So let us do this thing. Let us start to relate the activity starting from the excavation. So guys, you click the excavation, you select it. Select the excavation. Now, if you want to set up the relationship, so you'll have to click on the detail so that you get the detail window. In the detail window, you can clearly see, there are two tabs here, predecessor and successor, right? So if you click on the predecessor, it will show only the predecessor. If you click on the successor, but it will show only the successor. But guys, there is a better tab than this, and plus we need more tabs, right? So first of all, let us configure the detailed window. So to configure the detailed window, so everybody please right click here on the gray strip. On this gray portion, you do the right click. So after you do the right click, then you will see there's an option here, customize activity detail. So guys, did you get it on your screen? Customize activity detail.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So everyone is here. So now everyone will follow me step by step. So nobody should be left behind. I assume that if you have any problem, so you should ask me. So I assume that you don't have any problem, right? Now we will remove the predecessor and successor tab. So I select the predecessor, I click on the remove. Then I select the successor, I click on the remove, right? So guys, you will be left with 3 tabs only. Now I go to the left side and I select expenses. Okay, so select expenses, then you select the notebook, then you select the relationship. Guys, this is the main tab for which we came here. And then we select WPs and docs, right? Okay, and then we select the notebook and we bring it one step down. So guys, I'm going to basically put a marking here and you please check the demo screen. Okay, and please make sure that you have the 7 tabs and in this order. Okay, just have a look at the demo screen and your screen and ensure that you have these tabs, 7 tabs and in this order. I want everybody's screen to look the same. I'll wait for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, you're done. Okay,
Yes, sir.
confirmed? Good, very good. Now we are going to implement this by clicking on the OK button. OK will apply and close. Now you can see that you have got the relationship tab, right? So you select the relationship tab. See, once you click the relationship tab, you will be able to see that this is providing the 2 relationships view at once, right? You can view and apply the predecessor, you can view and apply the successor at the same time. Now both of these are having, there is a column here, relation. Like it looks like it is relation, but actually it is not. Actually this column name is much more bigger than this. Actually it is relationship type. Guys, make sure that you expand this column and the full name should be visible relationship type because we need to frequently use this column to set the relationship type, right? So make sure that it is completely visible, relationship type. Okay. So guys, is the relationship type fully visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
we'll be using this and make sure that everything is configured properly. Now, from the excavation point of view, for the excavation, so which activity is the successor for the excavation?
PCC.
Correct.
PCC.
So PCC is a successor, right? So what we do, so keep the excavations selected, then we go to the assign button on the successor box, right? So we click this button. Yeah, move this here. I'll just tell you, just a moment. Agnivesh, I'll just tell you the best place. You try to move this here. So it will not basically cover anything else. It will be here. You try to move this into the rectangle I marked. Okay. Yeah. Correct. Drop it. So I think it is now fine, right? Okay. Now, once you have clicked on the assign here, so it gives you the assign successor box, right? So in the assign successor, the first time this box comes up, so you have to increase the width and then you have to increase the height also like this, right? So after you increase the height and width to a reasonable measure, now you set the font. First of all, you set the font to the Vardhana 9. Okay, now you select the successor, which is 1010, which is PCC. Select the activity number 1010, which is the PCC, and you click on the assign button very carefully, but once, because I'll tell you guys, see in the Primavera, if you click on the assign button, you can actually click it 4 times. So it will apply all 4 kind of relationships. So because it is not required here, but it is required somewhere else. That's why this button does not get deactivated. In the MS project, just for the sake of comparison, if you apply the relationship once, then this button gets deactivated. So here, if you don't need multiple relationship and if you click this button multiple times, so it will be a mistake, right? So you got to be careful with this button. So when you apply the relationship, you should click it only once if you need only one relationship. Now you close this box by clicking on the cross button. Click on the cross button. So you can see that by default, it will always apply the finish to start relationship type, right? So basically, this is the finish date of the predecessor, which is controlling the start date of the successor, right? Now, in case you don't need the finish to start, so guys, if you double click on this column, it turns into a drop down. Do you see the drop down? So in the drop down, you can see that all the 4 kind of the relationships are there. So later when we want to use the start to start, so we will be using this drop down to set up the start to start relationship, right? Is this clear? Okay. So now since we need FS, so we let it remain as the FS. Now from the PCC point of view, who is the successor? From the PCC,
Reinforcement.
Correct. So make sure that the PCC is selected. Then you click on the assign button on the successor. No, you keep the PCC selected. You select the PCC, yes. Now click on the assign button. And now from here, you select reinforcement. You select 1020, and then you click on the plus button. And then you click on the close button, close it. So after you have done that, now you select the shuttering. Okay. See, now you guys tell me from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor for the shuttering activity?
Reinforcement.
Correct. Now, keeping the shuttering selected, we will go to the predecessor box and we will click on the assign button. Okay, so you click on this. Now, since you are opening this box for the first time, you will do the same thing. You will expand the size and you will set the font because this is a different box. Okay, now you will select 1020, which is the reinforcement, and click on the assign button, but once. So once you have done that, you got to close this. So you click on the cross button. So this way you can assign a successor, you can assign a predecessor also, right? Okay. So now you can see that the finish date is controlling the start date. There's a finish date of the PCC is controlling the start date of reinforcement, and finish date of reinforcement is controlling the start date of the shuttering. Now we will see that what is the effect from the predecessor to the successor. So guys, you go to the first activity, that is the excavation, and you put the duration as 10 days. Go into the duration column and you type here 10 days. So once you type here 10 days, then what happens? Did you note that? See what happens. The excavation says I finished late and it tells the PCC that you start later. Similarly, PCC says I finished late and tells the reinforcement to start later. Reinforcement says I finished late and it tells the shuttering to start late, right? because it is the finish date which is controlling the start date. So this is happening for the entire chain, right? So in the entire chain, whoever is the predecessor, so it is controlling the successor start date, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's see the opposite. Now go to the excavation and change the duration to 4 days. So after you do that, do you see that what happens? You can see that excavation, it finishes earlier and it tells the PCC you can start earlier. PCC finishes earlier and it tells the reinforcement that you can start earlier. The reinforcement finishes earlier and it tells the shuttering that you can start earlier, right? So finish to start, like, so it goes like this. Now you go to the excavation once again and you change the duration to 6 days. Okay, so you can see immediately it pushes the successor, right? Now let us come to the column predecessor detail. Okay, now this is the predecessor detail of an activity. Now this is the column and this is the data. Now if you looked at the excavation, so why is this column empty for the excavation? Why there are no predecessor detail for this activity?
There is no any activity before excavation.
Correct, because
This is the beginning activity.
correct. It is the beginning of the entire chain. It is the first activity in the chain or the network diagram. So basically this activity is deriving the start date from the start date of the project. You can see this blue line. So it is touching the blue line. So it is getting the 1st of the September from the start date which is set by you. Okay, like that. Now, if you looked at the next one, so the next one is the PCC, right? And the PCC in the predecessor detail, it is having some sort of code, right? So guys, now let me tell you how to expand this code. Suppose the PCC is a person and is asking you that, boss, can you tell me that what is the meaning of A1000 colon FS? So this is what you will tell the PCC. So you will tell the PCC that your predecessor name is excavation and your relationship with the predecessor is finish to start, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now Gangadhar, you explain this. Explain this.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You explain this.
Sir, what should I explain?
So what is the meaning of A1010 and colon FS? What is the full form in the plain English language?
Finish to start, sir. That is ID, activity ID.
So what is the activity ID name?
Hello?
What is the name of the 1010?
PCC, sir.
So you are telling it correctly. Now, can you create a sentence? See, reinforcement is a person, so he comes to you.
Yeah,
Says,
predecessor of the reinforcement is PCC.
okay, and then what is the
And the
FS?
relationship between the PCC and reinforcement is finish to start.
Oh, so you should tell the reinforcement your predecessor is PCC, and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Now, Vishwanath, you expand this. Vishwanath, I believe you need to unmute your mic. Vishwanath, you unmute your mic.
Sir, hello.
Yes, tell.
Sir, shuttering is the predecessor of reinforcement. It is the idea of shuttering. It is finished to start, sir.
No, who is 1020? What is the name of the activity whose activity ID is 1020?
Sorry.
What is the activity name of 1020?
Sir, reinforcement, sir.
So you will tell structuring like this that your predecessor is reinforcement and your relationship with that is finish to start, right? Like this, this is the interpretation of this column, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
this fact in mind.
Yes, sir.
So finish to start is a very common and it is very easy to understand. So normally, when you become a new project manager, so there is a general tendency to use the finish to start only. I also used to have this tendency to use the finish to start more frequently, but that should not be the case. There are other kind of relationship. Now I will explain to you start to start with an example. So after you have understood my example, then you will give your example. So I'm planning with my team. So I called certain team members. So they were supposed to do the software testing. So I write here software testing. Okay, I'm asking my team member. So this is the software testing is the first activity and duration of this activity is 12 days. Okay, like this it is 12. So you put the duration as 12. Agnivesh, you are here. Are you connected? Because I can't click on your screen. So guys, you can still hear me or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can
Okay.
hear you also.
Really.
I'm just waiting for the response to come because it happens intermittently. Sometimes okay, now I can get the response, right? So basically, this activity is for the 12 days. So I write here 12 and this become 12 days. Then I ask that guys that what next? So they say that boss, after the software testing is completed, so we will do the defects fixing. So they write an activity like this, defects fixing. So that activity is also 12 days. And then in the Primavera, so guys, what you can do, if you, then I ask them, so guys, what is the relationship type? So they say, boss, it is FS. So I do this, I select the 1040, then 50. See, for the finish to start, you don't always have to go into the relationship box. You can set it up from here because the finish to start relationship being the most common. So it can be directly assigned by selecting the two activities and clicking on the link activities, right? Okay, so Agnivesh, you click on this option link activities. So, it will establish the finish to start relationship, right? So the finish to start relationship, if you looked at the duration. So guys, do you see this duration? How much is that? How much is
24.
24 days, right? So 24 days is the duration for this group of the activities. So I present the plan to my team members. So one of my team members, he's a very bright chap. So he looks at the plan. He says that boss, software is not a physical product. Two people can work on it in parallel. So I say, how? What is your scheme? So tell me. So he says that, look, boss, what we are going to do, that first of all, we are going to upload the software onto the server. So he says that, boss, this is the server computer, right? So what is going to happen in the next step? So we will have basically two people seated side by side. So one will be the tester and another will be the programmer. So tester and the programmer will sit together. So what happens that the tester will detect a defective line of code and he will report it to the programmer who is using the box. Basically, that's his PC. The blue box is the PC of the programmer. And programmer will go to the server and fix it. And meanwhile, the tester will move to another line of the code. He will report it to the basically the fault list of the programmer. He will fix it. So, in the loop, so they are going to detect and fix, detect and fix. So they are going to work in a loop. It means that they can work at the same time. They can start the work at the same time, and they are going to save time. So, guys, does this look logical to you? Is it logically correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the software is not a physical product, but because had it been a physical product, then we couldn't work like this. Because in the physical product, first the product should be completely checked, then physically it will be handed over to another person. So two people cannot handle it at the same time. So everybody understands this logic and they agree. So what we do, we change the relationship type to SS. Change it. Okay, so you change it to the start to start. So guys, you can see there is a drastic reduction in the duration. Earlier, how much was the duration? How much duration was there in the
24
WBS?
days.
24. So you are saving how many days? 24 minus 12. You are saving 12 days, which is a saving of 50% over the time. So you have compressed the duration by 50%. Okay, now let's see that how it works. Suppose, okay, so let me refresh you on this. So guys, read this text. Read this.
When I start, then you also start. Start to start.
Okay, fine. When I start, then you also start. Okay. Now, what happens that I will go to the predecessor start date. See what's happening here. I can change the date from the calendar tool. I shift the predecessor to next week, right? I shift it to the 8th of the September next week. Then I click on the select button. So I want to suppress this box for the next time and I click on the yes. So guys, did you note something that as the predecessor is moving, the successor is also moving along with the predecessor, right? See this, I will take it to the next week. So guys, did you note something? See, when the predecessor moves, the successor also moves along. Okay, I'll show it to you one more time. This time, I'm going to bring back the predecessor. Let's say I say that the predecessor should come back. So once the predecessor comes back, then what happens? So what happens? That the successor also comes back, right? I hope the concept is clear. Okay. So guys, there is a sort of we'll say logical check. The logical check is like this. Suppose if I cancel the software testing activity, if I'm not doing the software testing activity, is it possible to the defect fixing activity?
No, without the software, what defect will?
Correct. Because if you are not testing, so you will not have a list of the defect. So without having a list of the defects, so how can you do the testing, right? Because for the purposes of the testing, so after the testing, you should get the list of the defects, and by using the list of the defects, so you can do the defect fixing, right? That is the reason. It means, so logically speaking, so I can say that the defect fixing is dependent on the software testing, and that's why we use the relationship start to start, right? Is that clear? So defect fixing is dependent upon software testing to happen, and software, and then we go to the relationship. So the relationship which we establish is start to start. So the dependency comes from your technical knowledge, and the relationship comes from your project management knowledge, right? So both of them are required side by side. Now, I hope this logic is clear. Now I'm going to basically remove my example. I think I have explained it well. So I'm going to write here P for predecessor. And then as for successor, so guys, can you find some better example from your own domain?
For any building construction project, maybe the painting is the last stage. So the inspection, the final inspection, maybe painting and inspection.
So you write it. Write it. Devesh, you write it.
Done, sir.
So painting and inspection. So you will start them start to start.
Yes, sir. Maybe if your building consists of 3-4 rooms, once one painting is done, then inspection also can be done at the same time. When as painting is progresses.
So Devesh, do you agree with this? So guys, let's say that the painting is going to take three weeks. So then what happens? Is the inspection completed?
No.
Inspection can be done within 1 day. We can take it as finish to finish. This example.
There is another example. I can share.
Yeah, you write it here, or you can tell to Agnivesh. Think of it, guys. You have to
Maybe
sometimes we are
for
developing
building construction itself, maybe the foundations. Initially, when we do the foundation, same time underground facilities can also be started.
Yeah, so you write the name. So you tell the names to your friend Agnivesh. Okay, he's giving his own example.
Maybe the the example as plumbing activities.
from plumbing and electrical work. Both can be done parallelly.
Yeah. They may not finish at the same time, but at least they can start at the same time.
So laying of the foundation and installing underground facilities. Yeah, so basically, guys, see this. If I'm not laying the foundation, suppose if I'm stopping the laying of the foundation, so can I install the underground facilities? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. So basically, this activity that is this, So this activity is the predecessor, and the activity which is basically the installing underground facility, it is dependent. It is dependent upon laying out the foundation. That's why we select the relationship start to start. So they can start at the same time and they might finish at the different times. That's okay. So there is maybe this installation of the underground facilities, but it is an advantage if they start at the same time. Okay. So is this agreeable to you? I think, it is more like a finish to finish. It is not like a start to start. So guys, look at this carefully. So they need to finish at the same time, because once the laying of the foundation is complete, so there should be the completion of the installation of the underground facilities also, right? It sounds more like your finish to finish. So you can reconsider some other example. So try to give some
I think
other.
we can do SPC testing and site clearance. Both we can do it. We can start to start.
So
Geotechnical test.
So Avnivesh, you write here. Yeah, you dictate to him, so he will write. Tell him.
Soil testing, site clearance, as well as the soil testing.
Site clearance. This is one, and soil testing is second.
Site. Yeah.
What is the first one?
Soil testing is second.
Okay. What is the first one?
Clearance. Site clearance.
Okay, so when you start the site clearance, then what you will start instantly with this?
Soil testing. Soil testing.
Yeah, I agree with this. So they are start to start, right? Because you can do the soil testing only after the site clearance is started. So basically, you need not complete the site clearance for the soil testing, but you can keep some time gap. So you say that let there be 2 days of the site clearance. After 2 days, we will start the soil testing. Now, I'm introducing to you the concept of lag time. Lag means delay. So lag means useful delay. You say that let there be some space created by the first 2 days of the site clearance, then we will start the soil testing. So what you do, it is still start to start, but you put a gap of 2 days here. So you write here 2. In the lag column, you write here 2. Okay. So you will see that there is a 2 days of the lag time. So what happens that during the 2 days, some part of the site clearance will be done, and then it will become conducive for the soil testing. So during this portion, the soil testing will take place, and maybe the site clearance. So basically, this can go on. Soil testing can go on for even a longer duration. But the thing is that if you're still doing site clearance, so definitely it will be useful for you to do the soil testing. So maybe it is of 18 days, right? So this can start 2 days later, it can finish 2 days later. So the entire site is cleared and the entire site undergoes the soil testing, right? So you don't have to wait for the entire site clearance to complete. So you can have the overlap, right? So how much time you are saving? 36 minus 20. So guys, how much is that? 36 minus 20?
16 days.
16 days. So how you are saving the 16 days? You can clearly see it here. So basically, you are saving the 6 days here due to the overlap. Then you are saving the 6 days here due to the overlap. And then you are saving the 4 days here due to the overlap. Now, if you add 4 plus 6, you will see that totals to 16. So due to the overlap between the two activities, for 16 days, you are saving 16 days duration. So instead of 36 days, you can complete both the activities in 20 days. Is that clear, guys? Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to ask you a very logical question. Suppose if I'm not doing the site clearance, so guys, without clearing the site, can I do the soil testing? Think of it.
Yes, of course you can do so.
So, so then you should not be having a relationship. So it means that without the site clearance, if you can do the soil testing, so there is no dependency at all. So guys, if there is no
There's no
dependency,
depend.
hmm, there is a dependency, yes or no?
Yes, it should be dependent.
Dependent. So if there is a dependency, then you establish a relationship. Now, what do we say? We just say like this. We say that there is a dependent. So the soil testing is dependent upon the site clearance, and that's why we establish the relationship. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Is this thing
Okay.
clear?
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is, I think this example is now clear. Okay, now let us go to the finish to finish. So guys, would you like some more examples you can put here?
See, normally in a mechanical
Normally in
construction
nowadays,
projects, whatever the kind of installation we complete there. So at the same time, we try to finish the documentation also for client
Okay.
submission.
Okay. So now let us go to the finish to finish. So I will give an example of the finish to finish just to stimulate your thought process. Okay, just to give you the concept. Then after that, you should bring a good example from your own domain. So let me write it. So I'm doing software testing. No, I'm doing software development. No, development. Now, this activity will be for 4 weeks. So I write here 4 weeks and it automatically becomes 24 man days. Now, I need the manual. So I create an activity here, write user manual. User manual. Now, the person who writes the user manual, so his role name is technical writer. So this technical writer is sitting right now in front of me. And then he says that, boss, when I should start writing the user manual. So I tell him, it is not important when you start, but it is very important that when the software development is finished, your manual should be also finished and ready so that I can package them both and give to the client. Because if I give the main product without any manual, so guys tell me, will that be useful for the client? Can the client use a product without the manual?
No.
No, that is not possible. Suppose if you bought a new mobile phone or you bought a new smart TV and you don't get the manual in the package, will you be able to use the full features? Possibly not.
No.
Okay. So that's why, so what we do, I ask him that what is the duration of your activity? He says that, boss, I will need 12 days. So I write here 12, right? So after I write here 12, so since my cursor is already on the successor, so I will assign the predecessor. Okay, so Agnivesh, so you click here on the assign button in the predecessor box. Now the predecessor is 1060. You select 1060, then click on the select once and close the box. See, guys, by default it assigns finish to start. Now, what is the total duration if I use the finish to start? 36 days, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if I use the finish to start relationship, it gives me a total of 36 days, and finish to start relationship creates the longest duration. Okay, and guys, let me tell you something more interesting fact about the finish to start relationship. So guys, if you assign the finish to start relationship to every relationship, so finish to start will never be technically wrong. It will be always technically okay. But what is the problem with the finish to start? The problem is that your project will be highly delayed. you will not be able to finish the project on time, right? So that's why we use the finish to start only in those cases where some other relationship is not possible. So what do? I tell the technical writer that you should finish your manual along with the finish date of the software development. So that is why I change the relationship type to finish to finish. You click here. So guys, do you see that the relationship type is established as finish to finish? Did you note that?
Yes.
So this is the relationship. Now, if you looked at the duration, it is not 24 days. Earlier it was 36. So guys, what is 36 minus 24? 36 minus 24 equal to 8 days saved.
12 days.
8 days saved, right guys? Okay, how do you save 8 days? See, look at the Gantt chart. No, 12 days. So sorry, my maths is wrong. So basically, this is basically not 8, but basically you are saving 12 days, right? So you can see it very clearly on the Gantt chart. There is a overlap of 12 days. So you are saving the 12 days. So guys, have you understood? Okay. Now let us ask a logical question. The logical question is like this. Suppose if I say that I'm not doing the software development. Okay. So guys, if I'm not doing the software development, would I still write the user manual?
No.
If you're not developing the software, would you still need to write the user manual? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you don't
Yes.
have
Right,
software,
but
what is
it's
the
not
manual?
this.
No, there is no software. If there is no software developed, then what do you need the manual for? How will you develop the manual? There's nothing to look at. Without the main product, is the accessory need to be produced? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Are you sleeping? No. See, I'm not developing the software. So what would I need the manual for? How will I even develop the software? I mean the user manual without looking at the software details.
It may not be project specific, but the general manual.
No, there is no general manual. There is no software, no manual, guys. That should be clear to you. If you are not developing the software, so if you don't have the product, then why do you need the manual? Or how can you develop the manual without the product? You cannot develop it at all, right? So just keep that fact in mind. So if you are not developing the software, so there is no need to write the user. It means that the user manual is dependent upon the software. So that's why we say that the user manual is dependent upon the software. That's why we establish the relationship finish to finish. That is the meaning of the dependencies and relationship. The dependency knowledge comes from your technology knowledge, and the relationship you choose according to your project management knowledge, right? So your project management says that if you want to finish them both at the same time, you should use the finish to finish relationship. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so that's good. Now, I want you to find some example from your own domain. I think I've made the concept clear to you. Or what you can do that you can see something more. Suppose if you change the duration, so what will change for the successor? Will it change the start date or the finish date? Think of it, guys. What is going to change?
Start.
Hmm?
Finish it.
Finish date.
No, finish date is under the control of the predecessor, guys. So you can check it out. Finish date will never change. If you change the duration of the successor, it will change only the start date. Try to change it. You make it 16 and stick. Make it 16. 16, 1 6. So which date change? The start date or the finish date? Start date. It says that you start earlier. So you know how it is calculating. So it is basically it is counting backwards 16 days. So it is used like this, minus 16 days. Okay, it is counting backwards from the 27. So 27 minus 16 is equal to 10th of the September. So basically what happens that on the 10th of the September, the manual writer, the technical writer will join the team. He will start to look at the screens and he will continue till the 16 days and to complete the manual along with the software. See guys, let me tell you one thing. Suppose if the technical writer comes on the 9th, so let him start his work. If someone wants to stay ahead of the plan, it's okay. It is always welcome, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
If you want to finish something before the plan, it is okay, but you should never be lagging behind the plan. Okay. So when you change the duration of the right user manual, it changes only the start date, right? Okay. Now let us see this thing. When the finish date will change, suppose you look at this, this is the same. Now, if you change the duration of the software development to 28, only then the finish date will change. You see that? Now the finish date is changing.
Yes.
So why the finish date is changing? See this, guys. Look at the dialogue here. Read this. What does the predecessor say to the successor? Read this text.
Sir,
Read this.
when I finish, then you also finish.
Correct. So that's why you know the finish to finish is happening. So but basically, if you change the duration of the predecessor, so suppose if you change it to 24 days, so you will see change in the finish date. And if you change the duration of the right user manual to 12 days, so what do you see? Only the start date changes, but the finish date is constant, right? So I hope the example is clear to you.
Yes,
Okay. Now I'm going to replace this. I'm going to write here P for the predecessor and S for the successor. So guys, you think and tell me that what is the example from your own domain? Finish to finish. Or how do you plan to use it?
the piping, normally after installation, we do hydro testing. So the final documentation for that hydro testing also will be completed at the same time for client submission.
Yeah, I know. Example. This is a very, very good example. So you write this example. So who is that? Is it Agnivesh or someone else?
It's Agnivesh, sir, mine.
So you write it. You write the predecessor and successor and explain to your friends. See, normally if you do it in the finish to start relationship, technically it won't be wrong. What will be the duration? 36 days. It would never be technically wrong, right? If you completed the documentation after the pressure testing of pipe, You started the documentation. It is not technically wrong, but it's going to take a lot of time. So what do? You guys are playing smart with time. You're saying that, okay, we will complete the pressure testing of the pipe, but at the same time, we will update the documentation for client submission. So guys, is this clear? Hmm? Is this clear or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Because when you need the document, so you can complete the document along with the pressure testing of the pipe completion. So you will be able to save, I would say, 36 minus 24. So you will be able to save 12 days. So how do you save the 12 days? Because of the 12 days of the overlap. So you get 6 days of the overlap here, and then you get another 6 days of the overlap here, right? So when you overlap the predecessor and successor activities, so you can save that much time. So you are getting the sort of 12 days saving, right? Documentation for client submission. Okay. So is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have any other example for sharing?
My understanding of that.
So guys, if you have not understood, so let me ask you a logical question. Logical question is that if I'm not doing the pressure testing, so can I make the documentation for client without doing the pressure testing?
No.
No, that is not possible because the document is based upon the completion of the pressure testing or the happening of the pressure testing. So I say that the documentation is dependent on the pressure testing, and that's why we establish the relationship finish to finish, right? If both of them finish at the same time, so it saves a lot of time, right? So is this thing clear to you? Okay. Now, if this is clear, then we go to the next example. So guys, do you have any questions on the finish to finish? No? Yes or no?
No.
No, sir.
Okay. Now
No.
we will understand the start to finish, but we will understand it with a situation. So I will go to my whiteboard. So in my whiteboard, I have a situation here. So I will explain to you better with a situation. The situation is like this. See, it is the start to finish situation. So in this situation, basically I have, so you click here. So you read this. So Agnivesh, you read what is this situation here.
This start to finish situation. I have to catch a train that
Yes,
departs at
sir.
5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from the home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as to not miss the train at all?
Tell me.
4 o'clock, 4 p.m. 4
Okay.
p.m. and before some transportation, all this thing.
Okay. So
maybe before 4 o'clock.
so you tell me what is the decision at 4 p.m. or before the 4 p.m.
Before 4 p.m. by considering some contingencies during the travel.
So you want to put buffer time. Let's say that you set the start time at
3:50.
3:30 p.m., right?
Yes.
So now what happens that as you're going, so the cab driver says that boss, I need 10 minutes to change tire. So he changes the tire. Change tire, he takes 10 minutes. Then he says that another 10 minutes is required to reroute. Okay, the usual route is blocked due to certain problem. So he takes 20 minutes, right? So guys, you tell me, would you be able to reach the railway station in time to catch the train?
Yes.
Yes, because you will be basically arriving at 4:50 p.m., right? 4:50 p.m. you will arrive like this. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let me tell you something. So basically, you know what the train says to you? Train says, then look, I'm going to start at 5 p.m. So before I start, you finish reaching the platform. Now, guys, you tell me, suppose you reach the railway station at 4:30 p.m. So can you ask the station master to depart the train at 4:30 p.m.?
No.
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 Suppose the station master is your childhood friend and you have his number, mobile number, and on the way you tell him to delay the train by 5 minutes or 10 minutes, can he do it for you?
No.
No, even that is not possible, because what he says that the train is a public utility vehicle. He cannot depart it earlier or later. It will start at the fixed time of 5 p.m. only, right? So what does the train says to you? Train says that before I start, you finish reaching the railway platform before I start, right? Because my time is fixed and predetermined. So basically, you can book a train ticket 1 month in advance, right? So who decides the time? The date and time is pre-decided by the railway board. You only select the train for whose time, whose time is suitable for you, right? But you cannot tell the railway board to start a train on a particular date and at a particular time. So they will give you the options. You will only select the options which is most suitable for you. But the date and time is decided. So guys, just imagine that it is not a train, that you have an international flight which is departing at 5 p.m. And for the international flight, you would need a lot of time inside the airport terminal. You have to go through many formalities like corona test and then security test, then immigration test. Okay, so all those things are required. So it takes you 2 hours to get processed. Suppose if the flight is going to take about 5 p.m. and then you are targeting to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So inside the airport, it takes 2 hours. So guys, what is 4 p.m. minus 2 hours?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. So you say that, okay, I will basically reach the airport main door at 2 p.m. But to reach at 2 p.m., I have to start my journey at 1 hour earlier. So guys, what is 2 p.m. minus 1 hour?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. So you say that, okay, I should start from home at 1 p.m. But to get the cab at 1 p.m., I should start calling from the app. I should start hailing the cab from the app 30 minutes earlier, because sometimes, you select a cab and it comes and then it cancels, right? It happens many times. So you say, I'm going to put a buffer of 30 minutes. So guys, what is 1 p.m. minus 30 minutes?
12:30.
12:30. So, at 12:30, when you are ready, so what you do? So you start basically looking for the cab in the app, and by 1 p.m. the cab comes and you reach the airport boarding gate of a flight at 4 p.m. Is that a problem? If you wait for 1 hour for a flight, is that a problem, or missing the flight would be a problem? Tell me, guys. What is the problem?
In the flight would be.
Missing the flight.
Missing the
Missing a
flight
flight
would be
would be a
problem.
problem.
Correct. So basically, the flight is international flight, and it costs a lot of money to book that. And maybe you will get the next flight after 1 week. So guys, just imagine. So tell me one thing: did you miss any exam in your school days or college days? Hmm?
No.
No.
No, you did not miss any exam, because you knew that if the annual exam has been announced by the school board or the country board or the central board, so it is fixed. The date and time of the exam is predetermined and it is fixed. And if you miss that exam, so you can reappear only next year, right? So you don't want to miss that, right? So you know what you would do in the school or in the college, you will finish your study, the syllabus, then you will revise it, then you will take the mock test, then you will revise it, and then on the date and time of the exam, so you would reach the examination hall at least 1 hour earlier, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you can be on the spot, you can be cool, you can be calm, you can revise, and you enter the. So because if you looked at many of the videos on the social media, you must have seen many candidates were prevented from taking the exam because they were late, right? Okay, I think you must have seen such videos also. So basically, you have to understand there are certain things which are start to finish. Suppose you applied in a very good company and they gave you the interview time at 5 p.m. and it's a dream job. So would you call them and tell them that I will come after 5 or you will reach much before the 5 p.m.? Tell me, guys, how are you going to approach? Hmm? How are you going to approach?
Much before.
So definitely you will be reaching before the start of the interview so that you look good and fresh, right? And if you reach later, so it won't put a very good impression on the people that are going to select you because they feel that if you are going to be a manager and if you're not interested to reach the interview venue on time, then how is it possible that you will be able to start and finish your projects on time? So, that's going to put a wrong impression. So, there are many places like where we have a start to finish situation, like railway station, airport, examination, interview. But guys, there is one place in our life where there is an exception: cinema. Suppose your movie is going to start at 5:30 and you reach the cinema hall at 5:20. So nobody is going to stop you, and the person who is the torchman, he will take you to your seat and he will seat you there comfortably, right? So what happens that you are watching the movie after 20 minutes. Okay. So guys, tell me what's going to happen if you are watching the movie after 20 minutes of the start and there's a lot of action going on, and will you be able to understand the story? Will that be useful? Think of it.
No.
Will not be able to understand it or comprehend it. You might have to watch the movie once again. So guys, there are many places and many situations in our life where the situation is the start to finish, right? So we have to make sure that we understand it and we plan the predecessor in such a way so that we can complete the predecessor, we can finish the predecessor before the start of the successor. Okay, so now I will give an example. I'm not going to ask you for any example. Now let me explain to you with an example. So I will first go to the interface. First, I will collapse all the groups. Then I'm going to expand the start to finish group. So guys, these days I'm doing some consulting work with the telecom companies. So they are upgrading their 3G and 4G towers into the 5G. So there's an active
One observation actually, they're about to start to finish. This is a reverse of finish to start. Like there's some activities. If we reverse this, they will become finish to
reverse,
start.
the opposite. So I will explain to you with this example better. So the example is activate 5G's frequency, right? So in the tower, so you have to activate the 5G frequency because the 5G uses a different frequency to communicate with your mobile, right? So it is high, so it has got more energy density. It has got more data density. Now, this activity is to be done by a subject matter expert. Now, the problem is that the subject matter expert is a constrained resource. So there is a one subject matter expert to help in 5 projects. So he is a distributed resource, right? So here is the ratio of the subject matter expert. So one subject matter expert is to cater to 5 projects. So I call the subject matter expert and I explain to him that I need his assistance as soon as possible. So I ask him for an appointment. So he says that he can come on this date. So guys, can you tell me the date on the timeline for this Friday, which I marked by the arrow? I think you should be able to read the timeline date. See, every Monday is mentioned, right? So you can count. Count from Monday to Friday. What date will be the Friday? No, you look at the date which is marked by the arrow. See, the Monday
September.
19.
September
Guys,
19.
what is the problem, man? See, every Monday is mentioned. 15th is a Monday. So if you count forward till Friday, so what is the date of the Friday here?
19.
Correct. So guys, learn to read the time scale. You can read the measuring tape. You should learn to read the time scale also, right? So basically every Monday is mentioned. So every Monday is mentioned like 15, 22. So you can count backward also, right? If that is nearer. Okay, so it is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it means that this activity has to be physically shifted to the 19th because he gave me a fixed date. So guys, I'm going to use a facility called Constraint. I'll be teaching the constraint in the next lesson, but here I'm using the constraint to facilitate the learning. So what I do, I go to this activity and I go to the status tab. In the status tab, I select a mandatory start. What is mandatory start? Compulsory start. Compulsory start on which date? So compulsory, it should start on the 19th, right? So I select the 19th and I click on the select. Now what happens? This activity is positioned on the 19th, which is fine. And then I ask him that what should be ready before you come. So he says that before I come, the three things should be ready in the tower: the updated hardware, firmware, and software. So I write the activity, update hardware, then update the firmware and the software, okay, to control the billing and all other activities. So I call my engineering team and I ask my engineering team that, guys, so how many days do you need to update the hardware, firmware, and the software? So my engineering team says that, boss, we need 6 days. Then I tell them that, guys, I want you to finish your activity 3 days before the arrival of the subject matter expert. So guys, what is 19 minus 3? What is 19 minus 3? How much is that?
16.
16.
16, correct. Now, how do we establish the relationship? I'll tell you. So our cursor is already on the successor. So Agnivesh, you grab the mouse and click on the relationship tab here. In the relationship tab, you select the predecessor, which is 1080. Okay, so the predecessor is 1080. Then you select assign and then you close it. Now the relationship type by default will be always finish to start, but we have to use start to finish. So we change it to SF. So then we say that we want a lead time of 3 days. So in the lag column, you write here -3. You know what the -3 will do? The -3 is going to basically update. So it will prepone the finish date to the 16, right? So do you see that -3? So this is called the lead time, right? So it is basically doing the lead. So it is basically doing it by 3 days, -3 days like this, right? From here to here, it is putting here -3, right? Is this clear? Okay. Now, what happens is that, so I tell my team that, guys, you target to finish on the 16th. If you can't, then try to finish on the 17th evening. If you can't, then try to finish on the 18th evening, because basically on the 19th of the morning, okay, so on the 19th morning, the subject matter expert is going to come, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So basically, you will see literally, basically they have got the 9 days to complete this activity, right? So they've got the 6 days inside the activity and 3 days as the buffer. So this gives them a safety zone. Because I asked the subject matter expert, if you are not able to get the input on the 19th, then what is the next date that you will provide us? So he says that the next date that I will provide us is after 1 month. So guys, would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month?
No.
Tell me. No. No project manager wants a delay in his project. So the project managers are proactive managers. The project managers are always looking for the opportunity to complete the project, okay, before time or at least on the time. So that is why. So guys, is the example clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are the situations when you might need to use this? I'm not asking you for an example, but let me tell you that you know when and where you will have to use the start to finish. The first example is right in front of you. This is a situation where you have the constrained resource, right? So the number one is when you have a constraint. Constraint means limited. Constrained high value resource. High value resource. Now, what is the problem with the high value resource? The problem with the high value resource that company cannot have multiple copies of that resource, right? You cannot have multiple workers if they're high value. Second, special request from client. Okay, if there is a special request from the client, so you can find it in the contract. The client will say, please finish this component earlier than the process date. So you'll have to plan a lot of things in the backward fashion, right? If there is a special request from the client, because these three, how do you determine these three? See, these three can be determined from the engineering dependencies, right? Very simple. These things are determined from these three are determined from engineering sequence, like this. Okay, is this clear? So those three are easy, but for the start to finish, you have to be on the lookout. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me do this thing. Let me expand it, and you guys have a good look, and you tell me if you have any doubt or questions. So please tell me if you have any doubt or question on any of the dependency. So dependency is determined from technical knowledge, and the relationship is established by project management knowledge. So your engineering knowledge and the project management knowledge, they go hand in hand. Okay, they are both used in the planning. Is that point clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Sir, I am unable to change one date, sir. Start date.
Okay, so you show me your screen. Let me understand what you are trying to do.
Okay, sir.
Okay, you tell me that what is the problem.
This start date, sir. Site clearance.
Site. See,
It
basically,
is supposed to be 1st of September.
yeah. So basically, if you look at the star, basically what has happened that you have the constraint. Now, if you say here remove, right? You say none, then the constraint will be removed. So that's why my next lesson is the constraint and the soil testing. You should not have any constraint, but rather for the soil testing, you can introduce a lag time of 2 days, which you have done already. So if you look at the relationship, so which you have introduced a lag of 2 days, right? So basically, when you get to see a star means that a date has been adjusted manually. So how do you adjust? By using the constraint facility. So that's what we are going to learn next, right? So all these activities that now they don't have constraint, but this activity has a constraint, and the existence of the constraint is indicated by the star. So there is a constraint on the star. So what is the constraint? Mandatory. Mandatory means compulsory. So this activity has to compulsorily start on the 19th, because on the 19th our subject matter expert has given us the appointment to come, and he says that before I come, the three items should be finished and ready. That is the hardware, the firmware, and the software. All these three should be updated in the mobile tower. So that's why I asked my team that he was going to come on Thursday, 19th. Okay. So I would like you to finish your activity before 3 days of his arrival. Okay. So I give them 3 days buffer and I asked them to finish by 16th. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So guys, let's take some break for 20 minutes and then we will go to the date constraints. So which is also very important to adjust the schedule. Okay. Yeah. After that, you can start sharing your screen. So the Agnivesh, you share your screen. Okay. See, the number 4 says the schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Now, guys, let me refresh you the meaning of the word constraint. Constraint means limitation. So there is a limitation at the project level also. So what are the limitation at the project level? The entire duration of the project is a constraint. You may not get the duration that you need. So then the total budget of the project is under the constraint, right? So you have the limited budget, you have the limited duration. So so these are the limitations at the project level, and at the project level there are more constraints. Like you have the milestones. The milestone set up a constraint. Okay, so you have got various kind of the constraints at the project. Now, what is the date constraint? The date constraints happens to be existing at the activity level, right? The schedule is adjusted by date constraints. So on an activity, you have the dates, but limited. Okay, limited range of the dates. So that is the meaning of date constraint, but it will be much more clear when we use it. Okay, so now we go to this and we close this lesson by pressing Control W. Actually, we are closing the project. So you press Control W here and you close it. And you say yes. And now you select the lesson number 1 and you create a copy. You press Control C and Control V and you will see the lesson number 4. And then you rename this as date constraints. So you change the name of the lesson number 4. You change it to date constraints. Okay. Now you open this, you open the lesson number 4. Okay. Now we are going to understand the constraints better, we are going to create the WBS groups for the constraints. So you click on the WBS button and we come to the WBS group. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are in the WBS group.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to understand the various kind of constraints, so we will create the WBS group. Now you click on the add button. Now you will write the constraint name. This is the name of the constraint, but I will write the first one. So it is to be written start, on, or after. Basically, if you would notice, every starting word is having the capital letters, right? So, okay. So Agnivesh, you write the next one. So guys, you go back to the parent because we have to create the new child from the reference of the top level parent, right? So then you write here finish on or before. Finish on or before. Okay. So then you go back to the parent and you click on the add and write in the WBS name primary and secondary constraints. Primary and secondary constraints. Okay. Then you go back to the parent Then you click on the add button. Then you write here as late as possible. As late as possible. This is the name of the constraint. And you press enter. Then you go back to the parent once again. Then you write as a mandatory constraint. I mean a mandatory finish. No. Don't write the word as, you just write mandatory finish. Okay. The name of the constraint itself is mandatory finish. Okay. So guys, have you created these 4 WBS groups?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you switch over to the activities. So you'll find there's WBS groups. In the activities, we have to group the activities. So you select the first 2 activity and you cut them and move into 4.1. Okay, like that. Correct. Now you select the next 2, 20 and 30, you cut them and move them into 4.2. And you select the next 2, 40 and 50, cut them and move them into 4.3. And in the 4.4, we need only 1. So you select only one, and you move it into 4.4. And in the 4.5, you select 8 activities. Okay, you count 8 and you cut them. And you move that into 4.5. Okay, now you delete the rest of the activities and you click on the delete button. Okay, so now we have created the group. So guys, did you note that when you delete activities, the recalculation of the schedule takes place and it marks these activities as the critical activities, right? Okay, now let's come to the main point. So to learn the first one, so let's do this thing. In the first group, that is the start, on or after. So you have to do like this. You have to rename this activity as task 1 and the second activity you rename as task 2. Task 2. Okay, fine. So now you link them. You select the task 1 and then you select the task 2 and you link them. You have to select them in the sequence 1, 2. Okay, link. So once you link the successor activity, it acquires a start date, right? Do you see that when an activity is not having a predecessor, so their start date is 1 September, right? But for this activity, the start date comes to be 8 of the September. So guys, do you have the data like this right now? So
Yes,
everyone tell me, Gangadhar, Biswanath, Varun, Yaya.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll explain to you that what happens. See guys, just imagine you are working on a database which is on the network, right? Which is kept on a data center. So if you work in such an environment, that what happens when you assign a resource to the task 2, he is going to get the mail with the details. It's automatically generated by the server. So it will tell him the project name, activity name, start date, finish date, duration, project manager name, every detail will be there. So the guy whom you assign to this activity, that is the task 2 or the 1010. So he comes to you, he says that boss, I've seen that you have assigned me to the task 2, I have a concern. So he says that boss, what has happened? That as I'm working on the current project, so I have taken the permission that after the current project, I will be on the leave duration, right? So he says that during these dates, he will be on the leave. So he won't be available, but he will be joining on the 22. After 22, he can be available. So it means that you can basically take another resource, right guys? Is that clear? Yes or no?
Yes.
yes, sir.
If this resource is leave between the dates of September 8 to 20, so between these dates, if you don't want to delay the activity, so you will take another resource. Now what happens is that as you are looking at the resource which are there in the resource pool, then suddenly you realize that none of them are competent enough to do this activity. So it is not possible for you to substitute him. It happens sometimes. So then you decide that, okay, so I will take this much delay. So you say that, okay, so since I don't have the choice of using another resource, so I will shift the date of the activity to match the availability of the resource, right? So in this case, what you do, you apply the constraint on task 2 and you shift the task 2 to the September 22. So how you do it? First of all, you will select the task 2, then you will click on the detail button. So guys, you click on the detail. So after you clicked on the detail, you will click just a moment. So let us make a little bit more space here. Now you click on the status. Okay, I'll show you. So first of all, in the detail, you click on the status. So in the status, you will see, there is a constraint block. You see this constraint block here in the status? Guys, you are here. First you click on the status, then you will see the constraint. Now, so basically the constraint that you are going to select here is start on or after. So you select here start on or after. If you scroll down, you will be able to find it. Scroll down more, and then you can see start on or after. Now, for the date, you select here 20 September, which is a Monday. So he is going, no, 22 September, sorry, 22. He is going to join on 22, and you click on the select. So guys, you are going to notice certain things. First thing, whenever you apply the constraint on an activity, if you apply it on the start date, you will see a star on the start date. If you apply a finish constraint, you will see the star on the finish date, right? Second, you asked the activity to be shifted to the 22. So this activity has been physically shifted to the 22. Did you note that? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, since you applied the constraint, you will have to write a note. Because if you don't write a note, someone else looking at your plan won't know the reason that why did you apply the constraint, right? So what you do, you just go to the notebook. So guys, please come to the notebook. In the notebook, you click on the add. Then you select the reason for the note as constraint and click on the add button. Then you close this. And then you click on the modify. Click here on the modify button. And then you write the resource assigned on this activity. Assigned on this activity will be joining from 22 September onwards, right? 22 September onwards. Now you click on the OK button.
The
Click on,
resource assigned this activity.
okay. So now if someone is looking that why this activity has been shifted to the 22, he will have a reason. Now guys, there is a point here. If you look at this word, I asked you to write the word resource and not the human resource. Because an activity can be shifted not only due to the reasons of human resource, but also due to the reason of machine and material resource also. Suppose a machine is going to be arriving on the 22 and a material may be also arriving on the 22, you will have to wait the resources to be available till 22, right? So this activity will have to be shifted, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Agnivesh, at least you can respond. Is this clear to you?
Yes, yes,
If
sir.
source, man, machine, or material, any one or any of the two or any of the three is available on 22, so you'll have to shift the activity till the resource is with you, till you get the resource, right? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
That's why we
Yes.
apply this kind of a constraint. So, this is to adjust the schedule. Now, you will have to understand there are 2 points here. If you looked at the line, there are 2 lines. One is the float line. The black bar on the top is the float line. And you see the dash line? So dash line is the relationship line. So why the relationship line is like a dash? Because you stretched it, right? When you basically apply a constraint and pull away the successor, it creates the stretch mark on the relationship and it creates the float. Float means that there is a gap of 12 days, right? So you can see that there is a gap of the 12 days on the predecessor activity. So let me show you the float column, right? Do you see that there is a float of 12 days, right? So the 12 days float has been created like the 6 days here and the 6 days of the float is here. But why this activity is marked in the red? Why the successor? Because when you push away this activity,
It has
it
gone
goes
to critical path.
extreme edge, right? It goes to the end of the project. In fact, it is defining the finish date of the project. So when an activity is on the extreme edge of the project and there is no other activity beyond it, so definitely it will become the critical path. So if this activity is delayed, then the project date will be shifted. How? So if you increase the duration of this activity, right? If you increase it to 8 days, so it will shift the finish date of the project, right? See this. You make it as 6, it comes back. You make it as 10, it just goes ahead. You make it as 6, it comes back. And if you make any increment in the duration of this activity, so first it will consume the float, right? If you are consuming the float like this, suppose if you make it 18, it will become 0 and it will become critical. But after this point, it will become basically, it will be going back to back. So if you reduce its coming, but if you reduce it to 6 days, but the successor is not going to come before the 22. Why? Because on the 22, the resource will be joining from 22 onwards. So it means this activity can be flexible after 22, but not before the 22. So it is helpful in such a situation. So this is just to explain so that you understand that if you need to apply the constraint, you can apply. Okay, start on or after 22 because the person assigned on the task 2 will be joining on 22. Maybe it's a man, machine, or a material. So we have to
So how
adjust.
to apply constraint to finish date?
Yes, so we are going to do it, the next one. So that is the next example, right? Okay, now we will turn this into 3 and 4. So Anivesh, you make this into 3 and 4. Now you make this activity as task 4 and you link them. Okay, you link 20 and 30. You link them. So now what happens is that if you looked at this activity, it has acquired a finish date of 13th of the September, right? So once again, the same story is repeated. The resource assigned on the task 4, he gets an email, the alert email, then he comes to talk to you. He says that, boss, I'm on a notice period till the 20th. He says that he can work on this activity during this limit only. So guys, he tells his limit, right? Between this date up to the 20th. So his last date of the working in this company is till 20th, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So 20th September is his last date. After the 20th September, he is not available. So I have to set up a constraint, right? So guys, what's going to happen when I set up the constraint? You will see that once I set up the constraint on the task 4, its float will be limited, right? So, all the float which is after this date, this float will be deleted, right? And its limit will come here. This activity will be limited up to the 20th. Now let's do it. First of all, you select the task 4. Then you go to the constraint block. From the constraint, you select finish on or before. Make sure that your task 4 is selected and you select finish on or before. So then you select the finish date as the 20th, which is a Saturday, and click on the select button. So guys, did you see that once you apply the constraint on the finish date, you get a star on the finish date. If you are not able to see in your screen, just increase the width of the finish column. You will be seeing the star on the finish date because you set a limit on the finish date this time. And what is the time limit you have set? You said that this activity should be finished on or before the 20th. Okay, is this thing clear? This activity should be finished on or before the 20th. So that's why there is a limit on the finish date. So there is a star which appears. Now let's do this thing. Let us try to do some experiment here. So since I know that the last date of this activity is the 20th of the September, so I'm experimenting. So I make the task 3 as the 12. Make this as the 12. Now it will consume the float as it pushes the activity towards the last date. So guys, do you see that its float has become 0? Why this float has become 0? Because this activity, this task 4, it has touched its finish date, right? So the float has become 0 float, because its finish reference is not from the finish date of the project. Rather, its finish is referenced from the constraint date, right? So its float will be calculated from the constraint date. Since it is touching the constraint, the finish constraint date, so its float becomes 0. Okay, now let's do this thing. Let us increase the duration further for the predecessor. You go to the task 3 and you make it as the 16 days. So you're pushing it beyond the finish date. So what happens? So you are seeing a negative float. Guys, do you see this? I think you have heard of the negative float.
Yes, sir.
But I will explain to you. So negative float is basically, let me reinterpret this for you. Negative float, when at the planning stage, actually it is a friendly warning from the Primavera. So Primavera is telling you in a friendly manner that Agnivesh, you have actually exceeded the finish date for the task 4. You please come back. So now I will tell you certain points. First point is that the negative float is represented by the yellow ribbon. Okay. And one more thing you will see, do you see it twisted? Did you see this twist? Actually, this twist is representing the last date, 20th of the September. So basically your boundary line is here. So the boundary line, the last date is represented by the twist, and the minus is, I'll show you the minus dates. So what it says here, guys, it says -4. I'll show you that how the -4 is calculated. Actually, the Saturday is the 0, Monday is the -1, Tuesday is the -2, Wednesday is the -3, and the Thursday is the -4. Is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Since it's a fictitious planning, basically you are trying to use more duration that is physically possible. Physically, you don't have those days. So what you need to do, you will call your engineering team and you will tell them that, guys, I'm going to provide you more man and machine, increase the work and reduce the duration to 12 days. So guys, you put here 12 in the task 3 and observe what happens. 12. So guys, the float becomes 0, which is technically fine. But guys, you tell me one thing, think like a project manager. Guys, it is technically fine, but is it practically fine?
No, sir.
You create a schedule like this, in which, there is a 0 float. Suppose if you have an international flight to catch at 5 p.m., so would you take a chance to target the boarding gate at 5 p.m.? Or would you target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m.? Tell me, guys, what will be your choice?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. So you will create some float. You will keep 1 hour float for safety margin. So maybe you target at 4 p.m. Maybe you reach at 4:15, 4:20, 4:30, 4:45. You will still make it to the flight, right? So that's what we do in the real life also. So you change the duration to 10 days. You must keep some float as a best practice, right? Note it, guys, note it. If you have a last date, some kind of constraint, make sure that you are targeting a couple of days earlier to finish the activity, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you about another kind of the activity. So no, another kind of constraint. You rename these two activities as 5 and 6. Okay. 5 and 6, and you link them. You select the 5, then you select the 6 and link. So it will establish finish to start, and you reduce the duration to 4 days each. 4 days, 4 days, like that. Okay, so once you did that, it creates a schedule. Now, let me tell you that what is the situation on hand. The situation on hand is that on the task 6, I need to use a 100-ton crane. So, it's a big piece of the equipment. So I take my plan to the resource manager. I show him and I tell him that, look, boss, I need the 100-ton crane on the 5th of the September till 9th of the September, right? For 4 days only, I need that. So he says that, wait, so let me check. Where is this crane installed? So because, there are multiple projects going on. So he says that, look, the crane is installed in a particular project site. So we can provide you between this range of dates. So he tells me the range of the dates. So guys, do you see this green patch here?
Yes.
So what is the range of the dates he's saying? He's saying that you can get it on the 8th morning. Okay, you can start to use, we'll pre-install it and you will have to work within 8 to 20. I say, fine, yeah, that's easy because I need it only for 4 days. It is just like borrowing a book from the library. So if you need the book for 3 or 4 days and usually the library gives you for a week. So maybe if you finish earlier, you can return earlier. So I say, yeah, fine, that works fine for me. So I'll have to set up the constraint on this activity for the safety reason, because if I forget to return after the 20, then there will be a penalty on me, right? So I don't want that. So what do? I set up the primary and secondary constraint. So guys, let me tell you, the primary and the secondary constraint is a Primavera only feature. It is possible only in Primavera, but in real life, it is required in every engineering project. Because every engineering project resource manager will provide you the heavy resource, but he will not forget about it. He will take a note of it, right? Is that clear? He will tell you that you can use this heavy machine, but I'm giving you the range of date between 8 to 20. So what you have to do, you will have to control the schedule by using the primary and the secondary constraint, right? So guys, you will notice that in the constraint, there are two kind of constraints in the Primavera, primary constraint and the secondary constraint. Primary constraint works on the start date, secondary constraint works on the finish date, right? So let us learn the primary and the secondary constraint. First, make sure that you have selected the task 1050. Then in the primary constraint, you select here. Okay, in the primary side, you select start on or after. Start on or after. And the date of the constraint will be 8 September Monday. 8 September, which is a Monday. Click on the select button. Okay, now we will apply the finish constraint. So you go to the secondary and you select finish on or before. Okay, and then you apply the constraint date here as 20th of September, which is a Saturday, right? And click on the select. Now you will see the star will appear on both sides. See this. Did you note this, guys?
Yes.
Star is there. Now you will also note the constraint dates. See, the activity will start on the 8th and it has the opportunity to finish within 20th. So the activity can operate within this date range, which is set by the constraint. It will operate between 8 to the 20th of September. If you push it beyond to 20th of the September, it's going to start showing you the negative float. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
It starts showing you the negative float. Okay. Okay. So that is clear. So this is how you use it. And this is how you limit the use of the big resources. Now we will learn about the mandatory finish. So the late finish, as late as possible, I will tell you in the last. Okay. So first, let me tell you the mandatory. Mandatory means compulsory. So guys, let's do this thing. First
So
of all,
for me, For me, for start date, it is not showing the stars, sir.
So you have to basically you select it like this. So please note from the screen, just have a look. First, you select the task 6 and look at the status. So did you apply the constraint? Start on or after? See, there are two constraints here, right? The primary constraint should be start on or after, and the date should be 8 September. Did you apply this? Please check quickly.
Yes, sir. No, okay. It was different. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are going to learn about mandatory. So mandatory is very, very important. It is there in almost every project. Almost it is compulsory, right? I'll tell you in a while. So first of all, I will ask you to write these activities like A, B, C, D, right? You like this A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like this. Yeah, you rename them into okay. Now I will explain to you this situation. See, I will go to my whiteboard. So this is my whiteboard. I will explain to you that what is the real use of mandatory finish. See, guys, look at this whole thing. I'm actually constructing a building. The project is about a shopping mall, right? So I worked with a lot of the consultants for the shopping mall projects. Now, the building is constructed like grounds upward. So I've created a plan which is really very unusual, right? So if you see this plan, it is going from bottom to the top. Now, what is my first deliverable? Basement -2 parking. My date is basically, or let me change the date. So my constraint date is, say, I have to basically complete the basement -2 parking by 1st October 25, right? Now, when I complete the parking, I'm going to get 10 million units of money, right? Because the client does not pay the entire money in the beginning. The client pays as per the progress visible to him. So if the basement -2 parking is complete, he is going to make me the payment of 10 million units of money, and it is mandatory finish. Mandatory means compulsory. And guys, what is the advisory here? Read this.
It
Read
is
this.
combined with a finish milestone.
Yes. So keep this fact in mind. The mandatory finish constraint is combined with the finish milestone. It is used to limit the finish date, right? Okay, now let us use it. Now, for the last one, instead of the H, you write here basement -2 completed. Okay, you write here basement -2 completed. Okay, now since this is going to be a milestone, we are going to convert this activity into a milestone type, right? So to convert this into a milestone type, you go to the general tab. Then you select the activity type as finish milestone. Finish milestone. So guys, I want you to note certain things. When you make the activity as finish milestone first, for the milestone, the duration is 0. For the milestone, the symbol is diamond. And for the finish milestone, there is only the finish date. There is no start date, right? Is that clear? There are three things. A milestone has only one date. If it is a start milestone, it will have a start date. And a finished milestone will have a finish date, right? Is this clear? Three things.
Yes.
Anivesh, is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Now, where does the milestone come from? So, guys, you have to remember a little bit of the history. In earlier days, when the roads between the city that were constructed, intercity road, not the inside city road, but outside. When you need this road to travel, which we call as highways these days. Actually, these roads are used to travel from one city to another city. So especially on those roads, you will see a stone placed on the side of the road, which will indicate the progress of the distance you made and the remaining distance to the destination. So you will find them at regular intervals, right?
Yes.
Yes. So basically, in the earlier days when people used to travel on horseback or animal or walk, there is no meter, right? Because today is in the vehicle, we have got the meter, we have got Google map, which tells us the starting point and the ending point. So we can count the distance. But in earlier days, people would look at the milestone, they will be able to understand that what is the progress of their achievement to the destination city, right? So the milestone will then that you have completed these many units of miles, 25 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. So they will get an idea. And plus for the safety also, if you reach a particular milestone, you would be advised not to travel any further, but to stay during the night in a safe house. So that was also another important purpose of the milestone. Beside the distance, it will tell you places of importance for food, for shelter. Okay, now let's come to the main point. Since I have to complete the basement -2 by the 1st of October, now I'm going to set up the constraint, mandatory finish. Mandatory means compulsory. So click on the status. So on the status, so let me make some space here so that you can view the screen properly. So in the primary constraint, you are going to select mandatory finish, compulsory finish on 1st of October. And when you select the 1st of the October, you should select 6 p.m. You go to the month of October 25 and select first and make sure that you have selected 18 hours because you have the entire day to use. The end of the working day is 6 p.m. right? Is that clear, guys? Why I'm asking you to put here 18 so that you have the complete use of the 1st of October. Okay, so till evening you have the time to complete this activity and you click on the select. So guys, once you apply the constraint, you will notice two things. Since you applied the constraint, you will get a star and your milestone will move to the 31st October. Did you note that?
Yes.
Okay. Now what I do that after this thing is done, so I call my engineering team, and because these activities, they are supposed to have a sequence, right? So I just can't put the activities just like that. Not these activities are independent, nor they are parallel, right? So these activities have a sequence. So I ask my team member, guys, please tell me what is the sequence of this activity. So these guys are fresh, and I told what is the tendency of the fresher. So, they are going to put all the relationship in the finish to start. So this is what happens. So how do they tell me? I'll just tell you. First, they tell me, boss, you select from top to the bottom, from the A till you select up to this. Then you right click and link. So they're asking me to link all these activities. So when I link these activities, guys, what happens to the float? Look at the float, guys. Look at the float. What is the float? How much?
Yes, 15 days.
-50. So what does it mean? It means that, this was the time limit for me. So I'm basically going beyond the time limit by 15 days, right? So if I go towards the right side, so if I exceed this limit, so all the days are in minus. So my currently is in minus 15 days. So, it's a friendly warning. You don't have to worry. You have to do the schedule compression. So guys, have you heard of the schedule compression?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so fine, it is Agnivesh. So the rest of you, I will need to tell. So schedule compression, I will introduce to you. It is a project management concept that you have to do. Okay, so I will show you the schedule compression. So Agnivesh, I'm sure you know it will be a revision for you, and you read this loudly to your friends so that you remember it permanently, they also remember it permanently. We need to know it so that we can use the Primavera to the best possible. Read it.
Yes, sir. Schedule compression, reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities in two ways. One is fast tracking, when the finish to start is replaced with the start to start or finish to finish to put the activities in parallel. Two, crashing. When fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resources to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Yes. So guys, basically the reduction of the originally planned. Now, what is the originally planned? So guys, this is the original plan which comes to me. It comes with a minus 15. So from my point of view, this is the original plan which came to me. So I've got two options. Fast tracking is the first option. Why? Because when I do the fast tracking, I do not use any extra resources. I don't have to go to the resource manager to ask for extra resources. So when I run out of the options of the fast tracking, okay, then I use the crashing. So in the crashing, I do when fast tracking is not possible. So what we do, we can add more resources to the individual activities to reduce the overall duration. So guys, keep these two in mind. Fast tracking is the first option. After that, we do the crashing. In the crashing, yes, we have to ask for more resources for a short duration of the time, okay, to reduce the duration. But of course, we will use them for less duration. Now, let's see that how we do the schedule compression. So first of all, I select the activity A. Then I go into the relationship tab. So Agnivesh, you click here on the relationship. So guys, you can see that the activity A is related to the B in the finish to start relationship. Did you note that?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
apply my expert judgment. So guys, what is the expert judgment? Expert judgment is the useful working memory you accumulate, you memorize, that what is the best thing to do in a project, what are the best practices, and what have been taught by the senior, what I have learned from my mistakes, right? They make you an expert so that you are able to do the things correctly in the future, right? So I apply my expert judgment from my memory and recall that such kind of the activity can be done in start to start fashion without any technical problem. So I am asking you to change it to start to start. Okay, so it is correct according to technology. Then I select the activity C. Then once again, I apply my expert judgment and I ask you to change the relationship type to finish, FF. So once I change you to A to the finish, guys, did you note something? Look at the negative float. The negative float has come down from minus 15 to minus 3, right? Now my team members are saying, boss, can you reduce, can you change the relationship from E to F, F to G? I said, no, it is not possible to change the relationship because technically the output of the A has to be compulsorily produced first, then it will go to the F, and outcome of the F has to compulsorily go to the G. So we cannot change the relationship from finish to start, but what we can do, we can apply more man and machine on E, F, G to reduce the duration. So what do? I tell my team members that, guys, you apply more resources on the EFG and reduce the duration of each activity to 4 days. 4, 4, 4 for E, for F, for G. Four. So let me remove the marking so that you can see clearly it has to be 4 days. Now, guys, did you note something? So, when you reduce the duration to 4 days each, you create some float, 3 days, and which is a welcome sign. Now, what my guys are saying, the team members saying that, boss, that looks nice, but we promise not to go beyond 27. So we will make sure that we are able to complete the activities A to G, so which will lead to the creation of basement -2. Basically, what is the milestone? Milestone means what is your accomplishment when you complete the above set of activities. So they say that we will finish by 27. In very drastic circumstances, we might use the float. Okay. So guys, it is no harm to complete earlier than the expectation or promise date to the client. So guys, I will tell you that when you apply the constraint, you have to write a note. So I will tell you that what to write here. You select and you come to the notebook. Okay, I'll tell you. Now, click on the add button to select the reason, the notebook topic. Notebook topic is constraint. Click on the select button. Then you close this. After clicking the constraint, you close the box. and then you click on the modify here, and in the modification you write as per contract, because all the constraints will be mentioned in the contract. You just write as per contract. That's it. Very simple. You don't have to mention the date or something. If someone wants to know that what is in the contract, they can read it. So you click here on the OK, right? That's it. So this is the reason. Now, who is the hero here? Basically, the hero is the mandatory finish, which is combined with the milestone. So guys, that's why if you apply the constraint on this activity, the tail of the activity will be stuck on a particular date and it won't be flexible to move. That becomes a problem, right guys? Is that clear? Okay, so that's why we combine, because when I combine this constraint, if you come to the status, so when I combine this constraint mandatory finish with the milestone, so the milestone becomes pinned down on a particular date, right? So then guys, then what happens? See, the milestone, it behaves like a lighthouse. Do you know what is the purpose of the lighthouse for the ships? Have you heard of the lighthouse? What does a lighthouse do? What is the purpose? Why the lighthouses are made near the seashores? Do you know that?
To show that there is a port here.
See, basically, during the night time, when the ships in the earlier times, not these days you don't need the lighthouse. You have got the satellites for your GPS. Okay, so they can tell you exactly where you are. So in earlier times when there were no satellites, the ships would travel not in the middle of the sea, but they will travel very near to the shore. So when the ship would come to the shore of a particular country, the captain will see the lighthouse and he will send a Morse code to the lighthouse from the ship lighthouse. Even the ship has a lighthouse. So he will send a question, where am I? Now, what the man in the lighthouse would reply, he will tell the captain of the ship that you are near this country. The capital of the country is this, the king of the country is this, and the port of the country is this, and the latitude and the longitude of the lighthouse is this. So the captain of the ship would note this information in his coordinates and he will mark the position of the ship on the map, right? So for the reasons of safety, the international flights are required to fly near the airports. You know that even if it is a physically a longer route, because each time the flight near some airport is not the target airport. See, suppose you are flying from say Delhi to New York. So in between there might be 5 to 6 airports. The captain will be flying near the airport. He will report to the airport that we are safe and sound. Then he will go to the next airport. He will report that I'm safe and sound. So the record will be built in all these airports that this particular flight has passed over us, right? This is to trace the aircraft route by using the records. So similarly, how? Because those are having fixed coordinates, right? So from the fixed coordinate, the reference of the aircraft can be noted. So that's how, this is the concept of the finish date milestone, that the finish date of this contract, this deliverable, is marked on the 1st of the October. So how near or far you are, that is indicated by this. So that is why it is combined with a mandatory finish. Is that clear? So that the activities are free to move, so that it gives you the calculation of the float. The float can be positive or negative, but it should be able to calculate freely from the reference of milestone. And the milestone is pinned down by the mandatory finish. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So everything will be there. So basically, if you look at this project, guys, you will see that if you looked at this diagram, so basically how many deliverables are there? See, 7 deliverables are there, right? So we are making this shopping mall from -2, -1 ground floor first. So there are total 7 milestones, and 7 milestones have their own dates of the completion, right? Is that clear? So basically, it will be important for you to know and for the client, because for you, you have to complete the deliverable, and for the client, he has to arrange for the money to make you the payment. So you are expecting the payment, the client is expecting the progress. Is that clear? Clear or not?
Yes. Yes.
See, the last milestone is the finish date of the project. So guys, remember one thing. A project does not have one finish date, but it has got as many finish date as the milestones, which are written in the contract. Is that clear? This is how a project is done, right? So that is the importance of the mandatory finish, but mandatory finish is combined with the milestone, right? Okay, so every project has this. Now we are going to learn about the as late as possible, which is very, very simple. So as late as possible. So first of all, you rename this activity 1060 as closing process. Closing process. I'll explain to you. It's very simple. See, guys, I hope you remember that I had told you that there is a closing process at the end of the project, right? It is not after the project, but during the project, it has to be done. To, for example, I'm closing the construction of this shopping mall. So what I have to do, I have to clean up the site. I have to get quality acceptance certificate from the client. I have to raise final invoice to the client. I have to get final payment from the client. I have to give the final payment to the subcontractors and the vendors and the suppliers. I have to release the contractors from the project. I have to release the man and machine from the project. I have to remove the temporary structures. I have to hand over the maps, drawings, and documents to the client. I have to hand over the extra material to the client for the future maintenance of the building. I have to basically complete the landscaping, and I have to exit the site, close the project and exit the site gracefully, right? Keeping everything neat and clean. So, these are non-engineering activities and we put them into the lump sum duration. So for the closing process, I need 6 days and I align the closing process towards the end of the project. I'll just show it to you that how we do it. So guys, just do this thing. So you select the closing process, then you switch on the details. So then from here, you select in the constraint, in the primary constraint, you select here as late as possible. As late as possible, right? So guys, did you note something? Did you note? What did you note?
Critical path.
See, basically it aligns, aligned itself with the finish date of the project, right? So basically, where is the finish date of the project? So the finish date of the project is coming from the top. Okay, so it is coming from some from some activity. So basically, the task one is having a start on or before. So basically, the finish date is here. Suppose this task is, let's say, it is of say 12 days. Now, what happens that it sets the finish date. This activity is setting the finish date. So this will always align itself with the finish date of the project. Did you realize that? It will always align itself with the finish date. See this. I'll just tell you. So suppose if I reduce the duration of this activity to 10 days, then what happens? This comes back. I reduce it to 8 days. It comes back. Right? If I make it as 9 or if I make it as the greater, so this aligns itself with the finish date of the project. So this will always remain aligned with the finish date of the project, whatever is that. Right, guys? Is that clear? So this is basically to align this 6 days of the activities with the finish date. Now, where do we put the activities? Very simple. I go into the notebook. In the notebook, I select constraints. Then I click on the add button and then I close. Now I write here. This time I'm going to write the topic as list of closing tasks, right? Okay, I go here and I will not use the sequence number. I'll rather use the bullet. So I have to. So guys, have you heard of something called punch list or checklist? So I will write it like this checklist. right? Checklist of closing tasks. So what do I do? Clean up the project site. After that, what do I do? I try to get quality acceptance certificate from client, right? So once I get that certificate, then what happens? I raise final invoice because then client will accept it. Raise final invoice. Now what do we do? Get final payment. Then make final payments to contractors, vendors, release contractors, vendors from contract, then release my own man machine to resource pool. Why are you releasing them to resource pool? So that the other project managers can use them, right? Okay. Then gather up unused materials and stop them, right? So that it can go into the inventory. And then what do? I hand over maps, drawings, and documents to client, right? After that, what? After that, if you want to do something, so I do this thing in the last. So landscaping. So even before the landscaping, I do this thing, remove temporary structures, right? Because we build some temporary structures to store materials, temporary structures, in fact, for materials and also for people. Temporary structures from site, okay, landscaping and exit gracefully, right? Is that clear? So what happens that as I'm writing this task, so one of my team members says that, boss, I would require 10 days. So just do this thing. You increase the duration of the closing process to 10 days and you observe what happens to the start date. Observe. Make it 10 and observe what happens. So that start date is now 24. Why? Because from the finish date, it is calculating backwards, right? So it says minus 10 days, right? If you increase the duration of this activity, so it will have to be started earlier because this finish date is being dynamically aligned with the current finish date of the project. Is that clear? Clear, guys? Closing process is clear?
Yes.
What is as late as possible? As late as possible doesn't mean that it will go beyond the project. So what is the last possible date in a project? The last possible date in a project is the current last date of the project. So it is aligned flexibly and dynamically with the currently calculated finish date of the project. And this is how it is planned. So what the Primavera tells that if you want to complete the punch list or the checklist, so at least you should be started by the 24th of the September. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure that you will definitely find it and use it in your next project. So what you should be using in your next project right away. So let me tell you. So in your next project, you will be compulsorily using these three constraints. These three constraints is compulsorily used. Primary and secondary because you will be using heavy because you will be doing the closing and you will be having a contract. Without a contract, there can't be the existence of a project, right, guys? Is that clear?
The mandatory finish is little bit, tricky.
Yeah. See, mandatory finish will be always there. As late as possible will be always there. Even the primary second will be always there, right? So you know,
Primary, secondary, and at least they are easy. Mandatory finish is little tricky. to bring
No,
in.
no, it is not really, man. It is very simple. First of all, you look at your contract and you find out that what is the date of your first deliverable, and you write that you have to finish the basement -2 by this particular date. So you write it as a milestone. You create the finish milestone, then you go and apply the mandatory finish, right? So you have to do two things. You convert this into milestone. You don't write zero, because if you write zero, it's not going to become a milestone. The milestone is having the diamond symbol. The activity type has to be changed. Okay, guys, is this clear? Activity type has to be compulsorily changed into the milestone, finish milestone. It will look like a diamond, right? So this is the convention in the project management world, right? For the hundreds of years since the Gantt chart, I think it's more than 100 years, 1910, 2025, right? So how much is that? So we can say it is like 115 years. 115 years, this Henry Gantt, he created these milestones and all these symbols of the Gantt chart. Okay, so after his death, it was named as Gantt chart, but I think it had a like a time chart or something like that while he was living, right? After his death, people, so they renamed it as the Gantt chart, right, guys? Is that clear? Okay. So guys, for the today, that's all the today's agenda. But remember that tomorrow we will need 10 man hours, right? So you rest well and you recharge yourself well. So tomorrow we are going to start with fresh energy, and tomorrow we are going to do the resource. We are going to finish the planning, then we go to the execution, then monitoring, controlling. We do the reporting, and then we will create internal report, external report, and then we will complete the life cycle of the project. And then we are able to use the Primavera to complete the project from initiating to the closing, right? So rest well. If you have any question in mind, please write it. Okay. Please don't
Sir,
miss any.
for me, this closing process after updating the duration 10 days, date has not changed to 24, sir.
Okay, you show me your screen. I will explain that what is missing, and you will be fine.
Yes.
So just give me the control. See, when you are having the closing process as late as the possible, that's fine. So if you change it to 4 days, then what happens? Did you see the start date has gone back? Did you see that? See this.
Yes, sir.
It is only the start date will change because the finish date is under the control. Hmm? The finish date will come from the current finish date of the project, right? Okay, is that clear?
Okay.
See, if you make it as 1 day, so where it will stand? It will stand on the 1st of October. And if you make it as 10 days, but its finish date will change if any of the previous activities increased in the duration. Suppose I've increased any of the previous activity in the duration. So, no, that would be too much. So let me make it as 18 days, right? Do you see that? It is aligning itself with the finish date. Do you see that? Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Closing process will always align itself with the finish date. Suppose if I increase the duration, finish date will stay the same. So if you need to say more days, oh, sorry. So if you need more days, suppose if I make it as 15 in the duration, you need more days. So it will start earlier, but it will not change the finish. The finish is basically taken from the current finish date of the project, right? Which can be defined by any of the critical path. Okay. So that's all for today,
Yes,
guys.
sir.
So I started my recording also. Okay, fine. Now, okay, so the anyways, you share your screen. Okay, now you give me the remote control. Approve it. Okay, fine. So now you start the Primavera, you can close this. Okay, use. Oh. Now let's go into this. Okay, you can close the browser. Actually, you can close this particular group, this tab. Okay, so then let's go into the rules. So we are going to do the 5-number rule. Schedule is adjusted by the activity types, right? So activity types, this is a Primavera only feature, very good feature, and this is asked very frequently in the interviews, right? So we are going to learn this. So we go into the Primavera. So in the Primavera, so we are going to make a copy of the lesson number 1. So Andivesh, you switch on your mic, okay? So we have to at least, I need to communicate with at least one person. So I think you are in a quiet room. So you just switch on your mic and you maximize the Primavera. Okay, you bring up the Primavera on the screen. I think you right click and maximize. I don't know what happens to the Primavera. You right click on the P6 icon and you click on the maximize button. So if that comes up, and also make sure that your laptop is connected to the charger at all the times, because suddenly it will go down. And you the Primavera P6 professional, and I think it will maximize them. And if it's not maximize, just do this thing, close window. Click on the close window option.
Yes, one second. I close this application.
Yeah,
it's not opening.
Maximizing, you just close the window, then you launch it once again.
Oh, it's open. It's open. So.
Now you just click no here, click no. No. Click on the no button. Yeah, that's fine. Now you connect a charger.
Yes, sir, done.
Okay, good. Now you close this lesson. You press Control W, right? So Control W will close it. Okay, so guys, you can hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you select the lesson number 1 and you press the Control C and Control V to copy and paste, and it will create a copy, right? So it will create the series number 5, right? Okay, and those who had basically switched off the laptop and then they exited from the Primavera and they're restarting, so they will see the pop-up boxes once again. So I believe that you did not switch off your laptop, so it was on. You didn't even exit from the Primavera. That's why you are not getting the pop-up box. Okay, now you rename the project for the lesson 5 as activity types. Okay, you write here activity types. So Biswanath, you are fine. Gangadhar, yeah. Varun, you
Yes,
guys
sir.
are synchronized, right? So
Yes,
you
sir. Totally sync.
lesson number 5 from the copy of the lesson number 1 as the activity types, right? Now you open this lesson, right click and open this project. Actually, the project is a lesson for us. Okay. Now, in this particular lesson, we are going to learn the activity types by creating a small project plan. And also we will be also creating the resource breakdown structure, comprehensive resource breakdown structure with at least 25 to 30 resources. And we will be applying the resources to get the budget of the project. Since the budget of the project requires the additional column of the budget for man, for machine, for material, for cash, and also the total. So we need the extra 5 columns, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to utilize a ready-made template. So we will learn that how to make a template. Later we will also learn that how to share the templates, how to export the templates, right? Now let's do this thing. So just a moment. So where is my toolbox? Oh, there is no toolbox here. That's very surprising. Just a moment, guys. So I need to get my toolbox. So the Agnivesh, can you share the whole thing once again? Your entire desktop? I'm not
Yes, sir.
seeing the toolbox.
Oh.
Now let me, yeah, now I've got the toolbox. Okay, great. Now remote control. Even though I don't need the control, but I keep it just to intervene if something goes wrong. Okay, now guys, first of all, you have to click on the open layouts button. So this is the button for the open layouts. You want to save the changes, you click yes. So this is good till this point. So you keep the changes. Now you will come to the open layout box. So guys, you are all here in the open layout box. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the open layout box, you click on the import button. So it will take you to the hard drive. Click on the import. So on the hard drive, you click on the desktop to find your Primavera link. And from the link, you will go into the Primavera folder. You scroll down, you will find the link. Scroll down. Now click this link, click the shortcut. Now you will see that inside the Primavera folder, you will see a folder called layout files. See, these are very neatly created folders, very, after so many years of the observation, that these best practices have been created. So, there is a folder for every kind of the thing that you need as a supporting environment for using the Primavera. See, these folders will not be taught you in the Oracle book or manuals. So Oracle will say that, okay, you press this button, press that button, you create this. So they will teach you all the features of the Primavera, which is also good. But, to use it practically, so we have to use it like a pro. So you must have the different folders for the different things. So you will very soon know that when you go into the work environment, real work environment, you will have lots of different data. So it will be useful to classify the different data in the different kind of the folders. Now, what we are going to use this time is the resource class layout. So basically, you see this extension PLF. Extension PLF means Primavera layout file. It stores the layout of the screen for us. So guys, remember one thing. If you created a layout in the project, it can be utilized in the project tab only. You cannot mix the layout, even though they have the same extension. But if you created a layout for the project and if you try to use it in the activities, it will give the error. It will complain that this layout is not for activities, it is for the project. So different screen will have the different layout. So there will be different layout for projects, activities, and the WPS. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now we need the resource class layout, which is useful in the activities. Okay, so you can try this. See this is the project tracking. No, project tracking layout is also for the activities which we will use in a while today. First of all, we are in the planning mode. So we select this layout and click on the open button. So after we clicked on the open, we click on the save. So guys, you are up to here.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing the resource class layout under the user?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the user collection is the private collection. It is visible to you. Your layouts are private to you, but in the global, everybody can see and use it. Now click on the open. So if you click on the open, then it applies the layout and closes the box. So you can see immediately that what is the additional column in this layout. You can see the budgeted labor, non-labor, material, expense, total cost, right? So we are going to use it. Okay. Now you scroll to the top, you click here and scroll to the top of the screen, top of the data. Okay. Now you select activity number 1000, select the top activity, and then you click on the Gantt chart here to get the Gantt chart. Okay. Now you click in parallel to the activity, but double click here so that you get the Gantt chart. Okay. Yes. So that's the way. Now, at this point, what do you do? Since the font is 8 and if you're comfortable with it, so we can reduce the space here so that we can get to see much more columns. So we can rearrange the screen according to our screen size and according to our comfort level, right? Everybody would have a different kind of the comfort level, but you should be able to see all the column names and the data. Now, since we just changed the layout and which is useful, so we save it till this
So
point.
for me, this Gantt chart, it is coming in red color bars.
So because because it got rescheduled, right? So that's not a problem. Why it would come? Because you might have done one of the changes which triggers the rescheduling program. Suppose if you click here, so everybody click here. See, this is a copy of the lesson number 1 when the scheduling was inactive, right? Now you click on the which schedule. Okay, so for everybody it will happen. Okay, once you interact with this, once you interact with the activities, if you delete or add any activity, so it's going to trigger the change. So we did the scheduling yourself. Since all these activities are equally the longest, so that's why they are the critical path, right? I hope it is clear. The critical path is clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Now we are going to create a small little project plan, which is about setting up railway line between two cities, right? So we are going to write the activities, which is to set up the railway line between two cities. So through this project, we will be able to understand the best use of the activity types. Now, for the first activity, guys, you write here project management. Write the first activity as project management. Okay. Project management. I think for the benefit of your friends, so I think you can switch to the font number 9. So you switch over to the font number 9 because I'm using 24 inches screen. I can see it, but for the rest of your friends, it might not be so comfortable. So you select the font 9 because someone might be looking at the mobile phone. So guys, I hope this is now comfortable to read.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. See, why are we creating this activity? Let me explain to you. See, the project manager is a resource. I told you that the project manager is a resource inside the project. His man hours are also accounted for. His timesheet has to be created and his cost to the project is also to be calculated for the work time he is contributing to the project. So the project manager is assigned in the beginning and then we also assign the quality manager. So you write the activity name in the 10,010, 1010, you write quality management. So quality management is an activity which is assigned to the quality manager because according to the PMI, the quality has to be planned in. Because if you don't plan in the quality and by the time you inspect something, then it might be too late. Right, guys? I hope that is logical to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what does the quality manager do? He joins in the beginning of the project and he understands the requirement. Then he determines the correct quality process and procedures. He documents that. He ensures that if these quality procedures and processes are involved, the quality standards are involved from the beginning, then we will have the right selection of man, machine, material. We will have the right process to build the product. And then we will have the quality acceptable product, right? Okay. So that's the idea. Now, the rest of the activities have to be inserted under the WBS summary. So you click on the WBS button to get the WBS summary tab. Click this. So you have got the WBS summary, right? So now you create the WBS. You click here. And then you write here, set up railway line. Okay, so we will do a series of activities to set up the railway line from point A to point B, right? set up railway line and click on the activities.
Do we have to select the parent cell? No?
Okay. Yes, of course, there is only one right now. Now you switch off the bottom layout so that you can see the group. Now you select all the activities which are named as task and you cut them and move them into 5.1.
All the one task.
Yeah, all of them, except the first two, right?
Yes, okay.
Okay. Just make sure that you are looking at the demo screen.
Yes.
Yeah. You have another laptop, right? Fine. So in the setup railway line, the first activity is site supervision. Write the activity as site supervision. Site supervision. So guys, I hope my accent is clear. Indian accent, not American accent, right? Okay. Now the next activity you write as lay gravel bed. Lay, lay gravel bed. Okay. Now after the lay gravel bed, you write the next activity as install railway tracks. Install railway tracks. Okay. Then next activity 1050 you write as install track fencing. Install track fencing. Now you write the next activity as do parallel testing. Do parallel testing. Double LEL testing. Correct. Okay. Fine. So you are up to here, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to create another WBS and we will insert the rest of the activities there. So come to the WBS. So this time we make sure that our cursor is on the top level, that is the parent, right? So after that, we click on the add button on the right side. And then we write here testing and commissioning. Just write the group name as testing and commissioning. So basically the WBS is a summary. So summary group, right? Testing and commissioning. Now you click on the activities. So after that, you select the activities which are named as the the task. You select them all. Control X. And move them into 5.2. So in the 5.2, you should have these activities starting from 1070. And for the 1070, you write the activity name as do pilot testing. Do pilot testing. Now, you write here in 1080, you write external certification and commissioning. Certification and commissioning. And if you need more space, you can expand the activity name column, right? So that, all the activities are clearly visible to you. You can balance how much space you give to each of the columns, just make sure. And so just do this thing. So first you click on the activity ID so that the sorting, because once you're handling the column, so it might be possible that the sorting shifts, right? So now after this, so what do? You delete this extra task. You don't need them, right? Delete them. You click on the delete. See, either you can click you select this extra ones, 90 to 1200, you select and delete them all. Correct. So you have this activities. So let me put a little bit more space on this. So you have this activity names. Okay. Now we are going to relate the activities. We are going to set up the relationship. So first of all, guys, you select the 10330. Everybody select the 1030 and listen carefully. With your left hand, you press the control button and keep it pressed. Did you press the control?
Yeah.
Keep that pressed. Now you click 1040. You click 1040. Now you click 1070.
070.
Now you click 1080. Right. So basically, what is the difference between the shift and the control? Because the shift will select continuously and control will let you select the activities in a selected manner, right? So you select the ones that you need. Now you right click on this. You right click and then you click on link activities. We want to link these activities. So once you link these activities, so guys, you will note that on the Gantt chart, the critical path has been created. You see this? This is the critical path. So as the critical path has been created, and you will see that the project duration on the project timeline has expanded, right? Do you see that? That the project timeline has expanded. Okay. So the project timeline has expanded to become equal to the critical path, and you can see that what is the duration of the project. So guys, do you see this? What is the duration of the project? 24 days.
24 days.
So now the question is that I'm going to ask you a question. So guys, what should be the duration, the assignment of the project manager to the project? Should it be part or it should be full duration of the project? It's a very large duration, full duration, because in not only the project manager, in fact, the quality manager should join from the beginning of the project, and he should be basically helping the project manager achieve the quality goals of the project, right? Till the project is delivered. It means that the project manager should be full duration, and also the quality manager should be also full duration of the work. So normally what we do, that as soon as we have completed the planning, so we just go to the project management activity and put the same duration as the project. So you go and put 24 days into the project management and 24 days into the quality management. Okay, so you can see that these two activities, they have become equal to the project timeline, right? Okay.
Yes.
So what happens is that the project is not yet finalized. It is still in the planning stage. Now what happens till the planning stage is completed and the baseline is made, any subject matter expert can come and he can change or fine tune the duration of any activity. Now you have a subject matter expert in your team who is an expert on installation of rail tracks. Now he comes to you, he says that boss, the installation of the rail tracks is going to take 12 days. So please make this activity as 12 days duration. 1040, you change it to 12 days. So once you make it to 12 days, the guys, then what happens? The critical path is increased in duration, right? Okay, it is elongated by increase in the duration of one of the constituent activities, right? So the critical path goes ahead, but the thing is that the project duration is also updated, but these two activities would need repeated manual updation, right? Now, just imagine that it's a very big project, not only here, but there are many other activities which need to be kept equal to their WBS summary groups, right? So at least these two will need to be updated very frequently as soon as you are basically updating the plan. Sometimes it might happen that you might not even remember. So it might happen that you might baseline the plan and this duration might not be equal to the project duration. So it will create a wrong time sheet. It will create less man hours. It will create less cost, and which is basically not good for the project controls or the baselines, right? So we need everything to be as precise and accurate as possible. Okay, so what do we do here? That we use the facility of activity types. Now we will use the activity type. We make sure that the project management and the quality management activities automatically stay equal to the WBS summary, which is their parent, right? So let's use the activity type facility in Primavera. So now you select the project management activity, and then you click on the details button to get the details at the bottom. In the details, everybody make sure that you are in the general tab. So guys,
Yes.
you are here in the general tab.
Yes, sir.
Now in the general tab, you will see that there is a box here for selection of the activity types, right? So, this is a key feature of the Primavera, unique feature of the Primavera. And due to this unique feature, the Primavera has no competition at all. So engineering companies want it. They need it very frequently, right? So they want this feature. They want the people who know this feature, right? Okay. So guys, you are going to get a very unique skill. Now you click here and you select WBS summary. So this is one of the activity types which you select. And then what happens? You will immediately see the change on the Gantt chart. So guys, did you note the change on the Gantt chart?
Yes, sir.
Automatically the project management, it has become equal to that, because now it is deriving the duration from the WBS summary, right? So this top line is called the WBS summary. In fact, not only this is the WBS summary, this is also the WBS summary, this is also the WBS summary. All these green lines, they don't have their own data, and in fact the top line doesn't have its own data. They are actually summarizing from the activities below them. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So that's
Yes.
why these are called the WBS summary groups or the lines, right? Okay, now the same thing is required for the quality manager. So you select the quality management and change the activity type to WBS summary, right? Okay, so instantly they become equal. Now this is quite an automatic process. Now let us check whether it is automatic or not. So you go to the install railway tracks and you change the duration to 4 weeks. Okay, 1040 guys, make it as 4 weeks, and notice the change on the top. Do you see that? Instantly expands. Now let me fit this into the screen. So let me squeeze it a little bit so that you can see the whole screen. You can see if the critical path is extending. So what is the trigger? See, when the critical path is extended, it extends the project duration, which is the summary, and this in turn gives the duration to these activities, right? It is going in this direction. First this, then this, and then these two activities, they are getting updated, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us do this thing. Let us reduce the duration of the activity 1040 to 2 weeks to W. Now, once you do it, you will see that everything is getting updated. Now, this is quite automatic. Let us do this thing. Let's go to the project management activity and try to change it manually. Try to put a different value. Let's say 0. What if you're trying to make it 0 or 1? Suppose if you feel that 0 is not a right value, it is not accepting, try to make it as 5 or something else.
It is not happening.
Yeah, it is basically reverting back to the WBS summary value, which is coming from the parent. So this is the benefit, right? Is that clear?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now there is one more place where we need the application of the WBS summary. Basically, if you look at the activity number 1020, so this activity is the site supervision. So I want the supervisor guy to be present throughout the duration of 5.1, right? So guys, what is the overall duration of the 5.1?
18 days.
18 days, right? And I want this site supervisor to be always present for the entire duration of the, so this can change, so this will get updated automatically. Now you select 1020. Now after selecting 1020, you come to the activity type for this and change it to the WBS summary. So instantly you will see that it is inheriting from the parent. Suppose you update this activity, you go to the install railway tracks and you change the duration to 3 weeks. So what happens? It will update the summary, right? In fact, it will update in both the places. So it's going to update here and it's going to update here. So do you see that it is automatically keeping equal to the 24? right? Is that clear? So you can use it in many places throughout the project. You just imagine a project where you are having, 10,000 activities, and in many places it's like this. So it is a sort of a fit and forget thing. You fit it, forget about it, and it continues to work automatically, right? So that you are sure that your schedule will be the most perfect schedule, right? Okay. Now you change the duration of 1040 to 2 weeks and see the change, and it changes all over the place, right? Do you see that? It is updating.
Yes.
Right? Okay, that's good. So guys, I believe that's a very cool feature you have come to know. I'm sure that you are going to use it immediately in your next project. I think you are now getting the ideas. Okay. Now we will learn about another activity type, which is also very cool. It is very required and it is used right away. Okay. So let's see. Let's go into the whiteboard. So I'll show you that what this feature is all about. So this is another activity type. Read the name. Agnivesh, read the name.
Activity type is level of effort.
Now read the
The
description.
successor, the successor durations and dates are derived from predecessor automatically.
Correct. So this is the level of effort. So let's say that I'm doing this project in which I'm going to lay the railway tracks. Now the railway tracks are to be laid for 1,000 kilometers, right? So I write that what is the extent of the project? It is 1,000 kilometers. Now along with the track, you understand we need the fencing to protect the track. And we also need the part of the track which we have just installed. We need to test it. So guys, can I do the project like this? First, I proceed in this direction, okay, east to west. Then I proceed in this direction, west to east. Then once again, I go from east to west. So do I do the project like this, or there is some better way of doing it?
We can do parallelly also after some.
Should in parallel.
Yeah, we should do it in parallel. So what we do, we can divide the project into, say, distances of 50 kilometers. So we plan like this, 50, 50, 50, like 50 kilometers, because it involves a lot of logistics to do this project. There are a lot of equipments, and it's a small little township. I don't have to explain to you the details. We have to move this township every 50 kilometers. So we move it 19 times, right? So what happens is that we are able to make sure that whatever part of the track we have completed, that is absolutely fine, right? So we do the testing immediately. We lay the track, we set up the track fencing, we do the parallel testing. In fact, not only the track fencing, you need electrification, you need signals, you need the compaction of the embankments. You need to do a lot of activities in parallel. I'm just taking a small little data to give you the big picture, right? So basically what we do in this kind of the activity, so these activities, basically the successor, there are two successors right now, there can be multiple, they are set up as the activity type level of effort. Now, first of all, these activities are related to the predecessor from start to start and also finish to finish. Guys, I told you that in Primavera, you can relate the predecessor and successor in multiple relationships, right? So here we need only two relationships, start to start and the finish to finish, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we link it up and then we change the activity type and it becomes automatically equal. Now, what is the behavior like? Let me show it to you. If you increase the duration of the predecessor, the duration of the successor will be automatically increased or even decreased. You decrease the duration of the predecessor, the duration of the successor will be decreased. Now, if you move the predecessor with its own predecessor, the successor will also move like that. Do you see that? If the predecessor moves, the successor also moves along, right? So there are two things which are happening, and the successor duration and dates, they are derived from the predecessor automatically. So this is not just about two successors, there can be 15 successors, right? So, in real life, in real engineering. So this is very much required in the real life. Now we go to the Primavera. So let me explain to you. So actually install railway tracks is the predecessor activity. just to remind yourself, so you guys, you write the word predecessor here in short. Please write it. It is just a reminder for yourself. Okay. But we don't need to write it for the Primavera. You are writing it for yourself. So did you write it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So after you write this, now you select the 1050, which is the first successor. Now we are going to set up the double relationship. So select 1050, then you go to the relationship tab. In the relationship tab, you go to the predecessor side and click on the assign button like this. So guys, you are here. Everybody please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Biswajit, Gangadhar, Yaya, please confirm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now
Yes.
you the predecessor 1040. You can see it clearly in the name that this is the predecessor that was for our reminder. Okay. Yeah. After you have selected the predecessor, go to the assign button and you click it 2 times. Right? 1, 2. Just be careful, 2 times. Not less, not more. 2 times exactly. After this, you close the box. Okay. Since we know that by default the finish to start is applied, so we change the finish to start into start to start. Right? We change it to start to start. So we can clearly see that 2 relationships has been established. You see that? This is the start to start and that is the finish to finish line. Okay? Fine. Now we do the same thing for the next activity, that is the do parallel testing. So you select the do parallel testing. After selecting the do parallel testing, so you click on the assign button in the okay. Now after that, you select 1040 and you click on the setup relationship button 2 times. Assign 2 times. Okay. Now you click on the close button here. So once you did that, you have to change it to start because we need start to start and finish to finish, right? Okay. So you can see the same here. Now, after doing that, you select the 1050 once again. Now we are going to change the activity type for the 1050. So you come to the general tab here. And in the general tab, you select the activity type level of effort, LOE. Okay. Now do the same thing for the 1060 also. Then we will look at what changes it does. You select the LOE, level of effort. Now instantly you will see that as you change it, you will see that these activities acquire a different shape. You know, their bars are a little bit thinner and in green color. So guys, this is the way the level of effort activity looks like. Okay, take a good look and remember it. You have to remember it visually. You have to keep it in your mind. Is that clear? Okay, now we will see that how this thing works. So first of all, you go to the predecessor and change the duration of the predecessor to 5 weeks. You put there 5W. Did you note that, guys? Look at the demo screen. Is the same happening on your screen also?
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, you are changing only the predecessor and these activities are automatically expanding the duration. Now, what is the benefit? The benefit is that the duration is used to calculate the man hours, the machine hours, only man and machine. Okay. Man and machine, the cost of the man and machine is based upon the duration utilized in the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So that is why it is important to have the automatic calculation of the resource cost here, because this is going to basically, set us mentally free. So So basically, we will be mentally free because if I'm focusing on some other part of the project, it will be easy for me, right? I know that if I'm making any changes, so in the predecessor, either the duration of the predecessor or the basically the schedule of the predecessor is getting changed. So automatically I have the updated plan, right? The plan is automatically updated. Okay, that is the reason. So once you have this, so you can basically be having automatic calculation in a reliable manner for the cost and for the man hours and for the machine time. Now do this thing, you reduce the duration of 1040 to just 1 day so that you can see the full effect. Just change it to 1 day. You say that it reduces. Now change it to 2 weeks. So once you change it to 2 weeks, this also increases, right? Now you do the same, go to the lay gravel bed, which is the predecessor of the installed railway tracks. You change it to 3 weeks. Change it to three weeks. You see that when the successor is moving, when the predecessor is moving, the successor also moving along. Now you change the lay gravel bed back to 6 days. 6 days. Okay. So is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how it's going to work. So now let me tell you something more interesting. If you try to change it manually, see if it changes, you try to put here some other duration directly into the successor. Does it change?
No.
No, it doesn't change.
No.
It is deriving all the details from the predecessor completely. So if you look here, so it is deriving the duration and the dates completely from the predecessor activity, right? Is that clear? Okay, now let's see one more thing. Basically, it is because it is related from both the ends, it's happening. Now I'm going to give you the demo. Just see this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect it from the finish relationship. So if I disconnect it from the one side, so what do you expect to see in the duration and dates? What's going to happen? Okay, let's see. See, I disconnected from the finish date. So what do you see, guys?
If you increase the duration, then this successor duration will also increase.
Yeah, correct. It basically it shrinks like the elastic, zero, right? So instantly it becomes zero because this activity is totally dependent upon the predecessor for the duration and the dates. That's why. So I click on the assign button once again and I select the predecessor and then I assign another relationship and then I change the relationship type to finish because whenever you assign a relationship by default it will always assign the finish to start. So I click here the finish to finish. Okay, so it is reassigned here, right? So it is basically having the same dates and the duration as the predecessor activity. Okay, guys, is that clear? Okay, so this is how you're going to use it, and in the Western world they call it the hammock task. Hammock is a kind of a swing which is tied between two poles. So that's what they call it. They call it the hammock task. Okay. So this is basically in the Primavera, it is called the level of effort. So if you are asked this question that tell me an activity type, so which is basically making the successor equal to the parent. So then you can tell them that it is the hammock task or the level of effort activity type. The benefit is that if it is the activity type is the level of effort and there are multiple successors required, so you can join the successor to the parent and the successor type is the level of effort. So as per the updation of the predecessor, the successor will be updated, right? So it's going to mirror the duration and the dates from the predecessor. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we will learn about another activity type. So guys, you come to the last activity here and you change the duration to 12 days. change it to 12 days. Okay, now I'm going to bring this activity nearer to the boundary line, that is the vertical divider line. Okay, so after I bring this and I expand the date a little bit so that you can see it clearly. So guys, you can see that this activity is 12 days activity. It is spread over 2 weeks. Now the situation is that I have a consultant. That consultant is external quality consultant, and he works three days a week. The 3 days he works are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So guys, if the external quality consultant works three days a week, Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. So guys, you tell me how many weeks is he going to take to complete? How many weeks is he going to take to complete? Right? So is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, now you tell me how many weeks is he going to take if he works 3 days a week and is assigned 12 days activities. So how many weeks is he going to take?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. So he will be doing the work like this, okay? Every week he will work the three days like this. And his activity is going to be finished on which date? So guys, what will be the last date of his finish? Read the time scale now. Read.
23 October.
October.
21.
17.
Yeah. No. Guys, how can you make such mistake? You're an engineer. See, all the Mondays dates are mentioned. All these dates are for Monday. But 20th October is for Monday, right? You count 3 days. 20, 21, 22, right? So you know how to use the scale. You should be able to use the time scale now, okay? I'll just get used to it. Okay, don't make mistakes. So just keep this fact in mind. So you know such activity types, basically they are called the resource dependent. So guys, you come to the general tab. So you will see an activity type like the resource dependent. Now this resource dependent will not work right now. So basically, what is the activity type resource dependent does? When you assign a resource, a primary resource to this activity, and the primary resource is having a personal calendar, right? So what this activity type will do, it will reschedule the activity according to the personal calendar of the resource. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
So this activity will be rescheduled according to the personal calendar of the primary resource. So that's why it is called the resource dependent. So this is not going to work right now. So we set this back to the task dependent. So what is the meaning of the task dependent type of the activity? Task dependent means that the schedule of this activity will be derived from the activity calendar, right? So that is what it means. So all the activities, when they are created by default, they are task dependent unless and until you change it to the different type. For example, if you want to create a milestone, you have got two options. If you look at the top, you have got a finish milestone. Then you have got a start milestone, right? So what is the purpose of the finish milestone? The purpose of the finish milestone is to mark the achievement. And what is the purpose of the start milestone? The purpose of the start milestone is to flag the start of some set of activities in the middle of the project. So what you can do, you can create a start milestone with a mandatory start date, and then you can basically relate the chain of activities from the project start. So it can be a set of engineering activities which are not exactly starting on the start date of the project, but they might be starting somewhere after the the paperwork is done. So you put a tentative date of the paperwork on the project start milestone, I mean the engineering start milestone, and you start to relate the engineering activities from there, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay, so these are the various activity types. Now, if I want to learn and use the resource dependent activity type, what I need is a resource, right? Without a resource, I cannot test the activity types. Now I'm going to create the resource. So guys, we are all going to create the resource breakdown structure, not just one or two resource, but a comprehensive, resource reporting relationship, resource tree. We are going to create that, right? Learning just one or two resources is not good enough in the industry. Okay, now you click on the resource button so that you can go into the resource tab. Like this. So once you are in the resource tab, you will see a list of the resources. If you want to see the full list, you then switch off the bottom details. Click on the no bottom layout so that you can see the full list. So you can see the resource, they have basically a tree-like structure. So this is called the reporting relationship. Who works in whose team, who reports to which boss. Okay, so this is the reporting relationship which exists in the enterprise, which exists in the project teams inside the enterprise. Now this resource, this resource list, it can be displayed in three modes. Right now, this is the tree mode. If you click here, it will change into flat list. You see that it is a flat list now?
Yeah.
So it is A to Z flat list, and if you click again, it will become Z to A flat list. Okay, it is the reverse, right? And if you click it once again, it will turn into tree. Okay, is that clear, guys? So you just remember. So don't be confused. If you see a flat list, you click it again to get the tree mode, which is the best mode, because it gives you the idea that which resources are working in which group, which resources are reporting to which manager, and which machines and materials are under the ownership of which person, right? So that's very important. Now, you can see the whole thing in the tree, in the graphical mode also. First of all, you click on the collapse all. Click on the collapse all button. So you can see there are top level three groups, and there is a material group also, but the material group doesn't have any list of the materials yet. Okay. Now, to see it in the diagrammatic format, you click on the chart view. Click on this. So this is the chart view. Now, what you see on the chart view, that since it was condensed, so you are seeing the top level classification. So the classification is like this: engineering and construction resources, product development resources, information technology group resources, and material resources. The material resources, the group is there, but the material list is not there. But you can have that later. Suppose you want to know what are the various departments under engineering and construction resources. So guys, you can click here on the plus button. So once you click on the plus button, you can see the department. Now, if you want to fit this onto the screen, you click on the minus button. You click on the minus button. Zoom, no, not on the collapse all, man. I told you to click on the zoom minus. First, you expand the group here. Now you click on, see, look where I'm drawing. The Agnivesh, look at the screen. Zoom out. So it fits the data onto the screen. Now, you know that who is in the engineering. So you click here to expand the engineering group. So if you want to fit the data onto the screen, so once again, you will click on the zoom out. So, it will become smaller and it will fit the data onto the screen. So if you have a larger screen, so basically you would still be able to read. If you have a small screen like 13, 14 inches, so that might not be good enough, right? So what you do in those screens, if you have a very small screen, so you can zoom and then you can scroll, right? Okay. So now you click on the expand all. So you will see the entire data, right? You will see the entire data. It will become, it might have a little bit of scroll or it might become very small. So if you are using a bigger, 24 inches or 27 inches monitor right now, so you are able to read this, right? So you can scroll it. And if you have a projection screen, maybe you can squeeze it a little bit more and still be able to see. See, if you are at home and if you are having a long HDMI cable, you can connect your laptop to your TV set, right? All the TVs and the laptops, they have the HDMI port. And if you connect using the HDMI port, you can basically watch your laptop screen, the laptop data on the TV monitor, right? Is that clear? Okay, so your television set can be used as a big monitor for the laptop, and you can see a lot of things. And if you use a wire mouse and you use a big monitor, So you can work very comfortably in the Primavera and in your engineering drawing software also, right? You will be able to see the diagrams, the details very clearly. Okay, so this is how it works. Now, if it is open at this level and if you switch to the table view, it will be opened at that level only. Click here. So you get the table view, right? Now you click on the collapse all. So once you click on the collapse all, it collapses into the top level group. Now we can see that there is a lot of space here, right? From here to here, a lot of space is there. So let us add more columns. Okay. Now to add the columns, where do you click? You just right click here. Okay. So guys, you are here in the right click.
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar,
Yes, sir.
Biswanath,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So now you select customize. So it will get you the column toolbox. Okay. So once you get the column toolbox, so you will see that when you are in the resource columns, the resource columns are different from the activities column, right? So there are a different set of columns for project, for activities, for resource, for WBS, right? Now we do the usual thing. We increase the height and we may increase the width a little bit more to see the column names clearly. And then you change the font to Vardhana regular 9. Okay. You select the font Vardhana regular 9 and then you select the Vardhana regular 9 font. Okay. Now there is a column which you don't need. So what you do, you select this column called the primary role and guys, you return it, right? Remove it from the list. You click here. It will be removed from the list, right? Did you remove this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will take the columns we need from the general group only. So first you select this column assigned to current project. Select it. Then you select this calendar. Take it there. And then you also select this column. I will tell you the next one. Next one, you select max units per time. Take it to the right side. Okay. So after you selected the max units per time, so then you select the roles. Select the roles. Take it to the right side, and then you select the column standard rate. Okay. Fine. So you have selected these columns. Now, what do you do? We need to sequence the columns. So to sequence the column, first you select assign to the current project and you bring it to the bottom of the list. Bring it down. Okay, fine. So after that, then you select the standard rate column and you take it and you bring it just below the unit of measure. Correct. Like this. Then you select the next column, that is the max units per time, and you take it below the standard rate. Push it up till it comes below the standard rate. Correct. Now, then you select your column. I think you're fine. Absolutely fine. So guys, please look at the demo screen and you check what is the total number of the columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You make sure that you have 10 columns and make sure that they are in the sequence as displayed on the demo screen. Okay. After you're done, please confirm to me. Then we will move to the next step. Please confirm it.
I've done, sir.
Yes, sir.
This, yeah.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yes, sir.
Done.
You're done. Okay. So after you guys are done, so you click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will see that this columns they come here. Now, guys, we are going to use our common sense. So we have some empty space here. We are going to redistribute this empty space across all the columns so that they look good. So first column, I give the priorities to the standard rate because it is a numeric data column, right? The numeric data column should be fully displayed. Then I go to this column standard unit or the max units per time so that this is also displayed properly along with the heading. Then I give the priority to the calendar column, give it some space. Then I give some space to the resource name column. And then I give some priority to the assigned to the current project. So it is just a checkbox. There is nothing much. Then I think I can give more space to the roles column. And then whatever is the space is remaining, I can give it to the calendar column. See, the calendar column, I gave it more space than required. So I reduce the space. I think I can use some more space for the resource ID column, right? So as I give the space to the various columns, do you see that the empty space on the right hand side is fully utilized? And guys, there is one more thing. Let me tell you something about. So on this particular tab, the layout is not required. It doesn't have any layout, right? It automatically stores the layout. So the moment you make a change, it automatically stores the layout. And next time, if you start the Primavera and come to the resource, you will find it in the same way. I don't know why don't they have the same facility in all the other tabs, but in the projects, activities, and the WBS, you have to save the layout, right? But not in this one. You don't have to save the layout. Here, the layout is automatically saved in the Primavera. So you will not see any of the layout buttons active, right? So there is no layout. Do you see that? No layout is active, right? It is not required. It is automatically saved. Now, after you have saved the layout, so you can see all the data very clearly. Now, you click on the collapse all. You click on this button, collapse all. Now, our next step is to create our own resource group, right? So what we will do, that you will be assigned as the resource manager and all the resources will be created under you. So the advantage will be that if we create the resource for you, see, as a resource, you might not be utilized in the project, but you know what is the advantage you will get? If you create all the resource under your record, so they will be very usefully grouped. Whenever you want to assign the resources to the activities, you will find them in one group, right? It will be very easy for you to find. Okay, that is the concept. Now, you click, just make sure that your data is collapsed, okay? And then you click on the add button. So once you click on the add button, resource wizard will be started. Okay, so guys, this is the new resource wizard. So you know what is the wizard? You have used it in the project. So wizard is a series of forms. They're asking you information step by step. Now, in the resource ID, you write here RM. RM stands for resource manager. RM. Now, in the resource name, you write resource manager dash, then you put your own name. Manager, and then space, then dash, and space, and then you write your name. So you are the resource manager for this group of the resources, right? So guys, please copy the same, please understand.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you have done.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the next. So you are going to create a labor, right? So in the Primavera, there is the man is labor, machine is non-labor, right? So just remember this fact. This is due to the American English. Okay. Now click on the next. So we are fine with that because we are creating man. Now there are three columns here. I'll explain to you. So guys, you have to listen to me very carefully to understand it. This is very, very important. Okay. See, there is one column is maximum units per time. So guys, you tell me one thing. If you are having a full-time resource, So what is the work capacity of a full-time resource on how many man hours a full-time resource can give on per day basis?
8 hours per day.
Correct, 8 hours per day. So that is the maximum units, which is the default all over the world. So it is mentioned here, just in case you have an exception where it is less than 8, you can change it, right? To depict the correct capacity, the working capacity of the resource, you may increase or decrease, but the default will be 8. But if you have some exception on the lower or the higher side, you can make change. Now there is another column here. It says default units per time. Actually, you know what they are trying to say? What is the default application of this resource on per day basis to an activity? That's what it means, right? So guys, if you have a full-time resource, so what would be your tendency? Your tendency will be to utilize him for the full day? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So basically, if you have a full-time resource, but you want to utilize him less in any particular exceptional case, you can adjust it below. So, but guys, you remember one thing. Default cannot be greater than the maximum capacity, right? Default can be up to or below the maximum capacity of the resource. Is that clear to you?
Yes.
Okay. So if you think that if you want to utilize a particular resource for 6 hours in the project work, okay, and maybe 2 hours you want to keep for spare for the administrative work, you can do it. Okay, but by default, we have a tendency to use the full time of the resource. That's what it means. Now we come to the third column. The third column is the price per unit. Basically, what are the units for man and machine? The units of the pay rate for the man and machine is per hour, per day, per week, or per month, right? Is that clear? Now, in the American culture, basically they use per hour as the default rate of a resource. Everybody in every place, even the president of the United States is also having a per hourly rate. So, you know, everybody fills up a timesheet on weekly or fortnightly basis. So, in which they log in their man hours of the work, and based upon their per hour pay rate, they are paid. So, everybody might be getting different amount of salaries every month according to the man hours they logged in for the organization or they worked for the organization or the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Because that is most common there, and the software comes from their culture, so it's having the per hour as the default, but you can change it to per day, per week, per month. Now, how to use this column, I will tell you. I will tell you the best practice. First of all, you should delete all the data, clear it. After that, you write like this 10/h to indicate per hour or per day or per month, right? Per week also. So once you write here 10/h and you move away the cursor, you will see that it is automatically getting formatted, right? Okay. So anyways, you try it out. You write here 10/h and move your cursor, you will instantly see that it is getting formatted. So you don't have to worry about the formatting. So guys, remember strictly, never try to edit, okay? Or never try to format it yourself. Always enter the basic values, because if you make a mistake here, this mistake will be multiplied maybe 1,000 times or 10,000 times, right? Is that clear? Small mistake here can become big, right? Okay. So make sure that you are entering from a clean slate or a clean cell. Don't try to edit. Never ever do it, because I made that mistake. So why do you want to make that mistake again, right? So the next generation should be expert, right? So that's what I'm trying to ensure for you guys. Okay. Okay. Now, now for the purposes of this exercise, we are going to use only single rate for all resources, 10 rupees per hour. Because when we look at the computation, we will be easily able to understand it. That's why I'm going to use, but you understand that in real life, the resource rate would be different. So whatever the pay rate per hour, per day, per week, per month, but the data should be correct, right? Okay, fine. Now, after we have basically entered the pay rate, we click on the next here. So, you know, it is having the phone and email, which you will use in the real life. It will help you create a directory, right? So we don't need this here right now, but definitely it is useful in real life. So click next. And the rules we ignore for now. Then you click next here and select an existing calendar, resource calendar. So we are going to select an existing calendar. Why? Because the availability of the resource, the working days of the resource should match the working days of the project or the organization, right? That is why. So you click on the next, and then since currently we are using Indian Standard Time, so we should apply the Indian Standard Time calendar on the resource also. So you click here
IST.
and you select the IST. Now, what happens is that when you select the IST, the resource is scheduled according to the IST. The availability and non-availability days of the resource is scheduled according to IST, right? Okay, now you click the green button. So IST will be applied on this resource and it will match the schedule of the resource with the schedule of the organization or the project. Now click next. Auto compute the actuals. I'll tell you that what is the meaning of the actual. Basically, the Primavera provides the facility to automatically compute the actual resource units applied in the execution phase. So, this is a very beneficial feature. Now, what is the assumption? The assumption here is that most of the times, whatever the resource units that were planned, so they have been actually utilized, right? Is that clear? They have been actually utilized on the activity. So that's why we say auto compute the actuals. So this is a very beneficial option. So we keep this on always for all the resources. Now click next. Congratulations, click finish. So you will see that the resource RM has been created under the ENC, but we want it to be an independent group, right? So what we do, first of all, we bring this out. You look at the right side and there is a shift left button here. You shift it toward the left side and then you shift it up, you push it up. So this goes to the top, right? Okay, is this clear? So guys, you have done this. Did you bring this to the top?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to create the rest of the resources under this resource. The purpose of this resource is only to group. This is a virtual resource. This resource will not be applied on any activity in the project. We have created this resource so that when we create the resource tree under this resource, so all our resources will be grouped under this and it will be very easy to track and find them and use them in the various activities. This is a best practice that I'm trying to teach you, right? So keep that. Now you click on the add button here. So once you click on the add button, so then you get the resource wizard. Now type the resource ID as PM. PM stands for project manager, right? So right now we don't have the name. We don't write the name. So we can create the entire plan just using the designated roles. So in the resource name, you type here project manager. Okay, project manager. Okay, so after you've done that, so you click on the next. Project manager is labor, which is correct. Then you click next button. Then the pay rate of the project manager is 10 per hour. And then you click next. And we can use this in real life. Next. Next. Select an existing calendar next. And existing calendar should be IST. IST has come. It is basically correct. So we click next button. Auto compute the actuals. Yes, this is correct. We click next. And we click on the finish. Right? So the PM has been created, right? So under the PM, there is one more resource which is reporting to the PM. So guys, make sure that the PM is selected. Then you click on the add button. We will create the QM, which is the quality manager. Now the resource ID is QM and the resource name is quality manager. And click next. Quality manager is labor, which is correct. Then you click next. And the pay rate of the quality manager is also 10 per hour. Then you click next. 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 Select an existing calendar next. Next. Auto compute the actual for the resource next, and then click finish. Okay, fine. So basically you have this hierarchy at 3, but under the quality manager, there is one more resource who reports to the quality manager. So that is the quality tester. So now you click on the add. So right here, resource ID as a QT. Quality tester. Tester, and then you click next. So the quality tester is a labor, which is correct. Then you click next. And the pay rate is 10 per hour. Then you click next. And next. And next. Select an existing calendar next. Next. Auto compute the actions correct next. And then you click on the finish. So once you clicked on the finish, you will see that you have created the hierarchy of 4 levels, right? 4 levels, starting from the RM to the. So in the Primavera, there is a default provision for 20 levels. So we are using only the 4 right now. That's okay. We will basically not use more than 4 or 5. Even in the biggest of the project, we are able to handle all the large number of the resources, right? Okay. Now, there are resources reporting under the PM. So now we will select the PM. So guys, you select the PM because we want to create the resource under the PM. So under the PM, we are going to create the resource called site supervisor. So keep the PM selected and click on the add. Click on the add button. And then the resource ID will be SS. Okay. Resource ID will be SS. Resource name will be site supervisor. Okay. And then you click on the next. So site supervisor is labor. Then you click on the next. So basically his pay rate will be also 10 per hour. Yeah, you just put the pay rate as 10/H. Okay. Yes. Now click next button. Then you click on the next. Next. Okay. Then select an existing calendar. Then you click next. And next. Auto compute the actual for this resource. Then you click next. And then you click on the finish. Right. So you have created the site supervisor. Now guys, under the site supervisor, there are 10 workers, right? So these 10 workers are having the similar profiles. Now we will use a technique, that is the copy paste technique, to create these 10 workers under the site supervisor. So what we will do, we will create the first of the worker, then the rest of the workers from 2 to 10. So they will be created using the copy paste method. So we have to use the copy paste method in case the profiles of the resources are similar. So that's going to save us time and trouble, right guys? So we are going to learn this technique. Okay, that's a technique. So now you click on the add button here. Now in the resource ID, you write exactly as I tell you right here, WK-1. -1. That's correct. Now in the resource name, you write here as worker space numeral 1. Numeral 1, that is the number 1. Yes, like this. So guys, please look at the demo screen. and make sure that you are doing the same.
Yes, sir.
So you have done the same,
Yes.
and everyone is synchronized till this point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we go to the next. In the next, it is labor, which is correct. Next, the pay rate will be the same, that is the 10 per hour. Now, after that, we click on the next. So we click next. Roles we skip, we click next. Select an existing calendar, click next, and that should be the IST calendar. That is correct. So we click next here. Auto compute the actual for this resource, and then you click finish. Okay. Now you press Control C. Did you press it? Control C.
Yes, sir.
Now you select the parent, that is the site supervisor. Okay, so guys, have you selected?
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after selecting the site supervisor, you press Control V. Okay, so guys, do you get this box here?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
In this box, you read this text. What does it say?
Specify the this information to be copied.
No. Read this text next to the checkbox.
Of resources, role assignments, prices.
I don't know what is happening to you. Read this.
Do not show this window again.
Don't show the window again.
Do not show this window again.
Yes, because we are going to paste it 8 more times. We want to suppress this window, right? Because it will come for the number 2, but I don't want it for the number 3 onwards. So you understand, okay? Don't follow me blindly. I'm not a preacher. I'm an engineer, you are an engineer. Okay, we will talk about logic and maths, right? So logically, I don't want this window again. So from 3 onwards, so this window will be suppressed. So that's why you should select it, right? Okay, now you click here on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, you will see the worker number 2 has been created. Now, how to create the 3 to 10? Always select the parent. Select the parent and press Control V. Okay. Select the parent. Paste. 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 Select the parent, paste. So once you get 10, you stop. So guys, do you have this?
Yes, sir.
10 workers and related from the site supervisor directly. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you make a mistake?
No.
So guys, has anybody made a mistake? You can tell me, I will help you correct it right now.
No, sir.
Vishwanath, please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Whether
Yes,
you are
sir.
fine, you're fine. Same? Okay, very good. That's nice. Now, what we have to do, we have to reorganize the series from 1 to 10. So what we do, this 10 number has to be brought to the bottom of the list. So we use the shift down arrow. Look at the right side. Okay. Yeah, you bring it to the bottom of the list. Now you select the number 1. And when you go to up, you select this and take it to the top, right? Okay. Now you are going downstairs. You select the number 9 and take it downstairs, right? Now, when you are going upstairs, you select the number 2. That's a technique. This is an accelerated experience for you, right? Okay. So you have jumped up many years in the experience. That is the benefit of the live training, right? Okay, so after you have arranged according to the ID, So we have to change the resource name. So what we do, we go to the worker 2 and we double click and change it to number 2, 3 to 10 onwards, like that. Okay. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. So what happens that with this technique, you are quickly able to create the resource having the same profile. Only difference is their ID and their resource name, right? So you just have to change the resource name only. Okay, guys, you're done.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
you are able to create the multiple resources having the same profile very quickly, right? So this is a technique, you remember it, you will need it in the real life, because in the real life you will not be creating 3 or 4 resources, but you will be basically creating the entire hierarchy of the project team, right? Okay, now we will take a 20 minutes break and then we will continue further to make more resource in this tree, right? So during the break time, we stop sharing. Share, start your recording, okay? Okay, so Agnivesh, you share your screen. So guys, I think we'll have to wait for a couple of minutes for Varun to join us. Okay, so you're here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I was just outside only, reaching quickly.
Oh, no, you are still here, or I mean, you have
No,
reached.
no, reached. Home only. I was just
Oh,
trying outside little to buy something, home or household.
that's fine. That's fine, not an issue. So guys, now we are going to work further on the creation of the resources. Now we have got certain resources who are again reporting to the PM. So guys, you select the PM once again. Now, after you selected the PM, then you click on the add button here. Now the resource who is reporting to the PM is the TLE, track laying engineer. T for track, L for laying, LAYING. So you write only the short form. Now the full form is track laying engineer. Okay. Engineer. Then you click on the next button. And track laying engineer is labor, which is correct. Then you click on the next button. And the pay rate of the track laying engineer is 10 per hour. No, no editing. No, delete it. Don't take this habit. It's going to land you in trouble. Yeah, 10/H. Okay. Then you click on the next. And then next resource calendar is select an existing calendar, click next. Next is IST, which is correct. Next. Auto compute the actuals, yes, next. And congratulations, finish, right? So you have created the track laying engineer. So under the track laying engineer, there are two resources, the material and machine, right? Now, we are going to create those resources. To create the material and machine, so you click on the add button here. Okay. Now we will create the material. So the material is railway track, RT. RT. Railway track. In the resource name, you write railway track. And then you click next. See, it is a material resource. You select here material. Now, one second, wait here. See, look at the symbol of the material. It is the brick, right? Is this thing clear? So when you see the brick symbol, you should realize that it is a material resource. Now, whenever you select the material measurement, the unit of the measurement has to be specified. If you don't specify the unit of the measure, then the default measure will become the counting or the units. Okay. So since it is a railway track and it is measured for the length in meters, so we are going to select the unit of the measure as meter. So you select here meter and you click on the selection button here. So after you have clicked it, so you get the meter, then you click on the next. And then you have to mention the rate per meter. It's very, very simple. Since this railway track has only one unit of the measurement, you can simply write 10. Just write 10. Don't need to write anything else. And you click another column, you will see that it will be automatically formatted as per meter, right? Okay. Now you click on the next button here.
How it will affect this max units per time?
So max units per time we can ignore. We don't need for the material because the material is not based upon time. It is based upon the requirement quantity, which is measured by the quantity surveyor. Now, why does the material have a phone and email? So this could be the contact of your procurement manager or your vendor or the supplier, right? So that's why the material has a phone and email, so that you can get the material supplies. Now click on the next. Resource calendar. Actually, we don't need a calendar, but we can still click on the next and skip it. Skip next. Auto compute the actual for this resource. Yeah, that's correct. We need that. Next. And click on the finish. Right. So you have created the material resource. Now, under the tracking engineer, there is a machine under his ownership. So you select the tracking engineer once again. Now, after selecting the tracking engineer, you click on the add button. So this is track laying machine, TLM. TLM, and the resource name would be track laying machine. Okay. Now we click on the next button. Track laying machine is non-labor. So you select the non-labor. So guys, look at the symbol. The machine is represented by the gear symbol, right? So keep that in mind. Now we click on the next. See, man and machine both are measured in units of time. So now you write here 10/h here. Okay, usage rate of this machine is 10 per hour. Okay, 10/h. And then you click on the next. 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 Calendar, select an existing calendar, IST, which is correct. Next. Auto compute the actual for the resource next, and then you click on the finish button. So you have created the track laying engineer and the machine and the railway track under his ownership. Now we have the same set of another engineer, that is for the fence. So we will use our copy paste method, right?
Hello.
So what we do, we select the track laying engineer. You select the track laying engineer and you press Control C to copy. So it's going to copy all the resource, I mean the track laying engineer and the resource under it. There are two resources under it. It will copy the entire tree. Now, you select the PM, and you paste Control V. You will see the same tree structure is created. Just to make them unique, it is going to add -1 -1. But this is the fence laying engineer. So here in the first one, you write here FLE. So you change only the letters which are required, right? FLE. Then you remove the -1. Now in the resource name, you replace the word track with fence, right? You just write here, instead of the track, you write fence and you're fine. Okay, press enter. Now you expand it. Expand the FLE. So this is FLM, not TLM, but FLM. That is the fence laying machine, right? FLM. So here you write, instead of the track, you write here fence. Now the material is RF, right? In the material code, the resource ID will be RF. No, RF, railway fence. So here you replace the word track with the word fence. Okay, you write the word railway fence. So you have created this very quickly. So you have created the fence laying engineer, fence laying machine, and railway fence. Okay, now you select the quality manager once again, because there are more resources under the quality manager. Now after selecting the quality manager, you click on the add button to add resources under it. So now you write here TED. T for test, E for engine, D for driver. Test engine driver, you write the full spelling here. Test engine driver. And then you click on the next button. So the test engine driver is a labor, which is correct. Then click next. And the pay rate of the test engine driver is 10/h, 10 per hour. And you click next. 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 Select an existing calendar next. So it will be IST, which is correct. Okay. Then you click on the finish, right? So the test engine driver is a labor type resource, and the test engine driver uses a machine, right? So keeping selected, then you click on the add button. So now we are going to create a machine under his ownership. That would be TE, test engine, TE. And the resource name will be test engine. Test engine, then you click on the next. Test engine is a machine. Okay, you select here non-labor. Then you click next. Okay, the usage rate of the machine is 10 per hour. Then you click next. And then you click next. Then you click next. 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 And then you click on the finish. Okay. So you have created the hierarchy for the test engine driver. Now you select the quality manager once again, because there is one more resource, that is the external quality consultant. So he reports to the quality manager for his work, right? Okay. So after you selected the quality manager, you then now click on the add button here. And you write here EQC. Resource name will be external quality consultant. And then you click on the next button. External quality consultant is a labor. Then you click on the next button once again. So external quality consultant is having the pay rate of 10 rupees per hour. Okay. Then you click on the next once again. Next. Select an existing the calendar. No. Just wait. Please come to the previous. I'll tell you what. We come to the previous once more. Okay. Click to previous once more. I'll tell you that what's happening here. Okay. See, external quality consultant, he works 3 days. So guys, did you reach this point in the resource calendar?
Yes, sir.
Everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar, you are here. Vishwanath, yeah, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I'll explain to you. This is the external quality consultant. So he works 3 days a week, right? So since he works 3 days a week, so we cannot use an existing calendar. So for this resource, we have to create a new personal calendar. So that is going to reflect his schedule, right? Create a new personal calendar for this resource. Okay, so that's why we will click on the next. So now you can see here very clearly that the unique calendar which is created for this resource, the calendar name is actually having the combination of the resource ID and the resource name. Did you note that?
Yeah, automatically picked up.
Yeah, automatically it will create and it is going to make sure that the name of the calendar can be associated with the resource at a glance, right? So if you look at the calendar, you can know that who is the resource, whose personal calendar is this. Now we are going to modify this calendar, right? So click on the view edit. So after you click on the view edit, now you select the button on the left side, the radio button on the left side. That is the total work hours per day. So guys, have you selected this?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to set the template of the week, right? Which days are on and off. So click on the work week. Click this work week. See, in the work week, these 3 days they are off. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday is already off for all. So you put here 0, right? Because he works only on the Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. So that's why the rest of the week will be off. So we put here Thursday, Friday, Saturday as off. Okay. So after we did that, then you click on the OK button. So once you clicked on the OK, you will note that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday they are on and the rest of the days are off. So because he works 3 days a week. Now we are going to make sure that the breakup of the day, that is the 8 hours per day, it is correct according to the organization's daily schedule, right? So how are we going to do it? So first of all, we select the Monday and then we click on the detailed work hours per day. So guys, have a look at the detailed work hour per day. Does the Monday look correct for you? Guys, everybody please check.
Yes, sir.
So if it is not correct for you, for any particular person, so we can fix it. See, it is correct here. That does not mean that it will be correct for the everybody's screen. Biswanath, is it correct? Does it have this breakup of 4 hours lunchtime and 4 hours?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gangadhar, for you, is it the same structure? Gangadhar, please switch on your mic and tell me yes or no. Yeah, you tell me, is it the same structure for you?
Yes, sir. Sir, for me, it is not coming this structure, sir.
So
For
tell me what's your name. Me is everybody. I'm also me. Tell me.
yeah, sir.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you do this thing. After you select the Monday, then you click on the work week. Click on the work week.
No, sir, this calendar is not coming for me.
Don't tell me that, man. You are breaking the flow. I have to come to your screen. Are you having this here? Are you here?
No, sir, I am not there. I missed something.
Okay, just wait. Now you share your screen quickly. See, we are going step by step. I am asking and confirming everybody, and you are keeping quiet. So, okay, just don't worry. So, guys, what happened that he completed the flow. So that's not a problem. So whenever we are creating a resource, suppose we completed the creation of the resource and we want to change it. So to change it, we can do it from the detail, right? So in the detail, you can see various tabs, general, codes, details. So if I go into the details, if I click on the details, so guys, I can see. So, okay, you just give me the control. We can make changes even after creating the complete resource. So I click on details tab. So once I click on the detail tab, I can see various parameters. So one of the parameters I need to change is the personal calendar, right? So what you do that if you miss that in the flow, you can do it from here. Now you click here, click this. Okay. Now, then you click on the work week. Here. In the work week, you set the Thursday, Friday, Saturday to 0 because he works only 3 days a week. That is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? So that's why you should make the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as 0 and click on the OK. So guys, did you click on this? And are you getting these days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as the dark gray color? So, these are the non-work days, right? This is the color for non-work. Okay. Now, you select here detailed work hour per day. Now, if you looked at your Monday, the Monday seems correct, right? So guys, everybody please confirm that the structure of the Monday is same as on the current demo
Yes, sir.
screen. Is it the same for you? Okay. Now, you click on the Tuesday and check for the structure. Click on the Tuesday. Is it the same?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, you click on the Wednesday and you check the structure. Is it the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for everybody, this is the same structure, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. See, guys, I'm going to show it
Yes,
to you
sir.
from here also, the work week. If I go to the work week, the structure of the Monday is having 4 hours, then 1 hour break at 1 p.m., then 4 hours of the work from 2 to 6. Similarly, it should be for Tuesday and the Wednesday, and rest of the days are non-work. So you just click on the OK. Okay, click on the OK. Right? Okay, now I will go back to the Agnivesh screen. Okay, so Agnivesh, you share your screen. Okay, so now you click on the OK here. Okay, for the rest of you, please follow this flow. Then you click on the next. Auto compute the actual for this resource. Yes, next. And then you click on the finish. So guys, you can see that you have created the external quality consultant calendar, right? It is unique. Now, where is this calendar stored? Actually, this calendar is stored under the resource category. So you click on the calendar button here. Now you select the resource category. So you can see that under the resource category, this calendar is existing, right? Now select the calendar and click on the used by button and you will see the name of the resource who is using this. So you can see the name of the resource is external quality consultant, right? So one resource, one calendar, because this is a unique schedule, right? Format, right? So it is basically for this. Now click on the close button here. Now you click on the close button once again. Okay, so after you clicked on the close button, now let us come to the activities. Now in the activities, we are going to use the resources, right? Okay. Now, so first we will check out the external quality consultant. So he is to be applied on the external certification and commissioning activity, right? Now, how to apply the resource? First of all, what you have to do, you have to select the activity. Then after you select the activity on which you want to apply the resource, then you have to select the resource tab in the details. Now click on the resource tab in the details. So after you clicked on the resources tab in the details, then you click on the button add resource, which you can see below. Click on the button add resource. So once you click on the add resource, you will see the pop-up to assign the resources. Since you are going to use this box for the first time, so okay, just wait. So let me do it. Okay. So you increase the size. So you increase the size of the height and the width. So you should be able to see the resource ID and the resource name. That's it. You don't have to make it too much wide. So I think as you can see on the screen, that should be enough. But you should change the font, right? You select here on the display and you change the font and you select here Vardhana regular 9 font. Okay. And you click on the OK and OK. Now, the resource which you need to assign is down below. So you scroll down. So you'll find that resource under the quality manager, right? So this is the EQC resource, which is under the quality manager. So you can select external quality consult. So just hold your screen here. So guys, can you see the demo screen?
Sure.
So under the quality manager, you will find external quality consultant, right?
Correct, sir.
You have found it. Now, what you carefully have to click on the assign button, but only once, because in Primavera, if you click this button multiple times, the same resource will be assigned multiple times, which we don't need here, right? So we have to validate self. We have to validate ourselves, right? Because in some other software, if you applied a resource once, so it won't be applied next time. So the button will be disabled, but not here. So that's why I tell that wherever you need to validate yourself, right? Okay. So after you have applied the resource, so you click on the close buttons to close the box. So once you close the box, you will see the resource has been assigned. Now we have to change the activity type so that the schedule of the resource from the resource calendar will be followed. Now go to the general tab. In the general tab, you select activity type as resource dependent. Immediately, you will notice a change in the activity timeline, right? You see this? It has expanded, and where it has gone, finish date is what?
22 October.
22 October.
Yeah, so you can see that it is the finish date is the 22 October. Now, I will show you in the timesheet also. See, what you are seeing is the Gantt chart, but you are not able to see that what is the assignment of the resource on the per day basis, right? So in the Primavera, what you have is a timesheet also. If you want to see the timesheet of the resource, so you need to click on the resource usage spreadsheet button. So you click on this button, okay? Use this. Now, in the filter display, you select display the current project resources. Filter by, go to the filter by here, and then you select the current project resource. So you will see only one resource. So the external quality consultant's timesheet is being displayed on the right side. And if you slide it a little bit toward the right side, you will see the start of the timesheet, right? So you can see that it is starting on the first day is the September, and the assignment of the resource on this activity is like 3 days per week, right? So you can see 3 days per week. So it confirms that it is being assigned as per the resource calendar, right? So this is the pattern of the work days in the resource calendar. So it is being applied here, right? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so everybody please confirm that you are here and you can see this pattern of the use.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the way you see the timesheet. And timesheet, this is a pre-assigned timesheet. So what the people do, so the resources, when they're assigned to their respective activities, so they get a printout of the timesheet either in the PDF format or in the physical format. They keep it with them and every day they work according to the given timesheets, right? And in case any the variance is there, if you are able to work less or more, so you should tell the project manager. Right, guys? Is that clear? So just like we used to have the timetable in the school, so here what we have is the timesheet. Okay. The timesheet is a useful way to track the time or give the idea that when you should work and how many man hours of the work that you should be doing. Now we will start to assign the resources to the activities. So guys, you select the project management. Okay. And then you select the detail. Okay. Now you come to the resource tab after you selected the detail. Okay. So what we are going to do, guys, we are going to assign the resource and we will develop the cost of the project. Now we are going to switch on the Gantt chart for that purpose so that we can see the resource cost column. So guys, you click on the table button. So after you clicked on the table button, you can see that the cost column. So guys, did you note that for the external quality consultant, a cost of 960 rupees has been calculated? Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
Because when you assigned a resource for the certain number of the days and the days multiplied by the man hour per day, so that computes the man hours, and from the man hours, so the money is calculated, right? Okay. Now we will see, okay, that how it is to be calculated for the project management. So guys, use your judgment, use your judiciousness. Tell me which resource is suitable to be assigned to the project management.
Project manager.
Which resource?
Project
You
manager.
just created the list of the resources, so you should know.
Project manager.
Project manager, right? So your voice is not clear. Who is that? Please talk a little bit more clearly. Okay. So this is basically, it is called resource delegation. So delegating the right resource to the right activity. So that is called the resource delegation. So, it's an important part of your job as a project manager. As a project manager, you are also the people manager. Okay. So after you did selection of the project management, so you come to the resource tab. In the resource tab, you click on the button add resource. Click on the add resource button. Since you had applied the filter due to which you are seeing only one resource, so you change the filter to display all resources so that you see the complete list of the resources in the enterprise. You select all resources, filter by all. So once you set it to all, so you will see the complete list, and if you have got more space, so you can increase the height. So what you do, you come down here, increase the height, right? So then where is the project manager? He's at the top. So guys, you go to the top of the list and under the RM, you can see the PM. So did you find the PM?
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the assign only once. Then you close this box. Close it. Close the box by. Now we are going to understand how this money, this has been calculated. So guys, did you see that the cost of this labor is like 3600, right? So
Yes,
how at the 3600, so that we are going to understand. See, what is the total duration of the project? So guys, what is the total duration of the assignment? 45.
45 days.
Let's say that he works at the rate of 8 hours per day. You look at this column, just ignore the word remaining, right? So you have to just ignore this word remaining. You just look at the word units per time. Now, guys, you tell me that what is 45 multiplied by 8? What do you get?
360. 360.
360. You will see that the budgeted units is calculated here as 360. So the total units all for 45 days will be 360 man hours. So guys, what is the rate of the resource per hour?
10.
10. So you will see that the 360 multiplied by 10 is calculated in the budgeted cost column, right? So this is how you get the total cost of the resource. Since it is a labor resource, so the cost is moved into the labor column. So similarly, if you have a machine resource, you will see the cost going into the non-labor and material and the expense respectively. Right, guys? Is this clear? Now, will you remember the flow chart of the calculation of the resource cost? Guys, is this clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after we have calculated the cost of the project management, so guys, you tell me that who will be doing the quality management? Which resource? For this quality manager. Correct. You know, this is something which is a very, very valuable functionality of the project manager. So your people manager, you know the rightly skilled person for the task, for the activity, right? You have to select electrician for the electrical work, plumber for the plumbing work, and for the bricklaying work, you will select the mason. Similarly, you know, you should be having this knowledge, right? For the quality management, you select the quality manager. So click on the add resource button here. Okay, after that, you select the quality manager here. No, it is below. See, is here. Look at. Don't shift it. See, don't shift the list because then my marking will not be useful. Just did you find it, guys? Quality manager.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you found the quality manager, then you click on the assign button here. After you click on the assign button, you click on the close button. Okay. Okay, fine. So the quality manager has been assigned, and according to the usage of the quality manager on per day basis, you get the budgeted cost. Now, suppose I say I want the quality manager for half day. So guys, what is the number of the man hours for half day?
4.
No. So what you can do, you can go to this column as pointed by the arrow. You can change it to 4. You double click and you replace the 8 with 4. You will see immediate recalculation, right? And press enter. Do you see that? Okay. It is immediately recalculated according to the 4 man hours per day. Now, if you change it to 1, so what do you see? Change it to 1 hour per day. How much do you see? 45?
50.
And 45 multiplied by 10 rupees. So, you know, that's why I kept the resource rate at 10 rupees so that it is easy for you to get the result and you can comprehend that how it is calculating, right? So this is the way you use a per person. So one person can be used up to 8 hours, right? And then you can use the person part time of the day, right? So you can indicate the man hours here because by default, it is going to apply the resource as per the resource setup we had done, that the default application of the resource will be 8 man hours per day. But if you think there is an exception, you need more or less, so you can change it. Now,
This will, if any changes done remaining units per time here in details, it will apply to all the days, na, when we will work.
yeah, it will apply to all the days because the timesheet will be created. See,
Ah.
I'll show you the timesheet. See, look at the timesheet now. In the timesheet, you will see that it is creating the timesheet according to 1 hour per day. So I'll have to select the resource. So basically, I'll have to display the narrow range of the resource, the current project resource. Then I will select the quality manager. And for the quality manager, you can see in the timesheet very clearly it is mentioned that the resource will be used for 1 hour per day, right? Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can see. Yeah.
So you can see that from the beginning of the project, it is 1 hour per day. Now, if I change the application of the resource, so if I change it to 2, so you just change it to 2, change it to 2 hours,
Yes, I change it.
and then you switch over to the timesheet. So you can see it clearly in the timesheet that it is 2 hours per day, right? It is because of the setting we created at the project level. See, at the project level, we had created a setting. I'll just tell you in the default, if you would remember, I had asked you to create a setting, fixed duration and units per time. So units per time means that if you change the units at the daily level, this will be applied across the entire duration of the resource, right? Is that clear? So this is the meaning. So this is a very, very useful setting. It simplifies the calculation of the cost on the per day basis. So I'm just applying the resource, and at the time of the application of the resource on the activity, I'm telling Primavera that I want to use this resource at the rate of 2 hours per day. Suppose you need 2 quality managers, right? So what do you do? So guys, if the capacity of 1 person is 8, then what is the capacity of two people per day?
Off. I'm going to say increase.
2.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you, it's a very simple, it is a table of 8. Okay. So if you look at the resource at capacity, see, capacity of 1 person is always 8 man hours. Now, if you're going to use 2, it will be 8 to the 16, 8 3 to the 24, right? Do you see this?
Yes.
This is a table of 8. Now, in the Primavera, you don't have to add a resource multiple times. If you write here 16, what does it mean? It means that there are 2 people working on this activity. So you can do it like this. Now, if you are having more than 1 person or even 1 person, and if you want to track their names, so you just go into the notebook, you click add, then you select the general notes. Okay, in the general notes, in the modify, so you write here resources list, resource names list, right? So what you can do, you can create like this, name 1, name 2, and if you are using 3, you can write name 3, right? So if you want to assign 3 people, so it's very simple. You go into the status, go into the resource. In the resource, so guys, what is the total capacity of 3 people in parallel?
24.
24.
Because it's a table of 8, right? So guys, I hope you remember the table of 8, right? If you remember the table of 8, so you get the man hours. So if someone tells you I need to basically utilize these many man hours, so how to get the number of the people? You just divide 112 by 8, then you get the number of the people as 14, right? So you can assign 14 people or the total number of the man hours. So that's how it works.
Also,
So if you
we can add multiple time also, na? That the option that you told that if you click on assign, so it will keep on adding multiple times. That also we can use, na? As an alternative.
You can do it, but this is smarter.
This is smart. Yeah, another, you're right. I'm just
Okay, so use this. Okay, because that's going to clutter up the screen. It's not going to benefit you. If you want to write the name, so you write it in the notebook that who 3 people are here, because like basically the project management software is like a machine. It is calculating the man hours. Now, who is putting the man hours? for the calculation, it is not important to know that what is the name of the person. Suppose the quality managers are changing every day, right? So every day you are getting a set of 3 new people. It's not the same set of the people. So you are getting 3 new people every day. So you can change the names, right? Okay.
Yes, yes, correct.
Now, in this case, I want to use only one quality manager full day. So what do? I put here 8, 8. You type here 8. Okay. Now, this is the way you apply the resources. Now, guys, you select the next activity, that is the site supervision. So guys, you tell me that which resource you will apply to this. Which one do you think? Who will work here?
Site supervisor.
Correct.
Supervisor.
Correct. This kind of sensibility, that ability that you have. So to apply the rightly technical person selected for the right activity, so that is called resource delegation, and it is a great value for the company. Okay. Okay. Now you click on the add resource. Now you have to change the filter to display all, because we apply the filter to narrow down, but here we can find the resource we have under the RM. So that's why I told you, you create your resource under the RM and you take the RM to the top of the list. So this is the benefit, right? So once you select the selection list, once you open the selection list, you can find your resources quickly, right? So after you selected the site supervisor, click on the add button. Then you close it. So site supervisor has been applied. Now we come to the next activity, that is the lay gravel bed. Now lay gravel bed will be done by worker 1 to 10, right? So we'll select all of them 10 at once. Click on the add resource. And then you just scroll up a little bit and place your cursor on the worker 1. Then you press the shift. Guys, with your left hand, press the shift, and with the right hand, you click on the 10 number. So it's going to select the entire lot at once. So did you use this technique?
Yes, sir.
Multiple selection in one shot, right? After you have done that, you click on the add button here only once. Then you close the box. So after you have closed the box, I want to show you some new concept. The new concept is like this. So you will see that there is a column here called the primary resource. Did you note this? Primary resource. I'll tell you that what is the concept of the primary resource in the project management. See, primary resource would be the resource who is going to basically report the status of this activity to the reporting manager. Now, who is the reporting manager for all?
Supervisor.
Supervisor. Now he says that at the planning stage, he says that I find that the worker 5 is more competent. So he is recommending you to assign the worker 5 as the primary resource. So you select here. So once you select it, so you will see that only one resource can be assigned, right, as a primary resource. Is that clear? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir. One person can be the primary resource.
Yeah, only one person. See, in case of you have only one human resource assigned to, so he will be the primary resource by default. So what does the software do? The software looks at the list and he finds the first one. It assigns as the primary resource. So what you should be doing, that you should basically reassign the primary resource as per the knowledge, right? Is this clear? So this is the concept of the primary resource. Now, what's going to happen in the project? This primary resource will report the progress to the site supervisor. Site supervisor in turn will report the progress to you. He will refine and he will check whatever information has been gathered. So he will put it in a proper format, report to you. You will enter it into the Primavera. So once you enter into the Primavera, it will be visible to all the stakeholders upline and downline. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Because the project data is under the control of the project manager. So once he updates the actual, so there will be the calculation of the variance, he will generate the report. So once he updates into the Primavera, so it will be visible to all the stakeholders who are connected to the current project. So that is the job of the primary resource, and that is the job of the site supervisor, and that is the job of the project manager, right? It is a chain of command. Now we come to the next activity, that is install railway tracks. So you select 1040. So guys, have you selected? 1040 has been selected.
Yes.
Okay. Now this activity will be done by three resources: the combination of man, machine, and the material, right? Now we are going to apply the man, machine, and material to this activity. First, you select the activity and then you click on the add resource. Now, the three resources that we need will be the track laying engineer. So we go toward the top till we find the track laying engineer. After selecting the track laying engineer, so we press the shift button and then we click on the railway track like this. So guys, you will see the three resources are getting selected at once. Please look at the demo screen. Did you see that the three resources have been selected?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after selecting these three resources, click on the plus button here. Then you close the window. Okay, so after you have closed, now I want you to show you something about the material. See, there are three resources that have been applied. So you applied the track laying engineer, track laying machine, and the railway track, right? So you can see the primary resource is the human resource. Now we come to the railway track. So in the railway track, this budgeted unit column, it says 96 meters. Guys, you tell me one thing. The quantity of the material resource should be decided by the software or should be decided by you, the engineer? Who should decide?
By engineer only.
Yes, correct. You should decide that what is the required quantity because you have done the quantity survey. Okay, you know that if I'm doing the first 50 kilometers, so then how many total amount of the tracks I need or whatever is the quantity, that is to be purely decided by you only and not by the software. So guys, note it that for the material resource, so whenever you apply the material resource, so you should go directly into the budgeted units of the material resource and you should write the total quantity manually. So in this case, you need 1000 meters. You just write 1000. You delete everything. Just write here 1000 and you press enter. So once you press enter, so you will see that the cost of the resource is getting calculated, right? 10,000 as per the per meter rate. So the cost of the material goes into the material column and cost of the human resource is going into the human resource column and cost of the machine is going into the non-labor cost column. Do you see this? The three components?
Three components. One is labor, non-labor, and material.
Yeah. Now there is a fourth component also, which is the cash. Now, where is the cash column? The cash column is the expense column. Now, where does it come from? So this will be derived from your expenses tab. Do you see this expenses tab here, guys?
Yes, yes.
Now I'll explain to you the concept of the expense or the cash. Expense means suppose that your railway tracks are actually in your warehouse and the warehouse is 100 kilometers away from the site. So you need to transport it. And for the purposes of the transport, you need to use a transport company, which is an external resource, right? So you call the transport company and ask them and explain to them that, look, this is the quantum of the material and this is the type of the material. You have to transport it 100 kilometers. Please give me a quotation. So what this company does, that tells you that we have understood, we give you the quotation of 2,500 rupees for doing the job. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how do you basically plan the cash into the cost of the total cost of the activity? So, guys, first of all, you select the expense tab. Then click add button here to add a new row. Then you write the narrative. What is the narrative? Transport material to site. You write it under the expense item column. Transport material to site. Okay. Okay. Now, under the expense category, you select transport expenditure. If you click here, you will see a pop-up. Now select here transport expenditure. I am sure you remember creating this, right? So why are we categorizing the data? So that we get accurate reports of the cash implementation. Now there is one more column here. The column says accrual type, that how do you want to pay? What is your type of contract? So basically you agree to pay the transport company at the end of activity. So you will select end of activity, right? If the agreement is to pay in advance, you will select start of activity. Actually, in this case, only either end of activity or start of activity can be selected. Uniform over activity cannot be selected, right? Either you pay him at the beginning where he picks up the stuff, or you say that, okay, you take the stuff to the site. Upon complete and correct delivery, we will pay you at the end of activity. Now, whatever is the amount quoted by him, you put here, you go into the budgeted cost column and you put here 2,500, right? 2,500. Now, you have to write the name of the vendor who gave you this quotation so that anybody using the plan can get the job done. So you write here ABC Transport Company. ABC Transport Company. Company. And press enter, and then you select auto compute actual. Auto compute actual means that when we mark this activity as closed, the actual cost will be entered similar to the budgeted cost, right? So in case there is an exception in the actual cost, if it is more or less, then we can adjust it. But otherwise, by default, it's going to put the budgeted cost into the actual cost column. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So you can see the four components of the activity: man, machine, material, and cash, right? So when you add man, machine, material, and cash, so you get the total cost of the activity. So when you roll up the total cost of all the activities, then you get the cost of the project, right? So on the top right corner, you get the budgeted total cost, which is the total cost of the project, right? So what is the total cost of the project? The total cost of the project is the cost of the resources utilized in the project. As simple as that. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
The
Sir,
total.
can we add multiple expenses?
Yes, you add. Suppose if there is some other expense, you click on the add, you should have a proper narrative for that, and you should be able to select the expense category also. In fact, we will see it. We have within this project only that we will be using the multiple expenses, right? Okay. Now we have to apply actually the resource and all the activity, but we are skipping this one. Now we go to the do parallel test. So in this do parallel testing, then we select the resource. So this do parallel testing will be done by only one resource, that is the quality tester, right? So select 1060, go to resource and click on the add resource. And then you select QT. QT is here. It is under the QM. Quality tester. So guys, could you find the quality tester in your list?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you click on the select button carefully, but once, and close the box. See, for the human and the machine, it's going to apply 8 hours per day, which is correct, right? Now we come to the do pilot testing. The pilot testing will be done by the combination of two resources, man and machine, right? So we select the do pilot testing and then we click on the add resource. So once we click on the add resource, then we select the TED. Okay. So look at the demo screen. We select the TED and TE. We select these two, TED and TE. No, TE. These two only. Yes, correct. So guys, please look at the demo. So once you have selected these two, then you click on the add button. Okay, so you will see these two resources, the combination of the man and machine is applied. Okay. Now close the box. Close the box. So you have applied these two resources and your project is complete, right? So this is how you get the budgeted. Now you have to understand that from the beginning, if your requirement is correct, if your durations are correct, and if your resource units are correct and your resource rate per unit is correct, then definitely the budgeted total cost will be very, very realistic, right? So you can say that the budgeted cost of the resource is, budgeted cost of the project is 30,740, and we expect a variance of plus 5%, right? Is that clear? So in the engineering, there is a terminology called tolerance. I hope you understand the meaning of the tolerance.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
We say that this is the acceptable variance is having an acceptable variance of plus 5%. Usually the cost is never lower. It is always on the higher side, right? When you finish the project, the cost may go up, but we try to narrow down the variance. Just like in engineering, we try to narrow down the tolerance. We try to keep the tolerance to near zero, but it is not possible due to the random nature of the atoms and molecules, right? So similarly, the calculated cost or the calculated duration or the schedule, it has some acceptable variance which we can mention after we have completed the planning. So in this case, let's say, for example, I say that this project should be completed with an acceptable variance for the cost at 5%. So which means that there can be a variance of plus 1500 on top of the baseline cost, right? Is that clear? Which is acceptable. So if the project manager closes the project around 32,000 rupees, between 30,700 to 30,000, 32,000 rupees, that's good. That's acceptable, right? That's how we do the planning. So guys, is the planning clear now? How we reached here? Hmm? We
Yes,
learned
sir.
scheduling fundamentals, then we created the WBS, then we created the activities, then we linked up the activities, we put the appropriate durations, then we created the resource breakdown structure, and we applied the resource. Now we have the budgeted cost. If our data is correct, then the budgeted total cost is also correct. So I think now you have a very good idea about how to create a project plan. Now you guys are going to do a project independently, right? So that will be done in teams, but first let me explain to you the project. Okay. So let me go into the document folder. So we will be able to see the project. So you guys stay here. So I'm going to go into the document folder. Okay, so guys, did you take a printout?
Yes, sir.
That's good. That's cool. So it will be quite good if you use the printout. Okay, so Agnivesh, you read this thing. Okay, read this. This is the flow chart. Read it.
The broad steps for new project creation. 1. Create calendar. 2. Create project. 3. Create WBS. 4. Add activities with dependencies. 5. Create resources. 6. Apply resources. 7. Correlate result with expected values. 8. Troubleshoot. 9. Finalize plan. 10. Baseline plan.
Yeah. So guys, this is the flow chart to do. So you will do up to 8, 9, and 10. I will tell you, right? So now I think you can do. Now, if you look at the first one, what does it say? Create the calendar. So for the creation of the calendar, the structure of the calendar has been provided here, right? You can see the details of the calendar has been provided. So here, what are the various parameters? The daily working time, right? And the non-working days. So in the non-working days, beside the Sunday, you have got another non-working day, that is the last Saturday of every month. So how to apply this? You go to the 12 months of the year 2025. Okay, you go to January, February. So you find out that which is the last Saturday in that particular month. You select it and you mark it as non-work. This is just one-time exercise because in this version of the Primavera, you do not have the recurring non-working day facility. So that is why if we have a recurring non-working day, so we have to mark it like this, right? Is that clear? But it is a one-time job. Now, if you look at the project holiday list, it has got certain dates. Now, guys, I will tell you something of wisdom. If a particular date of the holiday is falling on a Sunday, you can skip it, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now you read the step number 2.
Set software project calculation as default calendar.
Correct. Then what is the step number 3?
Create project named as Software Development 2025 by your name.
Under your name. So what you do, write your name and partner, right? So let me see how many do we have. So how can the partnership go? So basically we have got 5 trainees here, right? So we will create a team of 2 plus 3. So we will do it in the team of 2 plus 3, right? So normally if I had 6, so it will be like 2 each. So right now we have got 5 people. So I will make a team of 3 plus 2. So you will be moved into your personal room. Okay. 3-person in one room and 2-person in another room. So you will be able to do it in your private space. You can interact, you can share the screen. Okay, I'll tell you the procedure. Okay, just wait. First, let us understand what are the parameters of creating. Read the step number 4.
Set project start date as 1st January 2025, 9 a.m.
Okay, so I think you can do it. If you don't know it, so your partner will know, right? Okay. Now, in the step number 5, what you have to do?
Set this project defaults from project details.
So basically the default, this is the one we have to set, right? Fixed duration and units per time. So it will give the correct calculation on per day basis. Now we come to the project currency. So guys, this one you did not set because it is already set. Already you have set the project currency in the Primavera as INR. Now you come to the step number 7. So what is there in the step number 7?
Create the WBS as below in WBS tab.
Okay, so I think you can create the child also. If you go to the testing, from the reference of the testing, you create the system testing and integration testing. So these will be the child summary groups under the testing, right? Okay, so I'm sure that you can do it. So then we move further, right? So what you do that after you have created the WBS, you will come to the activities tab. So in the activities tab, you will find these groups. So before the group, you will add this milestone. So guys, this is the zero duration. Okay, so this is a milestone. You know it already that if you have an activity as a zero duration, it is a milestone. So guys, what kind of milestone would be this? Would this be a start milestone or a finish milestone?
Start milestone. Start.
Right. So you will go to the activity detail and you will set it as a start milestone, because what happens whenever you insert a new activity, so you have kept the setting to create 6 days activity. So you will change it to the start milestone and it will automatically become zero duration and the symbol would change to the diamond symbol.
Not there.
You put zero, it's not going to be behaving like a milestone. It will just be zero duration and you will not even see the diamond symbol. So which is wrong. Okay, fine. Now we come to the requirement gathering, right? So for the requirement gathering, what is the interpretation of the predecessor detail? So what does it mean? What is the full form of this? How do you expand it?
Predecessor is a project start and it is a finish to start relationship. After
Ah.
project starting, immediately we will have to go for 11 days requirement gathering.
Correct. So basically, for the requirement gathering, the predecessor is the project start and the relationship is finish to start. Now, talking about the requirement analysis. So for the requirement analysis, what is the meaning of this?
Requirement analysis will also start parallelly with the requirement gathering because start relationship, but 9 days of lag.
Yeah, it will start relationship, but within 9 days of the lag time, right? So that sounds good. So I think you are interpreting it correctly. Okay, now you interpret this for the project plan.
So this is finish to start from the predecessor is system analysis. Right after system analysis, project plan will start, but with a lead time of 3 days. So 3 days before it will start.
If we put a lead time of 3 days, you know how it is going to look on the Gantt chart. So on the Gantt chart, it will look like this, right? So the lead time will be the overlap for 3 days. So these 3 days will be the lead time, right? Okay, is this clear? And lag times creates gap and lead times create the overlap. So I think you can do all this and you can set up the relationship. Okay, at the duration. Now, what is the step number 9?
Resource management.
See, in the step,
The labor type.
create this resource manager like this. Okay, this is the top level resource. Under this top level resource, it's a virtual resource or a dummy resource because this resource will not be applied in the project. Okay, when you create these resources directly under the ITRM, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
It will be created directly.
Only
Now, guys,
single hierarchy.
yeah, only single hierarchy, correct. One level hierarchy, right? Now, you got to be very careful while you are reading the standard rate because there is a good chance that you might make a mistake. So I'm telling you in advance that you as a project manager, you should be reading the documents very carefully and responsibly. That is the demand of the role, right? Okay, now we come to the next one. The next one is like this. So in the next, after you have created the resource, you are going to apply the resource, right? So you are going to apply the resource to these activities because sometimes the lines are not visible, so I have to expand it. Now, the first one is the milestone, so it will not have any resource. So you are going to apply the resources like this, system analyst. Some activity would require 2 resources. So guys, when nothing is mentioned, so what is the default assignment of a resource in terms of the man hours per day? What is the default?
Say it again, sir.
8 man hours.
8
Yes.
hours.
10 hours per day. Yeah.
So when it is 8, it will not be mentioned. If it is more or less than 8, only the exception will be mentioned, right, guys? Okay, so now I'll show you that how it is mentioned. Suppose for the activity of the prototyping, you need these two resources part-time. Do you see that there part-times are mentioned? What is the part-time? Tell me, what is the part-time for the system? Analyst, what is the part-time?
6 hours.
Now, where you are going to change it? Okay, I'll just show you that. Let me remind you where you can change it to 6 hours per day. So suppose you want to change the assignment of a resource. So you will go to the activity after you assign the resource, you will go to the this column. This column is called remaining units per time, but you ignore the word remaining. You just change the units per time. So in this column, you will change the assignment of the resource, right? Is this clear?
Like we did before, 1 hour, 2 hour, like this.
Part time, it will below it. If you need multiple, it will be the multiple of it. So either it will be 16, 24, 48. Okay. So 32, 48. So, like that. Okay. So that's how it is going to be. So programmer is required for 2 hours. Now, if you look at the coding activity, you require programmer. So how many man hours is mentioned here?
64.
64. So you are going to mention 64. Just I am only asking that how many programmers working in parallel would generate 64 man hours?
8 programmers.
Because it's the table of 8, right? 8 is the 64. So in this particular activity, we need 8 programmers. So how to assign the 8 programmer? First, we will go to the activity like this. In the activity, we are going to type here 64. That's it. We don't have to do the multiple resources. We just add here. We change the value of the units per time to 64 per hour, and that should be fine, right? Now, how many test engineers are required in the review code?
2.
2. That's correct. That's fine. Now we come to the next activity like delivery and commissioning. So how many programmers are required in this activity?
Only 1.
And how many test engineers are required?
1.
And what is the travel cost? So travel cost will go to which tab? Where you will
Budgeted expenses.
you go to the expense tab and you will create a row and you will select the travel and you will add it there, right? Now we come to the train users. In the train users, we are using man. So how many trainers do we need here?
1.
1. And how material quantity? The handbook is material. So what is the total quantity?
6 unit.
So guys, where you are going to enter the 6?
I meant to say when
Total budgeted unit column, right? Not in the per day, but in the total column. Okay, so this is the machine. That is the third one is the machine. So guys, how many PC are we using in this particular activity?
4.
4. No.
6.
You tried
6.
6, right? Okay. Now, if you get everything right, if you do everything right, okay, so this is the expected result. Expected result, the finish date will be 3rd June. The duration will be 126 days and the planned total cost will be 1,52,400 and that will be the breakup, right? So you can see the breakup here. So the breakup would come out like this. Okay, is this clear? Okay, now I will help you set up this project. Okay, and then I will leave you alone to do it. So I will select that who will be the partner. I will put you in your private phones, right? Okay, now to get started with this project, so let us come back to the Primavera. So you select the Primavera. Oh, there is a lighthouse here. So guys, a lighthouse. So guys, you remember your finish milestone combined with the mandatory finish. That's fixed. So lighthouse is on the fixed location. So these days, lighthouse are places for people to visit for their curiosity. So practically they are not used. I don't know if they are still being used or not. Okay. Earlier they used to communicate with the using the Morse code. So these days, I think the lighthouses they serve as interesting places for people to visit. So that is the lighthouse. It has a coordinate. So it would tell the ship, the location, latitude, longitude, name of the country, name of the king, and the city and the port, name of the port. So this information minimum will be sent to the ship's captain. Okay, so he can record it in his travel log. Okay, so then fine. Now let us come to the Primavera. So to start a new project, we have to close the current project. So you close it. Close the current project. Right? Okay. Now in the PDF, what is the first step? Let's have a look. If you go to the top of the PDF, so what does it say? So let us size. So you have to create a calendar, right? What is the name of the calendar? SD 2025 Cal. Now create the calendar. We come to the Primavera. So guys, to create the calendar, you have to click on the calendar button. Click this. Okay, now you come to the global. So guys, make sure that you are going to create this calendar in the global category. Now to create a new calendar, you have to click on the add button here. Okay, add. Now the nearest matching calendar will be IST, Indian Standard Time. So you select the IST. Then you click on the add button here. So basically, this is the nearest match. The IST is the nearest match. Now you write in the name as given SD 2025 Cal. And you press enter. Press enter first. Now you change it to the default calendar because once you create the project, you will use this calendar. See, we have just created the calendar. We set this as a default. The modification which you will do later. Okay. So after you have set the calendar as the default, click on the close button. Now the default calendar is set. Now you come to the projects because we are going to create the project now. Okay. Now we are going to create the project in the learning and development. Guys, make sure that your cursor is somewhere inside the learning or development or on the learning and development only. Right? Okay. Now to create the new project, you have to click on the add. Now, once you click on the add, you will see the create a new project wizard. Okay. You are here.
Yes, sir.
Now, click on the text. Okay. Now, guys, what is the new project ID? So it is mentioned in the document. If someone has a printout, he can dictate. So guys, please mention the project ID. Read it. Excuse me, guys. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm here. So, guys, what is the name of the what is the project ID? It is SD 2025. You write it. Yeah. Now the name of the project is Software Development 2025 by no. Man, that is not the CAL. That is just the project ID. Yes. Now come to the next row, next column. You write here Software Development 2025 by, then you write your name and later you will add your partner's name. Right? By, you write your Software Development 2025 and then you write by, then you write your name and dash. So you will add your partner name later when you come to know of it, right? You can change it from the project details. Now click next. So guys, what is the planned start date and time?
1st of January 2025.
Yeah, 1st of January 2025, 9 a.m. So you scroll to the January month 2025, select the 1st of the January, then you scroll till you see 9 a.m., right? 9 a.m. Now click on the select. So even though the time is not being displayed here because the because we have switched off the display of the time, but the time must be selected correctly. Now click next. Learning and development portfolio manager, it is correct. Then you click next. Then next. Then you click on the finish. Okay. So guys, you have created the project, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you have to set the default. See, if you looked at the calendar automatically got selected correctly because you had told the Primavera that the default calendar will be SD 2025, right? Now you have to select the other default for the calculation of the resources correctly. So you set this one and you fix duration in units per time. Okay, so you got this right. Now let us come to the exercise sheet. So what is to be done next? So let us look at the exercise sheet. So you have created the calendar. Actually, you should be modifying the calendar now. So the step 2 has been done. Step 3 has been done. Step 4 has been done. Okay, now let's look at the step 5. Step 5 has been done and step 6 has been done, right? So guys, you have completed these 6 steps. Now what you should do, that you should go to the step number 1, complete the step number 1, then you should directly come to the step number 7. Is that clear to all?
Yes, sir.
So you will do the step number 1. You will now modify the calendar according to the given structure. Now guys,
Sir, we left with the currency, no, sir?
the
Step number 6.
currency is INR, it is already set. We are using
Okay.
only, so we don't have to change it, right? So the step number up to 6 you are done, but in the step number 1, now you'll have to go into the detail of the calendar. You have to start modify. So guys, the time to complete this project, including your lunch time, is 2.5 hours, right? So I hope you can complete it by 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time, or you need an hour more. Okay, so let's say it is right now it is 1:30 Indian Standard Time. You add 3 hours to it, so by 4:30 you should be completed, right? That will be the good for all. So feel the time constraint. Now I'm going to create 2 virtual rooms, right? I'm stopping the share. And I'm going to put 3 people in one room and 1 person in another room. I mean, 2 people in another room. So 1 person will share the screen and the rest of maybe 1 or 2 people, they will dictate to him and watch him. Basically, you don't worry if you're not typing. Basically, everybody is going to apply their brains and memory. So you will be applying your Primavera knowledge, your memory and your intelligence and your logic. So everybody will contribute, will be able to contribute equally. So whoever types, it does not matter, right? So I'm going to create the room and you please move your machines and your devices into that room. Okay, just wait. So guys, so I am going to move you into the room. You will see a message on your screen, on your mobile screen and on your laptop screen. Please move into your rooms, right? Okay guys, start to move into your rooms. I'm sure now you are getting the message. Move now. Join your room. Get inside. Join it. Okay, guys, so you're here. So, Agdivesh, you share your screen. Gangadhar and Biswanath, you are going to dictate to him. Okay? Yeah. So, guys, you have got 3 hours time, right? So, now you go to the Primavera. So, Biswanath and Gangadhar.
Yes, sir.
So, both of you guide him to complete the project. Okay? So, he's going to work in the Primavera. I believe that you have a printout. Do you have a
Yes, sir.
printout?
I have a printout. I have a printout.
So you dictate to him. So I'm going to post this PDF file into the group also, so that in case you don't have a printout, so you can use it. Okay, so I'm going out. Okay, I'm exiting this room. So guys, you are in this room. So Varun, yeah, you share your screen.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
And Varun, you dictate to him from the document if you have the printout. If you don't have the printout, just don't worry. I'm going to send the document into the WhatsApp group. You can open it in your second laptop and you can watch his screen and you can dictate to him the correct parameters, right? Okay.
Correct, sir. Correct, sir.
So,
Yeah,
I
that's
have,
right.
I have printout. I have.
okay, you have a
I
printout.
also.
So excellent. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So you open the
Mm,
project and you start doing the steps, right? First step is that you
mm,
are going to modify the calendar. Then modifying the calendar after you will go to the step number 7, right? So guys,
Yes.
you
mm.
including your lunch time is 3 hours. By 4:30 Indian Standard Time, you should be completed. Now you coordinate between yourself, you and your friend, you coordinate that when you want to start and when you want to have the lunch and when you I mean, how soon you can start the work. So today, if you compress your basically your schedule for the lunch, it will be good. So you are feeling the constraint also, right? So this is how we work in the real life. Okay. So I'm going out of the room. I'm not going to help you guys anymore. You'll have to help each. You'll have to help your friend, right?
You can see, sir, my screen.
Yes, yes. I can see your screen very clearly. And
He's
now,
out.
what's the problem?
So is this a there's let me remove this part first. This is very
Yeah, the finish time is like 9 a.m., right? So which can
yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the finish time is over to you.
so now let's do this thing. Let's see that in which group it is going to be 9, right? So see, so basically, it is from the beginning. Now let's go into the project start. So if you look at the project start, so what is the activity type? The activity type should be the project start date. So what do you do? First of all, you fix it. Okay. So first of all, you change it to the start milestone. Change the activity type to the start milestone. Now, after that, you click on the schedule. Click on the schedule button here. Click on the schedule once again. Okay. So now let's see that where it is further. So here also within this group's requirement definition. So you can see that this is the finish milestone, right? So what do you do? That you change this to the finish milestone, and in fact, you do it for all the groups. You go to the end of all the groups and you change it to the finish milestone. So you change it, you change this activity to the finish milestone.
for all the group. Na?
Yes.
So this one also,
Yes, because these are the finished milestones.
this milestone.
I told you that they should be marked as the finished milestone. Putting the 0 is not enough.
Yes, sir. There is a reason behind it. I will highlight. Because if you see this relationship, na, sir, I tell you once again, this relationship.
Actually, what has happened? It will not take the finish to start. It will become finish to finish.
Yes,
So it
sir.
has happened recently in the version 23. Okay, so that's not a problem. First, you make them into the proper activity type, that is the finish milestone.
Yes,
So
sir.
you go to the end of the planning. This is done. Design. So this is done. Programming. No, this is also done. Programming complete. Yeah, you change it. Then add the system testing complete. Yeah, this one. 1310. Then 1360 also. Okay, then you go to the testing complete.
Testing complete.
So 1330.
1330.
No, 1430. 1430.
Okay. Training complete.
Yeah, training complete. And 1440 is the project complete. The last one is the project complete.
Okay.
The milestone name. You change the name also because the name is not the proper one.
Yes. No, my
Project complete. Yeah, project completed. Okay, project complete. And this is also the finish milestone. So once this is the finish milestone, then you click on the scheduling button once again. So just to be sure that whatever calculation is updated. So now you will see that your finish date is now matching, right? So we go to the level number 2. So we select here level number 2. So you will see that the finish date is matching, time is matching, 6 p.m. The cost is also matching, right? So this is complete. So I believe now you got an very good confidence, right?
Yes, sir.
So now you know that what is the flow of the project planning. So this flow has to be just replicated with another project. I will give you another project after this training, but we will now first complete the planning part and do the resource leveling. Now let me look at the other group. So
yes, sir.
So
But
I'm
ये जब इसको कंप्लीट करते हैं ना, जैसे प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट माइलस्टोन वी कन्वर्टेड, सो दिस रिलेशनशिप डज नॉट गो लाइक FF, है ना, FS. When we checked it, actually, me and
the rules actually, the rules have basically changed. So they have changed it in the version 23. So earlier, you could put the FS. Now I think it takes only the SS or something.
SS or FF.
So something like that. So now let us go to the dates and we can switch off the dates, right? Because after we have done the completion and now we know that the schedule is correct, so we can turn off the dates part and we can give more space to any column, or we can just switch on the Gantt chart also, right? So that you can see the entire Gantt chart like this. And then we can reduce the space on the Gantt chart so that we can see more of the Gantt chart. So, it's also useful to adjust the space from time to time. Right? So you can now save the layout up to this point, right? So you save here. Okay, now let me look at the other team. So guys, so who did that? Agnivesh, you share your screen. So it was done on your screen, I believe.
Yes, sir.
So you share. So, you guys are perfect. Guys, congratulations, right? So let me look at the time component. So just give me the.
No, sir. We also have 4th June as that end date, but as you're explaining to other team, I have updated you.
So you got the hint, right? Okay, okay, great. So that's good. So I hope you basically now feeling more confident now.
Yes, sir.
Because my main concern is that your dates should be matching. Because if your dates are matching, it means that you got the schedule right. Now, let me tell you what happens in real life. In real life, if you make a mistake in the schedule, it is immediately visible to the entire stakeholders, right? But suppose if you made a mistake in the cost or something like that, it might not be immediately visible to all. So you can fix it. Okay, you can fix it quickly without someone else's knowledge. But the schedule is immediately visible. So we got to be very much careful about the scheduling part. So we should always have the accurate schedule because we have to synchronize man, machine, and material. So this looks good. So let me click on the reschedule button. So this works well. So there you are. And I hope that you will be able to replicate this experience on a bigger scale now. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Now I will tell you that how to export the data, right? So you have everything right. We will export the data and after that we will do the resource leveling. So let me check the resources part once more. So here is your resource group, the item group. So we will push it to the top. Okay. So before exporting the data, let me do this thing. Let me give so the cal. Because when you export the data, you get a definite proof that it came from your system, right?
Agnivesh, issue was the sorry.
Yes.
One more question. In calendar, we had a second Saturday of last Saturday of the month. We have to do manually or non-work. There is no option?
Manually. See, in the Primavera of this version, there is no recurring concept, right? So you just have to select and mark it as non-work, just like this. So what you've done is right, and you have to just mark the holidays just like that only. So list of the holidays can be put into the notebook. And for the last of the Saturday, you have to do it just only once because you are going to create a global calendar. So once a person has created and put this calendar into the global category, everybody inside the organization can use this, right? Okay. So your resource and your calendar have been given a distinct name. Now, I'm going to teach you that how to export the data. Okay, so he will export the data and you guys will all import it. So we just make sure that we have the data as the correct one. So we look at the data. So the data looks good. Now we are going to learn about the resource leveling. We are going to have a resource confirmation meeting with the resource manager. And after that, we are going to do the baseline. Then we will do the execution. Okay, so we save the layout at this point. Now to export the data, so Agnivesh will export, you guys will import, right? So Agnivesh, you click on this button here. So this is a arrow.
Sir, this I'll move this. It is closing the buttons.
So you can place this thing here in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Or you click on the file also, file export. So this is the button that you can click. So it says export format. So we will use the Primavera XCR, which is the native format. So XCR, then we click on the next. Then we want to export what? We want to export the entire project. So then we click on the next. So this is okay. This should be checked. Then you click on the next button. After the next, it's going to ask you file name, but you have to click here. So you should select your Primavera project folder, right? You click on the desktop and you scroll down here, scroll down. Then you click on the Primavera and then you select the projects and then you click on the save. Okay, so guys, see this work area Primavera projects, right? So this is the folder where you import and export the project level complete data. So after that, you click on the finish. The project export was successful. Now click on the close button. Now you take that file. First of all, you go to that folder. You click on the Explorer here, Window Explorer. So you go to the Primavera folder here at the top. Now you go inside the project folder, you will find the export file, right? This is the file you want to export. Now you place your cursor in this row. So you will get the path. You just click on the white space here. Now you copy this, right? Copy the path. You right click
Yes,
and copy this. Yeah, copy this. Yes, correct. Now you come to your the WhatsApp. So where is the WhatsApp? Is it in the Chrome or is it in the Edge? You start your
here, sir.
okay. You start your WhatsApp. Fine. Okay. Now you select the group. Just wait. It is synchronizing the chat. Okay, just wait. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Let it sync the chat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you scroll up. Yeah. Now you click this group. Now you click on the add button here. Now you select the document. Okay, now you paste the path here. You press Ctrl V. Now click on the open. So this way you will directly reach the file. Now you select this file here. And then you click on open. And then you click on the send button. Okay, so now, okay, so you have sent it. Okay, so yeah, you share your screen. So guys, you will follow him. Okay, how to import from the XCR file, right? Okay, now you will download this file. You will click on the download button. Now you press Ctrl J. Ctrl J. Now you click on this folder. You will go into the folder. Now you copy this file here. Copy. Correct. Now you go to your Primavera folder, right? So I think you know how to go from here. You can go from here also. You can expand it and you can go to, or you can go, yes, that is the best way. Yeah, now you paste this file inside the project folder. Okay, you should keep your collection of the project level import export here only. After this, now you come to the Primavera and you close the current project. You press Ctrl W. Okay, so now you come to the project tab here. Okay, so guys, everybody please confirm that you are inside the learning and development. See, either you can select the learning and development or you should be inside it, right?
Yes,
So rest of you, please. So guys, have you downloaded this file and you placed it in the project folder?
yes, sir. I also downloaded it like before.
Okay, so I want everybody to have a good copy, right? So that is the purpose, and you will also learn the export and import. Okay. So are you ready to import now? Okay. Now you select learning and development portfolio here. Then you click on the import button. This is the incoming. Down arrow is import. Okay. So we want to import the Primavera XCR format. So which is correct. Then we click the next button. Click the next button. We want to import the entire project. Now you browse to the work area, Primavera and project folder. Okay. After selecting the file, click on the open button. Then just confirm that you are here. And then you click the next button. Now you have to click here in this box. You will get a pop-up. So once you get the pop-up, just double click here in the import to and select learning and development. Because you want this project to come inside learning and development. Now you select. Okay, so this is what it is going to do. Import action should be create new project, right? So it's going to basically put some identifier on it and create a unique identifier, right? So if the same identifier is there, it will add a -1. Okay, after importing. Now click next. Click next. And then you click on the finish. Okay, now click on the close button. So do you see this? This is the imported one because it had the same ID. So it has basically suffixed with -1 to make it unique, right? Now you select it and open. Open the project. Okay, so this is the imported one, right? Now you click on the calendar, you will see the calendar with the name. Do you see this, Agnivesh? So you make this as the default now because we are using the project. So we will use the same calendar only, which came with this project. Now you close the box. Now come to the resource tab. Guys, everybody come to the resource tab. Now you collapse all. After that, you select ITRM, Agnivesh, and you push this group to the top. You click on the move up. And now you expand this group only this group. No. You collapse all first. First of all, you collapse all. Just to expand the ITRM Agnivesh only. So basically,
Sir, I'm not sharing my screen.
So just a moment. So no, not Agnivesh. Basically, I'm talking about the group. Okay, so guys, what is happening that these 4 resources, so they were existing, they were pre-existing. So you can see that they are having the IST calendar, right? So they are being used in the current of the project, but they are having the IST calendar, whereas we need these need the resources. Basically, these resources have been used. So what we do, we select this resource, we select this. So we select this also. So we select this resource also. Basically, these are the resources that we want in the top level group. So we just control X. So maybe in your case, you don't have to do because they did not get mixed up. Now, in this case, the resources which are here, like the QA manager, so he has a different calendar. So what we can do, that we can go into the details and we can change his calendar to the to the Agnivesh calendar for which we are doing the project. So we imported it from, okay, what was the calendar name, guys? So the calendar name was Agnivesh, right? So we will change the calendar. So we go to this resource. So we are using this calendar, right? This is the Agnivesh calendar. So we change it. And then we expand it. So we change it from the previous, because the name matched exactly. That's why. Then we change this one, PM1. So we change the calendar for this one to Agnivesh. So we do the same for all these resources. Actually, here you can't do the fill down. That is the problem. You have to do it one by one. So you select the Agnivesh calendar. Then we go to these resources. So here also, we replace the IST with the Agnivesh. We replace the IST with the Agnivesh calendar, because all the resources should be using the same calendar as the project calendar so that their activities are synchronized. Now this is okay because this is a separate group. Okay, so this is basically created by. So guys, I want you to note something. I would like to show you something. See, one thing is that, do you see this checkbox? And read what is the label of the checkbox. Did you read that? See this. The label of the checkbox says assigned to the current project, right? So just a moment, let me open this. So you can see the checkbox is on. Now guys, there is one more thing. If a resource is assigned into the current project, you will see a small little arrow. Do you see this? Small little arrow here. Did you note that? Basically, when you assign a resource, see, any resource which is not assigned, so it will not have the arrow. So any resource which is assigned will have the arrow. So let me see, where is the handbook? Oh, where is the handbook? Just a moment, guys. Where is the handbook? Assigned to the current project. So let me use the filter. All current project resources. Oh, there is no handbook. So Agnivesh, you didn't use the handbook in your project?
No, handbook, it is not added in the resources. It is added as a expenditure.
No. The handbook is a material resource. You should have added, right? So guys, we'll have to look at some other options. So anyway, so let us do this thing. Why don't you show me your screen? So I think then we will have to use Varun's copy.
Yes, sir. I have also imported.
Handbook is supposed to be a material type resource.
Yes, sir.
See here, look at the handbook, right? Do you see that? So handbook, how many copies of the handbook did you use? How many copies?
6 copies.
Yes.
So if we go to the activities, so handbook is
6 copies.
used in the train users. Okay. Train users, right? So now we look at the resource details, resources. So basically you are supposed to use a handbook, train users, finalize. Now, where did you use the handbook?
I tell you in the document is here in train user. This is not my copy, I think. This is my copy or something like that.
No, I'm on your, no, this is not your copy. Just a moment. So where is your copy? Yeah, this is your copy, right? Let me load this copy. So in your copy, so let us go to the bottom. Train the users. Yes, so guys, total the budgeted number is 6, right? 288 and 6. Okay, now let us do this thing. We will have to use this in the copy because it shows you very correctly. So let me do this thing. So guys, just delete any other data in your system. Okay. So let me do this thing. Let me write here Varun for reference. Once you delete all the data in your system regarding the project, we will have to use a good copy here. Okay. You delete the project and you delete the ITRM group there, ITRM Agnivesh you need to delete. So we are going to use this one, right? So this is the good copy we have, so we will use this. So I think this looks good to me, so we can use this copy. Okay, so we go to the top and then we do the double click, so we can use this copy. So this copy looks fine to me. I do the reschedule, correct. Then I do the recalculation of the cost. Okay, so I think this looks perfectly all right. Okay, yeah, this thing looks perfectly all right to me. And then we export this data. So guys, I'm going to export this data from here, XCR file. Please delete any other data that you have in your system. Let's have a clean slate. Just don't worry about this. Only thing was which is more important that you have done the practice, right? So you delete the ITRM group in your system, you delete the calendar in your system, you delete the project in your system. We will use this copy, okay, which is coming from Varun system. Okay. Now click on the next, then export, next. So we are going to export in this folder. So if there is any previous copy, we will replace it. Export was successful. Then we will go into the WhatsApp. So Varun, can you send it to the WhatsApp group?
Yes, sir. I can send. I have here, sir.
You send it into the WhatsApp group. So Biswanath, you share your screen. So guys, please follow what we are doing on Biswanath's screen. So please delete any previous copy of the data. You delete the project, calendar, and the ITRM group completely. Okay, so we will use the one which is now coming from Varun system. You have done the practice. We have a data to work upon. Just don't worry. Okay, and make your system a clean slate.
Sent.
So Biswanath, you share your screen and we will do the import process on your screen. Okay, quickly share your screen. Okay, now give me the remote control. Okay, so this is the data you have. So guys, let us delete this so that we don't have any confusion. So we right click here and we click on the delete. Now we go into the resources. ITRM group is gone. Now we go into the calendar. So this calendar, we delete this. So this is, I'm not sure. So we make the IST as the default. First we delete this. And once the new calendar comes in, we will make it the default, right? So we have a clean slate right now. Okay. Now let us go into the WhatsApp. So you go into the WhatsApp. So I think he has posted there. Yeah. So Biswanath, go into WhatsApp and you download the file. I think you are not sharing the entire screen.
Sir,
Hmm.
sir, for me, this calendar is not deleting, sir.
So you let it remain there. When the new calendar comes in, we will use it. Okay. So Biswanath, so you go into the WhatsApp. Actually, you share the entire screen with me. First of all, you share the entire screen with me so that we can work properly.
Okay.
What is this noise? You can you stop it? So it's like a bird chirping. Okay, stop it. Thanks, guys. Now you give me the remote control. Okay, so we have this. Now let us have a look at the WhatsApp, right? So this is the version which is sent by Varun. So we download this. We say download. So once it is downloaded, then we go into the folder to retrieve this file. Okay, so this is the folder. Copy. So we go to the local disk. So we go to the work area folder. So your folder is not created, so I'm going to create it. Primavera. Okay, so just let me create this. So again, this chirping noise is there. New folder. So the new folder is projects. Projects, and then we bring it here. So this is the latest file which has come just now. And then we will import the file. To import, we select the learning and development. We click on the incoming arrow. We select the XCR. We select the project, the entire project, and then we browse to the folder Primavera. So we go to this PC. We click on the local disk C. No, not on the C, but on the D drive, okay, which is used for data. So then we go to the work area folder. Then we go into the Primavera, then we go into the project folder, so we can find this file. Okay, after that, we click on the open, click next. So we say create new project and import to where? Import into the learning and development folder, right? Import action will be create new project because you can merge also, but we don't want to merge. We want to create new project. So next, we click on the finish. So the data comes in and it will create the project, the calendar and the resource group. So this is the project. So we open the project like this. So then we will be able to see the totals on the top, which is the summary. Then we go into the resource tab. We will be able to see the ITRM Varun, so which is basically selected. So we can see that these are assigned to the current project. That's okay. Then we will be able to see the calendar also. So we make this as the default right now. Now, after importing, guys, please make this calendar as the default, like the SD 2025 calendar Varun. Okay. Did you make this? Is your import the process complete? Gangadhar, you have done?
Sir, I have done till work breakdown structure, and me and Agnivesh has done finished together.
I'm asking you to import this, right? It doesn't matter. So Gangadhar, you share me your screen. Let us import it. So that's what I'm asking you to do. Let us use one single good copy. Basically, the exercise that you've done individually, that's good. That was for the practice. Can you please share your screen? Can we guys move quickly? Otherwise, it's going to be late, very late night. You don't want to do late night, right? We have lots to cover. Please,
Yes, sir.
please be responsive and crisp. Okay, be sharp. Time is very, very limited in this universe.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
Did you download it? Did you download it? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Why? What are you doing? I'm telling you to do this, man. Why are you not responsive? See, how will you work in a team? Okay. So if you are not responsive, so you won't be considered a good resource despite knowing a lot. Right? You have to be useful. Make yourself useful. Respond. Respond to your team leader to work, to do something. So where is the updated? Where is the updated chat, man? Can you please scroll down to the bottom? Gangadhar. Gangadhar. So guys, you can still hear me? I'm not getting any response from him. Can you please scroll to the bottom of the chat?
It's in bottom zone.
Man,
I'm is at
please. So you did not download it yet. Man, please take to the bottom of the chat. For God's sake, yeah, listen to me. Okay. If I have to go to everyone's kid one by one, you know that. So it means that I won't be able to run this small group like this. And I'll have to teach only one person in one batch. Actually, you know, internet is slow and you have also not done the process, you know. You understand, you are creating so much stress. Can you press Control W because I am not getting any response from your system. Man, it seems I have to be here all night. Okay, so let it be so. Okay, fine. What's happening on your system? Why does not thing go away? Why I can't go to the next step? Gandharv, can you click on the plus button? Man, I am getting so much stressed. I just can't tell you. I cannot describe the stress you are creating in me. Gandharv, can you hear me? So guys, can you hear me or I am the one who is disconnected?
No, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Oh,
No, we can hear you.
Is it? Yes, sir.
see, I'm not able to click on your screen, man. It seems that I have to complete this training tomorrow. See, Gangadhar, I have to abandon you here, okay? So you just watch the rest of the training. right? Okay, guys. So now, the Agnivesh, you share your screen, please. So Agnivesh, have you imported the copy from the Varun system?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, fine. I think you can come and join the next batch. Okay, guys, now let me explain to you that what we are going to do right now. See, right now we are going to do the resource confirmation. So in the resource confirmation, so what we do, we make sure that the time scale that we are having, so it is fully showing the lifetime of the project. So the lifetime of the project will be fully displayed if you select this format, that is the monthly and the weekly format, right? So please condense the time scale to monthly and weekly, and you arrange your screen like this. Please do it quickly. Okay. Now I think we should close all other software so that the memory is freely, I mean, it is freed up from, and so that will speed up the Primavera. So we can switch off the PDF also. We don't need that. So we are done. Now we are going to do the resource confirmation meeting. So after you've done that, you click on the resource graph. So you will see there is a button here on the top. It says resource usage profile. Okay. After you click this, you will see that at the bottom portion, there is a list of the resources. So currently it says that display all resources. So you will change the display from all to the filter by. Filter by to current project resources, because we are interested to look at the current project resources only. And after we have done that, we come to the first resource, that is the management team. Because the material resources we don't care about, we actually care about the availability of the man and machine resources. We want to ensure that the man and machine resources are available. So after that, you will see a graph here. So guys, is your screen looking like this? So make sure that you have selected the current project resources here. So everybody please confirm that you have done.
Yes, sir.
So the filter should be current project, and the time scale should be birth at the week, and the whole time period should be displayed in the middle of the screen, right? So you should not miss any of the project data, right? Now, what you need to do, so once you get the graph, so you right click here on the graph, okay? Just right click here. So in the bar graph, you right click, and then you will see then option here, resource usage profile. So everybody select up to this point. Please be synchronized and confirm that you are here. Varun, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Biswanath, you are here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, now we click this option, and in this option there are certain checkboxes. So one of the checkbox we have to uncheck. So you uncheck this particular checkbox. Okay, you uncheck it, Agnivesh. Now click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will see the bar should be single and green. So guys, are you seeing this single green bar?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me tell you that what are the various parts of this graph. So basically, this is the resource, the management team, this is the utilization. So this resource has been used on the week of the February 3 only. Now, This is the resource capacity line. Okay, so let me write the label here. Resource capacity line. This is the resource capacity line, and this is the resource utilization bar. This is the resource utilization bar. Okay. Now let me tell you that what is the meaning. Basically, when you have the utilization of the resource below the resource capacity, it is said to be normally utilized, right? So the resource is utilized normally. So if the utilization of the resource goes above the capacity, so that is called the resource over allocation. In that case, the resource manager will provide you more resource. So where we are in the meeting room with the resource manager, because what happens that as I'm doing the planning, so basically at the planning stage, I cannot say how many resources I would need for a particular skill. How many programmers, how many engineers, and how many developers I need, and how many system analysts I need. So what is the understanding between me and the resource manager? Resource manager says that you create one copy of every resource. So if I create one copy, it has a capacity of 8 man hours. He says that wherever you need multiple copies, you apply the multiple copies. First of all, you apply the multiple copies and you complete the plan. So after you have completed the plan, so you bring the plan to me, right? So then I will look at the requirement of the resource. I'll provide you all the resources, right? That is the idea. So guys, if you tell me one thing, if a person works 8 hours per day for 6 days, then what is the total work generated?
8 hours.
8 hours multiplied by 6 days. 48 man hours, right? Okay. So if you look at this week of this January 6, it is showing you 48 man hours. Do you see this? It is meeting at 48 man hours. But why the week of the January 20 is meeting at 40 man hours? Why is there less in this week?
26 January already, na?
26 January is falling on the Sunday. But in this week, it is the last Saturday of the month is falling. That is why. Okay. But you guessed that there must be one non-work day. So that's good. So guys, this is the weekly graph. I'm going to stretch it and I'm going to show you the daily graph. Now, once I click on the daily graph, so it stretches and it shows. Now the graph has shifted, so I will shift it back into the view again. So guys, if you looked at, so there is a bug here. So guys, when I stretch or shrink the graph, now what happens that the resource capacity bar disappear. Now to get the bar back, I will click something else and come back here quickly. So guys, you look at the week of the January 20. Did you note this? You see this? See, this is the last Saturday of the month, right? That's why the capacity of the work is 0. So how many days a person can work in this week? In this week, a person can work 8 hours,
5 days.
okay, multiplied by 5 days, right? So then what is the total work capacity? The total work capacity within this week is 40 man hours, right? And all other weeks which are having 6 days, so you do this thing, 8 hours multiplied by 6 days. So that is equal to basically 8 hours multiplied by 6 days. So that will be equal to 48 man hours, right guys? Is that clear? So you have got 48 man hours of the work here. So which is possible in this week. So different weeks will have the different working capacities. Okay. So the left side of the scale, it shows you the weekly, monthly, or daily capacity. So it can be daily, it can be weekly or monthly capacity. Right? Now, what is the right side of the scale? So this scale is used for cumulative. Okay. Cumulative capacity of resource. So clear, guys? See, you can see it very much clearly. You are utilizing eight man hours here, 8 man hours here. The cumulative total is how much? Did you note that? The cumulative total utilized is 16 man hours. Is this thing clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
It is basically creating the 16 man hours here. So this is because whenever you change the scale, the cumulative is going to remain the same. Actually, when you change the scale to daily, weekly, or the monthly, so these numbers are going to become the weekly. If I switch over to the weekly, this number 8 will become either 48 or maybe according to the 5 days. Okay, see this. I'm going to change it back to the weekly scale. So I condense it and I get back the line again. So you can see that for the management team, so you can see the week, just a moment, it's not yet weekly, it is still daily. Now it is a weekly scale graph. So let me do this thing. So you can see that the weekly it is touching at 48, right? Did you note that? Look at the cumulative, it is 16. Because we are utilizing the management team for 2 days, we are utilizing this resource only for 2 days. Now, I will tell you that what is the meaning of this. As long as this utilization is bar is below the capacity, so this is called normal utilization, right? Normal utilization. So we are okay with the normal utilization. We are looking for where we have utilized more than one resource per day. Okay, so whenever you use a resource up to or below the capacity of the resource, it is called normal utilization. When the resource is used more than the capacity of one, so it will show the bar graph in the red color. So that will be called resource over allocation. So we are looking out for that. Now we select the programmer. So guys, now look at the programmer. Do you see the red bars?
Yes, sir.
So the red bars indicate what?
Over allocation.
Yes, I'll be back now. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, do you see the red bar? So red bar means that this is the over allocation. So I'm having conversation with the resource manager. So I tell the resource manager that, sir, I need more than one programmer per day. Now he says that, okay, you show me the daily graph. Now I adjust my screen. So to make some more room for the graph, so I reduce this columns width and to give more space to the graph. So I shift it toward the left, the partition. And after that, I click on the zoom button. Now the graph has turned into the daily graph, right? So guys, did you see this? In the daily graph, I can see every day. So where do you think this is touching here on the left side? So what is the daily requirement of the resource? Can you guess where it is touching the peak demand of the programmer? What is in the table of 8 before the 80? How much is there? 8, 9, the
72.
so 72
75.
means, so 72 means that I need 9 programmers. So I tell the resource manager that boss, I need 9 programmers per day. So you got to approve 9 programmers per day for me, right? So currently I have got only 1 and I need a big demand of 9. So now he says that you show me the numbers, right? So, Primavera is such an accurate software. On the same spot, you can see the numbers. So it is possible only in Primavera. So I click. See guys, read. What is the name of this button on the top? Resource usage spreadsheet. It is next to the resource graph button. Resource usage spreadsheet. And exactly on the same spot, the numbers will come. And since the numbers are squeezed, so what I do, I start to expand the cells till the numbers are visible. So guys, are you beginning to see the numbers completely? So you can see that for this activity number 1230. So guys, what is the 1230 activity number? If you look here on the top, this is the coding activity, right? The coding activity is using 8 programmers, or how many programmers it is using? 8 programmers per day, right? And this is overlapping with another activity which is also using the programmer, that is the developer test. And you see the overlap here? See, exactly on the same spot, you can see that 64 plus 8, the peak demand of the programmer is 72 man hours per day. Did you see the 72 on the top row? The top row is the total row of the programmer, right? So these are the various activities of the programmer where he has been assigned, and the top row shows that what is the peak demand of the programmer on per day basis. See, exactly on the same spot the graph will come. If I switch over to the graph, it is so accurate, you will see the graph is coming on the same spot. See, graph, the numbers, right? Numbers exactly on the same spot. You might think that this is very normal. No, it is not visible in many other software like that. So, the graph turns up in a different place. In the MS project, you don't get the resource graph on the same date. So you have to scroll a lot to get to see the graph. So here you can see the graph instantly. Exactly on the same spot you get the number. So you show him the numbers, and now he says that, okay, so the Agnivesh, you are having a meeting. So you tell the resource manager, sir, I need 9 programmers per day. He says that, Agnivesh, in our company, we have a policy, since the programmer is a low level resource. So by default, every project that is started, it has the default approval to use 10 programmer per day. So enhance the capacity of the programmer to 10 per day. So guys, if you look at the capacity of the programmer, which is 1 per day, if you enhance it to 10, then what will be the total man hours?
80.
Correct. So you have to enhance it to 80. So he has granted you the permission to use 10 programmers per day. So you come to the resource tab. Okay. Now grab the mouse and you click on the resource tab. So you will see that the programmer is selected, right? So once you see that the programmer is the selected one, so you click on the detail button here. Click on the detail button. In the detail, you go to the unit and prices here. In the unit and prices for the programmer, you change the max units to 80. So just go into the cell, you put a 0 in front of it will become 80, and you press enter. So this has become 10 programmers, so that is the capacity. But you have to write a note for this. You come into the notes Now you click on the modify button here. In the modify, you write here 10 programmers per day. 10 programmers per day approved by RM. RM is short for resource manager on. So what is the date today? Today's date is 15th of September. So you write here 15 September 2024, right? Because normally what we will do in real life, we will get the approval mail and we will paste it here, because you cannot use the resources of a company without the permission. Is that right? Because someone has to give you the permission so that you can use the required number of the resources. So here is your permission. Now you click on the OK button to store the note. So if someone looks at this, he says, oh, you are having 80. So this is the permission, right? Is that clear? With this permission, you are using 10 programmers, right? So 10 programmers, they generate the working capacity of 80 man hours. Now click on the activities tab, you will see the difference. So guys, did you note that the capacity has jumped to 80 man hours per day? You might not be using the 10. So, having the capacity of 10 programmers does not mean that 10 programmers will be sitting on the shop floor. It's not like that. Basically, what it means that you have the capacity to use 10 programmers per day if it is required. If it is not required, then the programmers will be in the resource pool. They will be working in some other project. But if you want to take programmers, you can take it from the resource pool and use it in your projects. Right? Is that clear, guys? Yes. Okay. So you will basically see that as you move towards the previous, so you can see basically at this point you are using only one person, and at this point you are using a person per day, right? Not the full day, right? Did you note that, guys? You see that?
Yes.
You are not using for the entire day, you are using only partial day, right? So which is perfectly all right. So all the resource now, you can see now it is normal, because he has to approve you the capacity. This is the way we work in the real life. So in the real life, I cannot guess in advance that how many copies of the programmer I need. Only after the completion of the planning, I come to know that I need 10, I need 5, I need 2. Then I go to the resource manager for the approval. See, most of the time, the resource manager will be happily approving, because it is in the interest of the company that the project manager is getting all the resources and he is able to finish the project on time. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, after the programmer is done, so we will shrink the time scale. I will click on the minus button once more. And once I get the monthly scale, I will try to make the scale appear in the middle of the screen, right? Then I go to the next resource, that is the project manager. So guys, by looking at the bar and the resource capacity line, can you please tell me, do you need more than one, or one is enough?
One
Tell
is
me,
enough.
one is enough. Now we go to the quality manager. So looking at the quality manager, so guys, you tell me, do you need more than one?
No need.
No.
One is enough.
Utilize, it is below the capacity. Now we go to the next one, that is the PC. Do you need more than one per day?
Yes, sir. It's
Yes.
over allocation.
So now he says that show me the daily graph. So I stretch. So once I stretch, it shifts away. I bring the focus back onto the screen. Then I click something else and I click on the rented PC. So then I tell him that on per day basis, I need 6 PCs, so which is 48 machine hours per day. So he says that, okay, show me the numbers. I show him the numbers. Here is the number, right? So we have to stretch the number. I mean, stretch the column so that the numbers can be seen clearly. So you can see that the numbers are now visible. Rented PC. So every day I need 6 PC. 8 6 the 48. So he says, show me the graph. Here is the graph. Here is the number. So guys, you tell me one thing. What is 48 multiplied by 6? You do it in your calculator and tell me how many total cumulative machine time. How much is 48 multiplied by 6?
288.
88.
So now we will see in the graph. On the right side, we will be able to see the cumulative value. So guys, do you see this green line? So this green line is rising slowly and slowly as with the graph. From here, it is rising. And then you can see that it is going to the right side. And this is the 288. It shows cumulative total utilization. Right? Is that clear? So the right side is the cumulative scale, and the left side is either the daily scale or the weekly scale or the monthly scale. Right? So these are the two scales for the purpose of understanding the resources. Now, what your resource manager says, he says approved. Please take 6 PC per day. You increase the capacity of the PC to 6. So how do you do it? You come to the resource. After you come to the resource, then you select the rented PC, then you go into the unit and prices. Actually, you will find it selected. Now, 6 PC would be generating how many machine hours time? 8 6 okay, 48. So you write here 48 and you press enter. Now, after that, you come back to the activities once again. After you come back to the activities, so you will see 48 man hours per day. I mean, 48 machine hours per day. So now this is said to be normally utilized because right now you can see that all the bars are in the green color, right? So whenever you have the bar outside the capacity, it is said to be over allocated. Now this is said to be normally allocated. Now, since it has been approved by the resource manager, you have to write a note. So come to the resources here, man. That's the best practice. So you select the notes because many of the traders don't know that what happens in real life, because in the real life, if you go and you don't write a note, so people would come to know you don't really know how to use the project management process. Now click on the modify button. Normally we will paste a mail. You write here 6 PC per day. 6 PC per day approved by RM on, can you write today's date, right? So normally you will get a mail, you can paste the mail content here. Now you click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, you will see this thing. So if someone says, oh, you've got 6 pieces, you say approved by the resource manager, right? Now click on the unit on the prices. Now come to the activities, you will see the change in the graph. You know what kind of change? You will see that the graph is upgraded, right? The capacity has been upgraded so that the utilization is within the capacity, right? Now we will shrink the scale so that we get back to the monthly and the weekly combination scale. So we have to scroll to the top. We just want to make sure that we have the entire life of the project in the view, right? Because if you are looking at the timeline partially, then you might not be seeing the complete data. So that's why I ask you to bring it in the center like this. So once it comes into the center, then I go to the next, that is the system analyst. Now guys, you tell me, do you need more than one or one is enough?
More than one is required.
Yeah, more than one is required. So then your resource manager says, show me the daily graph. So you click here. So it turns into the daily, but the capacity line is one, not to worry. You click some other resource and come back, then the capacity line will come. So guys, you need one more, right? 16. So guys, how many red bars are there here? How many red bars are here?
6.
Okay, so how many red bars are here?
6.
6, sir.
Okay, so that's good. So your resource manager that, sir, I need six. I need no, sorry.
2.
Just tell him that for 6 days, I need two system analysts for 6 days. Okay, okay, fine. Now what you will do? You will listen to your resource manager. He says that who is having meeting? Yeah, Agnivesh, you are having the meeting, right? So he will tell you that, Agnivesh, the system analyst is a costly resource. Our company has a policy to provide only one per project. Okay. So this time we are not able to provide the additional system analyst. So in this case, what you need to do, he says that you reduce the work on the 6 days. One, reduce the work. Two, reduce the work. On these 4 days, you reduce the work. So if you reduce the work, so guys, it will lead to the increase of the duration, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So it will lead to the increase of the duration by 6 days. Now tell me from your memory, what is the current finish date of the project from your memory?
3rd June.
3rd June. Now you tell me, if I increase the 3rd June, 3rd June plus 6 days, so then what will be the result? 3rd June plus 6 days. What will be the new date? Third June plus 6 days.
9th or 10th.
9 plus 8.
10th will come, but
So you don't have to look at the calendar, man. See, 6 is plain math, 9 June. Now just try to use your logic. See, guys, use your logic.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Come to the calendar, there is a very good chance it will jump over a Sunday.
10th June, sir.
Yes, 10th June. Yes, that now you're thinking like a engineer and project manager. So it will be 10th June because it is a logical addition. It's not a mathematical addition because your logic says that, okay, 6th June, out of the 7 days, 6 days, if you are adding, so there is a 90% chance that it will jump over a Sunday. So definitely it will go to the 10th of the June, the finish date. Now, what he says that you have to reduce the work. So guys, to do the resource leveling, so you have to use this button. I will show you the button. It looks like a scale in the grocery shop. In our childhood, you must have seen it. So the grocer will do the leveling. If the stuff was less, he will add more stuff. If the stuff was more, he will remove the stuff to match it with the scale, right? Match it with the weight. So you click this. That is the resource leveling. So what this button does, that it will reduce the work to match the capacity of the resource and it will increase the duration according to your calculation. Now, after that, you can see there is a checkbox here. You should immediately uncheck this because we should never level all the resources. Why? Because the company will be always striving to provide you the maximum number of the resources. We should never ever level all resources. We should level only the resources which are not provided to us. Right, guys? So to level the resource which is not being provided, we will click on the select resource. So in the select resource, we will see the list of the resources. So guys, which resource you want to level?
System analyst.
You select here. So once you have selected, then you click on the OK. Then you also select this checkbox, automatically level resources when scheduling. Because what's going to happen after you have done it manually, you want this resource to stay automatically leveled throughout the project, right? Currently, we will do it manually. Once after that, we want to set it into the automatic mode. Now you click on the level button. So what it will do, it will reduce the work and increment the duration. Now you stretch this, move this and see what is the current finish date of the project.
10th of June.
No, not man. Agnivesh, you have to move the partition.
10th June.
10th of the June, right? So basically, when you add the numbers, so 3 plus 6 is 10th. But if you look at the duration, guys, duration is 126 plus 6. Why? Because the duration is a numerical. And the date is not a numerical addition, it is a logical addition. Is that clear? So is that clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why in the 10th June. So for this one, so he could not provide it, so that's okay. Now we will shrink the time scale back. So to the monthly and the weekly. Then we go to the next resource, test engineer. So guys, you tell me, do you need more than one?
Yes.
You need more than one test engineer. So then you switch to the daily scale. Now you show him your requirement. Okay. So to get the line back, you click something else, you click here. So guys, how many red bars are there? Count it.
15.
Okay.
14.
So you have got the 14, right? So you tell your resource manager that, sir, I need another test engineer for 14 days. So he says that, look, I don't have the test engineers in the resource pool. So let me call the program manager, right? So he calls the program manager into the room. The program manager talks to you and he determines that your project is high priority than as compared to the rest of the projects in the pool. So he says to you that I approve another test engineer. Now, guys, what is the difference between the resource manager and the program manager? See, resource manager can provide the resource if it exists in the resource pool. You know what the program manager does? He prioritizes the project. Did you get the point? So he will take the resource from the low priority project and move it into the high priority project. Now, what's a high priority project? A project which has maybe a greater monetary value. If you complete a project with a greater monetary value, the money which comes in, it can be used to complete the smaller projects, right? Without borrowing any money from the bank. Is that clear? Clear or not, guys?
Yes, sir.
Are you all gone to sleep?
Clear, sir.
Guys, this is the very crucial
Yes, sir.
stage of the thing. So, Agnivesh, you are not responding. I am on your screen. You are not responding to me.
No.
Is
It's okay, sir. I responded already, but why?
Yeah. Okay. So basically what he says that I will provide you the resource from another project, you take it. So he approved it. So he says, increase the capacity of the test engineer to 2. So you go into the resource tab. In the resource tab, you will find the test engineer is already selected. In the unit and prices, you change the max units to 16. Okay. Now, you have to write a note also. You have to write. Always you get approval, you write a note. So in the note, you write here, 2 test engineers, 2 test engineers per day. Approved by program manager, not RM. You write here the full name, program manager. Yes, remember, guys, because you know sometime later in your career, someone might ask you what is the role of the program manager on the date that is 15th of September. Is that clear? When resource manager cannot approve, then he takes the help from program manager. Okay. Now click on the OK button. So once you click it, so you can see like this, right? So you got the approval. Now come to the activities. So in the activities, then we go to the trainer. So we select the trainer, then we reduce the graph, and then we look at the graph and we center the graph on the screen. So guys, do you need more than one trainer or one is enough?
One is enough.
One is enough. Now let us sum up the meeting. So in the meeting, as we sum up, we got the programmer, we got the rented PC, we got the test engineer. So the one which we did not get is the system analyst. Right, guys? Is that clear? So it means that the organization will always try to provide you the maximum number of the resources as per your requirement. Right? Okay. So now your resource is leveled, your plan is now final. So what do? You switch off this, you switch off the Gantt chart. Okay. So then you come back to your team and you tell your team that, guys, so we have the final resource approval and my date has shifted the originally from 3rd to the 10th of the June. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Shall I freeze this? Shall we make it the baseline? Yes, sir. So make it the baseline. So guys, congratulations, planning phase is complete. Now we will baseline the project and we will start executing, monitoring, reporting and closing the project. Right, guys?
Yes.
Is that clear? Okay. So let's take a break for 20 minutes and after that we will start the execution process. And we will see that how do we report the progress, how do we monitor and control the project in the life cycle, right? So let the screen be shared so you don't stop it. Don't stop the sharing.
Sir, just a small doubt, sir.
Yes, tell me.
Yeah, sir, basically this Primavera is completely is designed for functional organizations, sir, or it is for projectized organizations also?
No, it
Because
is
most of
only for the projectized organization, not for the functional. See, what is a functional organization? What is a the projectized organization? See, in the functional, basically, have you heard of the agile?
yes.
So functional organization, they use the agile software. They work upon the agile. So they will change the design. So they will work on small chunks of the product design at a time. So they will design a part of the product. They will create a plan for 15 days, which is called a sprint. And then they will run.
Yes.
Basically, this is basically the projectized organization which work on the waterfall. Can you design an aircraft part by part?
No,
No, you can't.
at a time.
You be having a stable product. You can't design a building part by part. So you have to design the entire building, entire aircraft, so entire bridge, so that you have a stable product, right? So that's why we need the Primavera. Okay. Now let us come to the main point. The main point is that we just completed and concluded the resource leveling. Now you are back to your team. So you show the plan to your team members and you tell the team members, look, now our current finish date is now at the 10th of the June. So we are going to baseline this plan. So they say, okay, boss, we are committed. So let's baseline the plan and let us execute the project and let us complete the project, right? So now we are going to add the baseline. So how do we add the baseline? So guys, so here is a bug you can see. Do you see that line is gone? Basically, sometimes when the line is not visible, what you should do, just hide the Gantt chart and re-display the Gantt chart. So you'll automatically get back the line. So don't be surprised, right? Okay, now we come to the main point. The point is that we want to display the baseline because immediately the baseline will not be visible in the newly installed product. So you right click here. So guys, you right click here and then you select bars. So after you have selected the bars, so you will see that there is an option here which says primary baseline. So you select this option. Yeah. After that, you have to increase the size of the thickness. So you go into the bar style and you select the thick style, right? Like this. So guys, just make sure that you are having the selection like this. Do you have this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now click on the OK. So the primary baseline will be visible. Now, The baseline when we activated, this is unfrozen baseline. So this is not the one we need. So let me show it to you. What do I mean by this? If I change the duration to 15, you see the baseline is also changing. Say this. So basically what we need is a frozen baseline, right? So we need to freeze the baseline, right? So guys, just make sure that the requirement gathering is back to 11 duration. So we need to freeze the baseline. So I think there is some noise. There is some disturbing noise. So let me mute us all. Okay. Yeah. So now to freeze the baseline. So guys, you click on the project option. Click on the option project. And on the project option, you click on the maintain baseline. You select the option maintain baselines. After you selected the maintain baseline, then you click on the add. And then, do you see this line? Read this. So, Ambivesh, you unmute yourself and read this line. What does it say?
Save a copy of the current project as a new baseline. Save a copy of the current project as a new baseline.
Yes, current project means the full copy of the current project as a new baseline. It's like taking a snapshot of a baby at the first year, right? First birthday, you take the snapshot and then you compare the picture of the baby taken at second year with the first year, third year with the first year. So as you are using the first year picture as the baseline and you compare it with the later years, so you will notice the differences, right? So you will be able to see if the growth is there, right? So you'll be able to see the difference. Now click on the OK button. So after you clicked on the OK, you will see that the baseline one has been created. I'll just show it to you. So this is the B1. Now the question is that how many baselines can you create in Primavera? See, in the Primavera, you can create infinite number of the baseline, which is limited by the capacity of your database. But the thing is that do you need those many baselines? No. Guys, you should always strive to finish the project with the first baseline only. Means that whatever requirement you have frozen, that should serve as a means of comparison, as a comparative thing to complete the project. If you are changing the baseline just because you are delayed or late, so that would not be a good practice, right? If the baseline needs to be changed, I will tell you when it can be changed. If the client has changed the requirement of the product, client has changed the features of the product, only then you would be justified to change the baseline or otherwise not. Okay. So don't change the baseline simply because your team members are inefficient. So we should always try to finish the project with the one baseline only, but in some multi-year projects, because what happens that after first year, the client will the requirement in the second, the third year. So that's okay in that case. But it should not be due to the inefficiency or mistake on your part. So after we have created the baseline, we close this box. Close it. Now we are going to apply the baseline because we just created. So go into the project. Then you select the option assign baselines. And after you selected the assign baseline, then you select here. Then you select B1 and click on the select button. Then you select B1 here. Click on the select. So after that, you click on the OK button. So guys, please confirm, did you apply both this? So guys, please have a look at this and please confirm that you have selected like this. In both the places, you have selected baseline 1, baseline 1. In the project base, in the primary baseline, right? Okay. Now, after you have done that, click on the OK. Now you check the baseline, whether it is frozen or not. So to check it, you go to the requirement gathering duration and you make it as 15. So if you make it as 15, so guys, what do you see? You will see that the live activity has moved away from the baseline and it is pushing away all the successor. because all the successors, they are being pushed away by the predecessor, because the duration of the predecessor has increased, so it is pushing the successor. So is this thing clear, guys? Okay, now if you change the duration of the predecessor back to 11, you will see all the activities will come back to the baseline. So this is called the controlling action. Okay, so this is how we are going to manage the project. Now, the current layout which we were using, which was basically fit for the planning purpose and not for the project tracking purpose. Because for the project tracking purpose, we need to use a layout with more columns. So for the time being, before changing the layout, we will save it. So click on the save but save here. Okay. Just a moment. Okay, so guys, after you have saved the layout, switch over to the new layout. So we click on the option open layout. Okay. Now, after opening the layout, so you click on the import button and you move up, go up by one step, so that you go into the Primavera folder. So here, now you get into the layout files folder. So in the layout files, you will find that a layout is there, project tracking layout, right? So you select the project tracking layout. See, you can create layouts like this, that's not a problem. So these are pre-casted layouts so that it saves your time. Now click on the open and click on the save button. After clicking the save, then you click on the open button here. So open, so it will apply the layout and it will close the box. Now you can see that in this particular layout, there are more columns. So let me explain to you, these are not a big deal. See, there is this pair of this column. If you look carefully here, so what is the pairing? The baseline and the actual duration, right? And if you look at the next set of the columns, so what is the next set? You will see the baseline start, baseline finish, actual start, actual finish. So the actual dates are now blank. Now, if you look at the next pair, so next pair is the baseline and actual labor. Okay. Then if you looked at the next pair of the columns, so what do you see? That in the next pair of the column, so you will see that, so let me change the color. So the next pair of the column, it is showing you baseline non-labor and the actual non-labor. So then if you click on the next one, so you will see the baseline one material and actual material, right? And if you click on the next one, you will see the baseline expense and actual expense. So you will see that the actual expense column or the actual columns are 0 or blank, right? Is this clear? Because the actual data has yet not been collected. So actual data is generated when the project is executed and then you collect it. And the Primavera will help you monitor the variance. And when you monitor the variance, when you come to know that what is the quantum of the variance, then you can take a controlling action on the variance. Right, guys? Okay. Now we are going to execute the project. Right. Now, once again, you select the Gantt chart. So the Gantt chart is visible here. You do the double click so that the Gantt chart comes in the front. So now to execute the project, we have to switch on the time component. We don't have to actually increase the size of the date column. We just have to switch on the time component. See, don't shift it, man. Don't shift it. Now click on the edit. Click on the edit. Then you click on the user preferences. So after you clicked on the user preferences, then you will select the dates. Select the dates. After selecting the dates, you select the 12-hour. So once you select the 12-hour, it will show you the time component. Then you click on the close button. Okay, so the time is switched on, but we are going to continue here. Now you select the first activity, which is actually a project start milestone. Then you click on the detail. Click on the detail. Okay. Now let us right size the window. So we reduce the height of the window. So once you get the detailed window, you select the status tab here. So guys, everybody please come on to the status tab. So the status tab, it has a status block. So guys, let me highlight this. Do you see the status block here? Status block is here. So it is basically used to track the schedule. So there are three things that we will track for a project. We will track the schedule. We will track the resource units. So resource unit means man hours, machine hours, material quantities. Okay, man, machine, material. We track the actual units consumed in the resource, and then we track the actual expenditure or the actual cash, right? Okay, is this clear? So these are the three things that we track in a project. Now, to mark the start of a project, so what do? You select A1000, then you click on the started checkbox. Click on the started. So once you click on the started, since it is a milestone and milestone has only one date, so that is why when you click on the started, the finish checkbox is also automatically selected. So when an activity is marked as done, you will see the color is changed to blue. You see that it is now blue. Activity symbol is blue. And the activities which are live, they are green. Activity which are partially done, they will be green and blue, blue-green, right? Like that. Okay, fine. Now,
for me, this finished checkbox is not automatically checked.
No, you have to make sure that you are on the project start milestone. You have to be on A1000. Please be conscious. Look at the demo screen where I am explaining, where I am pointing to the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Basically, I'm telling you that it is the milestone. Milestone, either project milestone or finish milestone, they have only one date. If you select any of the checkbox, the other checkbox will be automatically marked as clicked, right? Okay. Now, what happens? We come to the next activity, that is 8 and 10. You select 8 and 10. Now, let me tell you some abnormal situation. So you call your team member, so you ask him, have you completed the activity? So you're taking the status, right? So you're monitoring. So he says that, yes, boss, we have completed the activity, but there is a delay of 2 days. We took extra 2 days. It means that the finish date of the activity is 15th of January, right, guys? Okay, so you say fine. So let us capture the actual data. So you select on the started checkbox, then you also select on the finish checkbox, right? So you mark the activity as complete. So when you mark the activity as complete, you will see the color of the activity is blue, right? Because a completed activity is non-critical. but completed color is dark blue. Now your finish date, you change the finish date to 15. Okay. You select the finish date as 15. Then you click on the selected button. So guys, if you look at the bar, you will see that the blue bar is 2 days greater, longer than the baseline bar. Did you note that, guys?
Yes.
The blue bar is basically it indicates that as compared to the baseline, the finishing of this activities took 2 days extra. So after confirming the data from your team member, we are going to log the data. In the Primavera, you have to log the data. So what does the logging does? It will shift the data date to the date of the update, right? Date till which you have updated. Now to log the data, you click on the update progress button. Okay, you click on the update progress button. You can bring this down. Yeah, bring this down at the bottom. And then you will select this option, selected activities only. Select this option. And now let me show you something. Let me bring this box a little bit toward the left side. No, I think it should be here. So now you update this 15 January into this date. That is the new data date. So data date is the date till which you have updated the project status. You select 15 and you select here, up scroll it till you get 6 p.m. So whenever you are closing an activity, it should be 6 p.m. Whenever you are starting an activity, it should be 9 a.m. Then you click on the select button. So guys, you will notice a highlight. This is a very, very important feature of the Primavera. Basically, what the Primavera is telling you that it is giving you a visual confirmation of the data. It says that from 1st January to 15 January, you are updating this range of the project data, right? So basically, when you see the visual confirmation, so it is easy for you to reconcile that you are doing the right thing, right? So you are doing the right thing here. Okay. So what do you do? Then you click on the apply. After you are confirmed, you click on the apply. So after you clicked on the apply, it says project has been updated successfully. Now let me tell you about a little bit of the bug. Since you updated it till the 15, so it has shifted the activity back. So don't worry. You once again, you shift the finish date of the activity back to the 15th of January. To select 15th of January, click on the select because you are the project manager, you are the owner and you are the record keeper. So you have to maintain the truth in the record. So you are having the access to do it, right? So after you updated the activity to the 15, you will see that the data date has shifted to the 15. So what does it mean? So it means that all the data which is on the left side, it is now logged, and all the data which is on the right side, it is live, right? So you are updated till this point. So that is the meaning of the data date. So data date is the date till which all the data of the project has been updated. Okay, so after you updated the data date, now we will go to the next part. So what do we do after that? So we come to update the resources. So guys, you select the resource tab here. You select the resource tab. After you have selected the resource tab, so guys, if you look at the table, so let me show you the table. So in the table, you can see the actual duration worked by the resource is 13 days, right? So guys, you tell me if a resource works for 13 days, what will be the total man hour applied? Actual man hour is applied. How much? How much man hour is applied?
104.
Correct. 104. 13 multiplied by 8 is 104. So you will go to the actual regular units, which is by default 88. And you write here 104 man hours, which is actual. So you have the prerogative to change it. So you write here 104. So once you write here 104, you will see after entering, you will see the actual cost has upgraded, right? It has updated to 6240, right? Now what happens that your primary resource comes and tell you, boss, there has been a little bit of expense. So you come to the expense tab. Then you click on the add. So then you write here lunch. So he says that we spent some money for the lunch. And since you spent money for the lunch, the expense category will be staff welfare. So you select staff welfare from the top and click on the plus button. Okay, then you come to the actual cost, and in the actual cost, you write here 600. Okay, so that is the amount of the money you spent, that is 600. Right? Is that clear? Now, after you have updated all the data, let us take an appraisal. So take an appraisal, you switch off the Gantt chart, you click on the table only. Okay, now let's take an appraisal of what happened. See, the originally planned duration was 11 and the actual duration is 13. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Now the originally planned finish date was 13 and the actually actual finish date is 15 January. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I
Now-
missed some.
Now the baseline cost of the labor was 5280 due to extra 2 days of the labor utilization. The actual labor cost is 6240. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Now, if you look at the expense, see what was the planned expense? Planned expense was 0. So basically, there was a 600 actual expense. So, this kind of expense is called incidental expenditure. Okay. So planned expenditure is called the budgeted expenditure. So since it was not budgeted or planned, so this is incidental expenditure. So you will see the baseline as 0 and you will see the actual amount only. You won't see any baseline. Now we go to the extreme right and we take situation of the entire project. So here you can see the planned cost of this activity was 5280 and actual total cost is 6840. And guys, if you look at the variance, how much is that?
560.
Hmm?
1560.
You can see it in the bracket, right?
Yes.
So what does the bracket mean?
Overspent.
Yeah, the bracket means that you overspent it. You spent that extra money, but that's okay. You completed the task. Now, what you do that since you have monitored this activity, now you're going to take a controlling action. Now you switch back the Gantt chart. So on the Gantt chart, you can see that these activities, they have shifted. So you call for a team meeting. So in the team meeting, you ask a question to your team members. So guys, if we are late on the milestone, will the client make the payment? Tell me, guys.
No.
The client won't make the payment. So it means that we have to take some controlling action, right? Okay. So how do we take the controlling action? Let's look at the activities which are remaining. So these are the 4 remaining activities. So guys, if you look at these 4 activities, out of these 4, which seems to be good candidate for crashing? Out of this 4.
Requirement specification final.
Requirement analysis. Do you see that? This activity has 8 days duration, so this can be compressed. Rest of the activities are too small to be compressed. Did you get the point?
Yes, sir.
Agnivesh, is it clear? Is it clear or not? Varun, Agnivesh, Gangadhar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have 4 remaining activities out. We are trying to see that how we can reduce the duration so that we finish on the right time at the milestone. So out of the 4 activities, the longest activity was the requirement analysis. We feel that we can reduce 2 days. So I asked my technical team member that is it possible if we add more time? He says, yes, boss, we can finish this. How we can finish this? So I'll tell you guys, it's very simple. So let me show you in the calculator. See, this activity work is 64 man hours, right? 64 man hours. If you do the 64 man hours of the work over 8 days, then how many man hours you need to work per day? The per day work will be 8, which finishes at 6 p.m., right? Now, if you are trying to do the same work in 6 days, so how many man hours you will need to work per day? 64 divided by 6. So every day you will need to work 10 hour and 0.66 minutes, right? Right or wrong?
Yes.
So the extra work you have to do per day. So say you minus the regular work that you do each day. So it means every day you will work 2.67 hours. Now we are going to convert the 0.67 into the minutes. See, 2 hours is fine. Now what about the 0.67? So what do? We multiply 0.67 with 60. So it will convert the decimal into minutes. So guys, how many minutes you get? 40 minutes. So it means that every day, if you work 2 hours and 40 minutes extra beyond the 6 p.m., so your finishing time will be approximately 8:40 p.m. So I asked the team member, guys, are you comfortable to work till 8:40 p.m.? They say, yes, boss. So I tell them, guys, just don't worry. If you are working late night to catch up with the project baseline, I'm going to provide you the dinner and the cab expenses. Okay, don't worry. Why I do that? See, guys, you have to understand as a project manager, the amount of the money on the milestone at stake is very high amount of money, which runs into millions. And the amount of the money which I'm going to spend for my team members for their staff welfare to provide them the dinner and the cab drop, that's going to cost me only a fraction, right? It is worth it. Is it not? Think of it, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you tell the team members, so guys, you complete this activity in 6 days, then you report to me. So now you select this activity 1020. After selecting 1020, you come to the status. First of all, we will capture the time status. Now you click on the started and the finished. After that, the finish time is basically 22, right? So they finished it 2 days early. So the finish date will be 22 6 p.m., which is correct. Then you click on the select. Now you can see that the finish has now basically it has realigned with the baseline finish, right? Now you ask that it is confirmed, is it matching the quality acceptance? They say yes. Now you have to freeze, you have to update the data. So you click on the update progress. After you clicked on the update progress, then you update here 22. Okay, 22 January, and it should be 6 p.m. always. Finish time is 6 p.m. Then you will see, click on the select button, you will see the Primavera will highlight this range of the dates, right? Okay, so then you click on the apply. So once you click on the apply button, it has a small bug. We will fix it, just don't worry. So guys, do you see that it has split the task and the finished checkbox is unchecked? So guys, first of all, you select the finish checkbox. And then you set the finish date to the 22. Set the finish date of this activity to 22. And then you click on the select button. So once you have set this, so you will see that your project has realigned with the baseline. Okay, is this clear? Your project has realigned with the baseline and all the activities have realigned with the baseline. Okay, so your project is now has greater chance to finish. Now you have basically captured the schedule. Now the man hours is the same, so nothing is done in the resource because you worked 64 man hours. Okay, instead of doing it in 8 days, you did the job in 6 days, but the total work is 64 man hours. But to complete the work, you spend some extra money on the dinner and the cab. Now we will come to the expense. Now click on the add button to add a new row. and you write here cab. In the expense item, you write cab. And expense category, you select here travel. You will find travel at the bottom. So you write TRAV, you will find it. Okay, TRAV, travel. So after that, you click on the select. Now, the actual cost here, there is no budgeted cost when you are in the execution phase. So you ask these guys, how much did you spend on the travel? They said that, boss, we spent for the 6 days, we spent here 2,500. So you write here 2,500. Okay. Now there is one more cost, which is the dinner. So you click on the add, and then you write here dinner. And the dinner is falling under staff welfare. So you select the expense category as the staff welfare. And then you click select here. So then you ask them that how much do you spend? So you write here 2,400. Okay. So write here 2,400. Okay. Now your information has been captured for the schedule, for the man hours, and for the expenditure. Now we will do an appraisal. So we switch off the Gantt chart. Now let's have a look at the data which is coming up. The original planned duration was 8 days, but this activity was completed in 6 days, right guys? Is that clear? Because we wanted to catch up with the milestone, right? We wanted to catch up with the schedule, that's why. And if you looked at the date, the originally planned start date was 14, but it started on the 16th. So despite starting 2 days late, it still finished on the planned finish date. Is this clear? The baseline finish and the actual finish is now matching because we compressed the schedule by working extra in the evening. So the total man hours is the same, but what happened that the staff was compensated by paying them for the dinner and the cab. Do you see that? Actual expenses is 4,900.
Yes.
We did not compensate for the man hours because the total man hours they worked is 64. We paid them actually according to their pay rate, they were paid for the 64 man hours. But since they completed the 8 days of the work in 6 days, so they were compensated for the cab and they were paid for the dinner, right? So after that, you just go to the next column. So let's look at the total. So if you look at the total, the planned cost of the activity was 3,840 and the actual cost of the activity is 8,740 and the variance is 4,900. So you can see the entire variance is due to the expense only, right? Do you see this? It is not due to the labor, right? Okay. Because the amount of the labor which you did the work is 64 only, it is constant. Instead of 8 days, you completed the 64 man hour of the work in 4 days, but the extra expenditure was for the cab and the dinner, right? Okay. Now it's time for the report. We are going to generate the report. So guys, there is one thing that I want you to see. Did you note that the update progress button is deactivated? The a while ago. Why? This button is deactivated because the Primavera says, I mean the Oracle company says that guys, if you're not looking at the Gantt chart, so you should not be updating because you can make a mistake. That's why this button is deactivated. Now, if you switch on just keep an eye on this button and you switch on the Gantt chart, you will see the button will become activated. You see? So just remember, so don't be surprised. You know what happens that many people don't know about this small little fact and they reinstall the Primavera again and again. So after some time, they click something and it comes up, then they think it is because of the reinstallation. It is not due to that. Actually, you are not supposed to update the progress if you are not looking at the Gantt chart, because on the Gantt chart, When you update a range of dates, it shows you the highlighter, right? So it basically shows you that and it confirms to you visually if you are updating the right range of the dates, right? Now it's time for generating report. So we will generate the report. For the reporting purpose, we go into the report button, we click this. So we will get the reports tab open. So here is the report tab. So guys, are you all in the reports tab?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you collapse all. Click on the collapse all button. I will tell you best practice. See, we will generate our reports in our own report groups, not from here, because from here we will take the sample. So we have got lots of samples here. We need not create any report from scratch. So what we can do, we can take a sample, we can modify to create newer and newer versions, right? So to create the new report group, so you have to click on this button. Click this button, it says report groups. So guys, you are here in this report group box.
Yes, sir.
Click on the add button here. So now you in the new report group, you write the name of the new report groups as reports created by, then you write your name. Okay. Just like you wrote it for the layout, you write here reports created by your name and you press enter. And then you shift this report group to the top. Click on the shift and take it to the top. So once this report group goes to the top, you click on the close button. Okay. So you can see that you have created a new report group on the top. So that is the reports created by Agnivesh. Now you expand the report group here, click on the plus button once. So after that, you expand the open projects, you click here on the plus button here, open projects. After that, you click on the report group cost here, you click here. Okay, so guys, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you select this report activity cost. You select the activity cost and you copy this. You can press Control C. So did you press Control C, guys?
Yes, sir.
Now you select your own group and you paste it. You will get a copy created in your group. Control V. Guys, do you see the new copy in your group?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me what happened. Tell me quickly, man. We don't have the time to wait. Now you change the report scope to the current project. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are synchronized up to here.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
asking my name. Varun, you are synchronized?
Yes, sir. Amazing.
Yeah, you are synchronized.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Gangadhar, you are synchronized.
Yes, sir.
Swajit,
sir. Yes, sir.
you are all synchronized, guys. Okay, so basically what you have done, so you have Biswanath, so you are synchronized also. So we have taken a copy of the report. So why are we doing this? Now let me tell you that what used to happen that in the past, I would work upon the original report and I will modify it, and after changing it, I will regret it later after some time that the original was better. So then I decided that I will not change the original, would rather create a copy and create a copy of the copy of the copy of the copy. I can create newer and newer versions, but I will keep the original intact. Even if I create a better report, but I will keep the original. Okay, is this clear? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Now we will make our own collections. So that is okay. Now you right click here to run the review report. And then you click on the run button. Then you click on the report button. Run report. Now, after you click on the run report, so you are going to see the run report option box. So you select here HTML file. Okay. Select here HTML file. Now, you browse to the work area reports folder, right? You click here on the browse and you browse to the work area folder. In the report folder, and then you click on the save button here. So Biswanath, if you don't find that folder, you can create that folder right now. Okay.
I find the folder, sir.
Yeah. Or you can save it directly in the Primavera folder also. For the timing, I would help you reorganize your folders later. Okay. See. Now, click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, it's going to load it into the browser, which is your default browser, and it will start showing on the screen. So I think it is showing up. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now you can see the report. I think you can recognize the data. Project start is completed, which is the milestone. The requirement gathering, it shows as completed. Requirement analysis showing as completed. And it is showing the baseline and actual, and it is showing you the variance, right? You can see the variance cost also, right? Did you note this, guys?
Yes, sir. Perfectly, you can see.
Yes. Now the thing is that this report is not detailed. Suppose if you have an imaginary boss, you show him the report, he says, yeah, this looks good. But a lot of things are missing. He says that the percentage of the completion is missing. The baseline duration, actual duration is missing. Baseline dates and actual dates are missing. And I want a bifurcation of the breakup of the cost, man, machine, material, and expense. And I want both. I want the baseline and actual. Right, guys? So what we will do, you tell the boss, okay, boss, no problem, I will create an advanced or the detailed version of this report, right? So guys, you do the same thing, place your cursor here, and you do Control-C, Control-V to create another copy from itself, from this one only.
Paste, sir, again.
Yeah, you do the Control-V here only, like this, and a new copy will be created. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
The new copy will not have any last run date, right? This is the new copy. Now, what do? You go into the name by double clicking, and in the name you write here detailed, so as to distinguish it, right? Now we have created the copy, we renamed it as detailed. Now we are going to modify this. So guys, you are ready to go with me step by step?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now to modify the report, you keep the report selected and you click on this button. So guys, look at this button here carefully. It has got something called a magic wand. So this is the report wizard button, right? So you click this and you will get the report wizard box. And here you will get it selected as modify wizard report, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you get this?
Yes, sir.
Guys, you are here? Okay. Now after this, you click on the next button. Then you click on the next. Okay. So guys, you are up to here.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you come up to here?
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the column, you will see your favorite column toolbox. Okay. Come up to here. Step by step, guys, we are going to add more columns and make a comprehensive and detailed report. Okay. So you have to follow me step by step. So Anivesh, you wait while I'm showing this. So guys, rest of you guys will follow me and do it. First of all, guys, you increase the box size. Okay. Then you set the font to the Vardhana regular 9. So I set the font to the Vardhana regular and 9. I type here V for Vardhana regular and 9. and I click on the OK. So guys, you are done up to here.
Yes, sir.
Now you select the column activity name on the right side because we want the new columns to be inserted after the activity name. Okay. You select the activity name. So guys, have you selected the activity name column?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you go to the percentage complete group and expand it. From here, you will select this column duration percentage complete. You see this guys, duration percentage complete. Okay, so you will select this column. So guys, have you selected this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you take this column to the right side. It should appear below the activity name. Is this done?
Done, sir.
Now close the percentage complete. Now you select the column activity status because we would like to insert new columns after the activity status. After the activity status, we want to insert the duration column. So we select activity status, then we go to the durations. So in the duration, we select BL1 duration, we take it to the right side, and then we select the actual duration, we take it to the right side. So guys, why do we select the baseline duration first? Because this is the norm. Because the baseline column is actually the measuring scale. The measuring scale is always kept on the left side. So the BL1 duration should be selected first, right? So that the baseline column, it comes on the left side. Okay, is that clear?
So BL project is also there.
Hmm?
There's a one BL1 and BL project.
Yeah, BL1 duration means that currently we are working with the baseline one. That's why. Now you select BL1 duration and actual duration, right? You select a pair.
Yes, yes.
Now you close the duration group. After you close the duration group, you expand the dates group. So guys, you come to the dates group.
Yes, sir.
Now in the dates group, we need, first of all, we will select BL1 start. You will find it here. Just look at the demo screen where it is. You will find it in the same place in your screen also. BL1 start. And you take the BL1 start to the right side. Okay. Then you select actual start. Take it to the right side. Then you select BL1 finish. Take it to the right side. Then you select actual finish and take it to the right side. So now let me point out the pair of the columns which I have selected. So here it is, you compare and you also do the same. Okay.
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, guys, so you have done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we are going to select the next set. So we will close the dates group. Now we will expand the cost group. So in the cost group, we will select BL1 labor cost and we take it to the right side, and the BL1 labor cost should appear after the actual finish, right? In the same sequence. After that, we will select actual labor cost from the top and take it to the right side. Then we will select BL1 non-labor cost and take it to the right side. Then we will select actual non-labor cost from the top and we take it. Then we select BL1 material cost, right? Man, machine, material, baseline, material, actual, material. Then we select baseline expense, BL1 expense, and then we go to the actual expense. We select it, right? So guys, I am just going to outline. So what are the selection for the cost? For the cost, this is the selection. Okay, please take it.
Wait, sir.
Yeah, synchronize it quickly.
Okay, sir. Checked.
BL1 material family. BL1 material, BL1 material, actual material cost. Actual expense cost. Done, sir.
Okay, so you have done. So you have the same set of the column in the same sequence. Now, guys, carefully you select this column, which is the remaining total cost, and you take it to the bottom. So bring the remaining total cost to the bottom. Okay. Okay. Now, after you have selected all these columns, so what you need to do is click on the OK. So these columns are stored inside. Be careful. Click on the OK only. Yeah. Now you click on the next. Okay, click on the next. Now click next once again. Click next once again. And click on the save report button. Click on the save report. First we will save the report, then we will run the report. Then you click OK. Then you click on the finish button. So once you clicked on the finish button, you will see that the report detail is saved. Now to run the report, you right click on the report and you run and you select report. Okay. So once you select run, then you click on the OK and the report will be generated. So once the report is generated, so you will see a very detailed and comprehensive report. Okay. So you can see that these activities are 100% completed. You can see the variance, right? And you can see the time. Okay. You can see the schedule variance. Then you can see the cost variance of the labors which are being indicated separately. Okay. So now the rest of the activities which are not yet done, so they will be marked as 0% not started. Right. Now we can see the total consolidation on the right side. If you go toward the right side, so you will see that at this point of time, these two activities, they have the variances, right? And this is the planned cost of this requirement group. and this is the current actual, and this is the variance. And right now, this is the remaining total cost, which is for these three remaining activities. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what do we do? So we basically move ahead with the execution further. So we can close this. Now we come to the activities. Okay. Now we basically finish the rest of the activities on time. So guys, when you finish the activities on time, you can mark multiple activities as closed at once. So what you do, first of all, you note that what is the closing time of the milestone. The closing date and time of the milestone is 29 January and 6 p.m. So since the activities are not having any variance, so you select these four activities. You select them from 30 to 60, you select them. Okay, so have you selected these?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Having selected these four, 30, 40, 50, 60, then click on the update progress. Okay, click on this. So in the update progress, so you select here 29 January, because the milestone is up to 29 January and the time is correct. Then you click on the select button. So, since we have to update up to the milestone, you will see the highlight going up to the milestone. Guys, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is the benefit. This is the benefit of the Primavera. Because if you're working in a high speed and high performance environment, so what's going to happen? So if you are not getting the visual clue to what range of dates or activities you are selecting, you can end up making mistakes. So this is a very good way to prevent any kind of the mistakes from happening. Here you can clearly see that you wanted to update up to the milestone. So you can see the yellow highlight going up to the milestone, which seems correct to you. Now you click on the apply button. So once you clicked on the apply, so you will see that project has been updated successfully. Okay, so you can see the highlighter. So it disappears. So basically, this range of the dates are now locked up to the data date. So this is the single truth of the data, single true point of the data for all, and rest of the activities are still active, right? So that is the meaning of the data date. So data date is the date till which you have updated the actual data. Now, let us see how we can update partially an activity. You select interview users, you select 10730. Then you select the status tab. Now you click on the started. Click on the started. And then you go to the duration and mark the duration as 50% complete, right? You just put here 5. Before the 0, you put here 5. Okay, so after that, you can basically see that what's happening here. So you can see that 50% complete means that 20 man hours have been consumed, right? Now the thing is that your boss says that, look, I don't want the time part to be displayed in the report. Basically, it looks very cluttered. So he wants you to switch off the time component in the date field. So let us switch it off because we don't need it right now. So you click on the user preference button once again. After that, you select here, do not show time. And then you go to the time units. So guys, you are here in the time units.
Yes, sir.
Now in the time units, you uncheck this box, sub-unit box in the day. So you want to basically switch off the fraction of the day, which is not required right now. Then having switched off both of those, you click on the close button. So you click on the close button now. So after you clicked on the close button, so you are all set to generate the report once again with the newly updated data. So you select the report tab, then you run the detailed report once again, right click, run and report. Okay. And then after that, the HTML file, then you click on the OK. And you click yes. So once you click yes, you will see the new report generated. Now let me help you how to interpret this report. It's very neat and clean. It says 100% completed, right? And for these two activities, there is a variance. For the remaining three activities, there is no variance in the duration. There is no variance in the schedule. And you will see there is no variance in the cost also. So baseline cost and the actual cost is the same, right? And if you look at this activity interview users, it is 50% in progress. Okay. Since it is 50% in progress, you will see that it has a start date, but it does not have a finish date because this activity has started but not completed. Okay. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you will see the baseline cost is 2400 and the actual cost is 1200 because you completed only 50%, right? Due to the 50% completion, so 50% of the actual cost is consumed, of the baseline or the planned cost is consumed, right? Now we go toward the right side. We will look at the report even more closely. So let us sum up the entire requirement group. So the planning was for 13,920 and actual spend was 20,380, due to which a final difference of 6,460 it occurred to complete the requirement definition group of the activities, right? So once all the activities are completed, the remaining cost is set to the 0. Okay. Okay. Now let us have a look at the activity in progress. Baseline cost 2,400, actual cost 1,200, and the remaining total cost is 1,200. Okay, is this clear? Baseline, actual, remaining. It's a simple and clean maths, right, guys? Is this clear? Okay, so this way, you will continue to execute and continue to report. Now your boss says that, okay, this is fine. Now please make me some graphs in the Excel format. Okay, so we will make some graph in the Excel format. So guys, you click on the activities tab. You are here in the activities.
Yes, sir.
Now click on the export button here. Now this time you will select spreadsheet format here. Okay, spreadsheet format. So guys, have you selected the spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, click on the next. Then we select here activities. Because if you select activities, it will give you the maximum data. Then click next. Then you select on the button this checkbox export. You select export. After you selected export, then you click on the next. Then you should click on the modify button here. Okay, after you click on the modify button, you will see the column. Basically, you can basically add certain more columns in the Excel sheet by adding more columns here in the export file. So to add new column, you select the activity name because we want a new column to be added after the activity name column. Please select the activity name column here. So guys, you have done that?
Yes, sir.
Guys, did you select the activity name column?
Yes, sir.
Now you expand the cost group. In the cost group, you select here BL1 total cost. After selecting BL1 total cost, you add to the list, you take it to the right side and add it after the activity name. So did you do it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you select actual total cost and you take it to the right side.
Done.
Now you have selected these two, then click on the OK. Then you click on the next button here. Then you have to select the correct folder, which is the reports folder, because if you export in this folder, you might not be able to find it, right? So you double click here. Then you go to the desktop and use your shortcut to reach your folder. You click on the Primavera. Then you click on the projects. So basically, the projects should be, this folder should be created here. So I think the file name got disturbed. So what do? I write a name here. I say SD 2025 reports, right? I just give it a name. So make sure that you also have a name there. Okay. After that, you click on the open. So guys, make sure that this is the path work area Primavera projects, right? Work area Primavera and projects. Then you click the next. And after clicking the next, then you click on the finish button. So after you clicked on the finish button, it will say the export was successful. And then you can click on the close button. So after you clicked on the close button, so you can go to the folder, which is the project folder, and you should be able to see an Excel file. So guys, did you get an Excel file created there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you double click the Excel file, it will load in the Excel software, right? Okay, now guys, you watch me because it requires Excel skill. Basically, you can copy my actions from the recording. You just watch what I'm doing. So in this Excel file, I'm going to do some modification. First of all, I'm going to remove this row because this is the field name, but not the column name. I delete this. Then this is the column name. I highlight this with the yellow. Then I make it the bold. And then I go into the view. In the view, I select the freeze pane and I select freeze top row. Just like this. Only the top row should be frozen. Now, what is the benefit? The benefit is that the top row will be always visible when I'm scrolling through the data. Now, I have to basically convert the total cost column because right now it is the text format. Because when the data is exported, it is text format. I have to tell the Excel that, look, this is number. So I select these two column data, then I select the option here. It says convert to numbers. So once I convert to numbers, so they will get right aligned. Okay. After they get right aligned, I select these two columns from the top. Then I select the option format cells. So in the format cell, I'll format them according to the currency format. So I'll select the currency, then I have to get a symbol. I will select the rupee symbol. Sometimes the rupee symbol may come after a long list. So here I get this quickly and it looks like rupee. Then I go to the start and the finish date. Then I change their format. I right click. I say format cells. Then I select an easy date format. Easy date format, which is easy to read, right? So I'm trying to find that format. So I think the easy format will be this one. Okay. 14:3:12, right? Like this, it will be changed. Then I realign this to the center so that the start and the finish date is in the center, right? Then I go to this, the first one. Actually, the first one is a milestone. I don't need that. I hide it. Then I go to this one. This one is also a milestone, so I hide it. Okay. Now I select these many activities up to the config management plan. So guys, you can see that it is showing you the baseline cost and the actual cost. Okay, so you can see that there is a comparison possible between these range of the activities. So you have the actual value, I mean the planned value and the actual value. So once they are represented in the graphical format, it will be giving us a very deep insight. So we select this range, then I go to the in the insert, then I select the clustered column. You see this 3D clustered column? So in this 3D clustered column, we get the data side by side, baseline data, actual data. So once you see the baseline data and the actual data, you will understand it is very much meaningful. The baseline is in the blue color and the actual is in the orange color. So what do we do? Insert the table of the data, which is basically contributing to the graph. So I select here the data table, and as the data table comes, so I have to basically increase the width so that the text is displayed properly, so that there is a proper display of the text. So I extend it a little bit more farther. So then I select this dark background format. So this background format is better. So I go to this once again and I click on the plus button. So I remove the data labels. It is not required, but I will insert the grid lines, right? Okay.
Hey, Mada.
Inserted.
Mada.
Okay. Now, after the grid lines is inserted, this looks fairly good. Okay. So what do we do? So we share it with our team. Suppose you are part of a project team and they are keen to know that what is happening. So you can see that you completed requirement gathering with extra cost, requirement analysis, but requirement specification they are completed with the same cost. Okay, interview users is half done. System analysis, if you look, there is no actual data. It means that these activities, these 4 activities, have not yet started. Did you note that, guys? So
Yes.
this is half done activity, right? Okay. So basically, it gives you an idea if you look at the money. Okay, so the Anivesh, you right click here and copy. Copy, and then you go to the WhatsApp group. So go to the WhatsApp. So in the WhatsApp group, you paste it here. You press Ctrl V. You place your cursor in this message and press Ctrl V. Press Ctrl V. As I'm telling you, press Ctrl V. Okay, so Varun has done that. You can also do it. Press Ctrl V.
Actually, this bar is hiding, sir. That is right.
No, I'm asking you to press Ctrl V, man. You don't need the bar. I'm just asking you to press the Ctrl V and click on the send. Okay, send it. So now you look at it from your mobile phone. So if you look at it from your mobile phone, so you will be, if you turn it horizontally, you will be seeing a very beautiful graph. You know, it is going to spread across your mobile screen from left to the right side, right? So this is the new age. This is how you update your team members. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Because you know, many of my students, when they did this, so their boss was also in the group, they were surprised that they have created beautiful graphs and so quickly out of the data. So they got reimbursed for the trading. Okay, fine. Now we will create one more graph here. So we see once the data comes into the Excel, so it depends upon your Excel skill, right? So what do? We send this format chart area, reset, mesh, reset, data, move chart. So I think you can move this chart to new sheet. Okay, you can move it to the new sheet. So it will stay there and it will make this screen empty here. Now we come to the data area because the chart will be stored here, right? Okay, the chart will be stored in a separate tab. So this is the chart one. Now we are going to create another chart. So that will be the pie chart. So pie chart is going to show the amount of the money which has gone into the planning of the requirement, right? Okay, how much money you have put into each of the group. Okay, so the requirement activities are up to here only. Now we are not going to select the level, we are just going to select the data level and the numbers. Then we once again click on the insert button. Then we select the pie chart. In the pie chart, then we select the 3D pie. Okay, like this. So we select the 3D pie, and then the 3D pie has to be modified to show you the numbers. So we stretch it a little bit. Okay, then I click here, I will get the plus sign. In the plus sign, I will select data labels, and then I will select it to show on the outside end, not on the inside, but on the outside. Then I use this format. I select the chart format from the top. So why I'm using this? Because it highlights the chart color, right? When you put a dark background, it highlights the chart color, right? Now I use a little bit of the professional looks. So I select a particular slice, which is one of the big slice. I shift it outside, right? Then I select the yellow slice and I drag it a little bit toward the outside. So it shows you that this is the chart. So you can slice them, right? And guys, if you want to put them back, you just drag them inside, right? If you drag them inside, they will instantly join. Is this clear? So if you want to show them slides, it is like this, then you save it. After saving, okay, so Agnivesh, you right click here and copy and go into the WhatsApp group and paste it. Control V. Control V. And you click on the send. And it will be useful in real life when you send a chart, you should describe it also. You can write some description here that what it is showing you. So guys, this is the way you can show the status internally and externally using the Excel. And if you want to show, suppose if your boss says that, Agnivesh, I just want to see the top level of the planning, right? So how to send the top level of the planning? So first of all, let us send the chart into the move chart to the chart 2, new sheet. Okay, chart 2, right? Now we insert another sheet here, blank sheet. Now your boss is saying that, okay, Agnivesh, I want to see the first level of the planning, right? So what do you do? So you hide this, then you hide the Gantt chart. So then you select the level number 2. Okay. So after selecting the level number 2, you click OK. So you got this set of the columns. So what do? You select from top to the bottom row like this. Okay. Now, Agnivesh, you do this, press Ctrl C. Did you press Ctrl C to copy this?
Copy.
Okay. Now you come to the Excel sheet, go into the Excel, click the Excel. And you place your cursor on the A1 and you press Ctrl V. Yeah, press Ctrl V. So you got the data. Now, once you got the data here, it is depending upon your skills that how do you want to show it, right? You adjust it. Okay, you just double tap this and you show this that this is how it looks. So what you can do the double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap. So all the columns look okay and opened. So the activity name column, okay. So then what do? You just shift it here. Now this first row should be always highlighted, right? So that looks good. And then, this is the data. And if you want the duration to be centered, you put them into the center alignment. Okay, you select these 3 columns and you click here on this center alignment. So the data is centered and then you save it. So you should update the data into one Excel sheet only. So every time your boss wants an update, you send this Excel sheet only with a new worksheet. Because what I've seen that in the past, because the boss said Oh, you just send me the previous one. So just include the previous one also. And if you want to change the font, so what do? You can select an easy font, that is the Calibri. So it looks soft, it looks nice. Okay. So you can do these things based upon your Excel skills, right? So all the dates column, you can center them. So the dates look good and all the numeric columns should be right aligned, right? So you have got all the data. And if you are not wanting to show certain column, so you can basically remove those columns here, right? And if you want to give more space to certain column, you can do it. So you can center them horizontally also from the top. And if you want to wrap the text in the column, so what you do, you select these columns and then you right click. Then you say format cells. And in the format cells, you go to the alignment. Then you select wrap text. Okay. So wrap text, if you have long column name, it will get wrapped to the top. So you select the alignment. Okay. So all that will be wrapped to the top. And if you want to reduce the size, you can reduce it. Okay. Like this, reduce the size and you can basically make it look good. Right. And if you wish, you can put some boundary line, all borders, and then you send it. And if you want to send it into the WhatsApp, so basically if you paste it into the WhatsApp, you know guys, what's going to happen? It's going to get converted into an image. I'll just show it to you. It will become a picture. It will look like a snapshot. Okay, I'll just show it to you. So basically if you copy the worksheet, it will not go as a text. Rather, it will be converted into a picture. Okay, so let me select only this much part. So let me wrap this part also. Format cells. No, not the format cells. Yeah, alignment and wrap text. And click on the OK and wrap it to the top level. Okay. Now I will select the activity ID and I will go up to this point. I will do Control C. Now, if I want to send it into the WhatsApp, so I go into my project team members group, project stakeholder group, and I do Control V. If you do Control V, guys, you will see a picture, right? Basically, why it is sending as a picture? Because the text has a tendency to get distorted. It might not go in the aligned fashion. So the WhatsApp, it converts the text data into the picture so that it stays aligned. Okay, is this clear? So people can click on this and they can see the data like this in their mobile and in the browser. Okay, is that clear? So that's how you will basically complete the task one by one. You will continue to send the report and then you will have to monitor and you will be controlling the task one by one and send. So if you want to send any part of the screen, so if you want to send less columns, you select another template or another layout, right? If you want to show the budgeting, you can switch over to the budgeting so that it has the budgeting columns only, and then you can select the level 2 data and send it, right? Is that clear? Okay, so guys, that's all from my side. Do you have any questions to ask? Please ask.
Sir, only one question. We have picked up BL1 and BL2 there. So what are they for? BL, BL1, BL2?
See, baseline 1. See, we created only one baseline, right? If you look at the baseline, maintain baseline, so we have the BL1. See, look. See, it says B1, the baseline 1.
Got it, sir.
So suppose if I have got multi-year project.
Got it.
The beginning of the next year, now the client becomes more creative. He says that, Varun, I want to make some changes in the product specification. So what you need to do? You got to stop the work immediately, right? Remember, don't work till he make the changes. So you pause your team. So he will make the changes in the product design for the remaining part of the product. You will get that revalidated. Then you will get that to update the new work breakdown structure, because new design means new work breakdown structure, new activities. different activities or modified activities. So you will do all those. Then you will show that to the client that, sir, this is the increase in the time. This is the increase in the price. Please approve it. Okay. So once he approves it, then you will re-baseline the project. Then you will create baseline 2, right? So the previous baseline will show up as BL1. So this one will be BL2. So you will be using the BL2 in the second year, BL3 in the third year, BL in the fourth year, BL5 in the fifth year, and so on. So in the Primavera, you can create unlimited number of the baseline. In Microsoft project, you can create up to the 11 baselines, right? So sometimes I feel that why we should change the baseline, but then I realize after so many years, the baseline should be changed only because of the client, not because of the incompetency of the team member. Baseline should be changed if there is a coronavirus like situation, right? Baseline should be changed if there is a unusual climatic event happens and it completely stops your work. If there is a flood on the work site, you have to stop the work. Then you will have to re-baseline with the new schedule. But your drawing specification will remain the same in that case,
Okay.
right? Drawing specification and the WBS will stay intact, but your baseline 2 will start from a new proposed date. We say that, okay, the flood situation in North India will continue till the 30th of the September. So we hope that the remaining part of the activities can be started after the 2nd October. So what do? We shift the activities by inserting a project that start milestone, and we connect the remaining activities to the start milestone. We put the start milestone mandatory start at 1st October, right? We insert that milestone somewhere in the middle and we connect the remaining activities to that milestone. And from the reference of the new milestone, that is the mandatory start milestone, which is starting from 1st October 2024, all the activities will be rescheduled. Then we will create the baseline 2. Then we will distribute the baseline 2 to the site engineers, team members, and tell them, guys, this is the new date. Because after the flood waters have receded by the 15th of September, we can start our work from the 2nd of the October, right? Is that clear?
So sir, in follow up that question, you said like we have 11, 15 baseline we can create, but in when we are creating a report, or if you remember that we were creating the layout, we were selecting BL1. There also I can see only there are 1 and 2 there, but not.
Yes, right. So you will have to make a copy of the report and you have to change the column.
But 15 were not there, na, sir? Like BL15, BL11, like this, only BL.
You should basically in your lifetime, you should not be expecting to see such a disaster. Okay. So basically, if the baseline goes up to, for a long-term project, goes up to 2 or 3, you are right. Otherwise, you should leave the company and run away.
Yeah, absolutely correct, sir.
Otherwise, it will be hell of your life. Okay. So, but you should be the change in the company. Okay. So you tell them that, look, guys, there is a better way of doing things. Let me explain things to you. Let us have a very clear requirement definition. Let us put some terms and conditions for the client so that the client also becomes sensitive to the fact that he should not be frequently making changes in the product. It's not fun. Basically, it's engineering. If you change the pillar location or something like that, the entire structure of the building has to be changed, right? So you sensitize the client that we can have multiple iteration on the design board or in the design software. In the CAD CAM, you come to our design center, you sit with our design team, you look at the purported design, you suggest your changes today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you take a week. Every day you come and make changes, but once the final changes is signed on, so we will freeze all the price. We will, if there is any further changes, so the onus will be on you. It will is you who will bear the cost and who will bear the extra time, right? And you will give us the extension of time without any penalty clause. Is this clear?
100%. Can I ask some question just to clear it out?
But if provide baseline, that does not mean that you will create the baseline frequently. It's not fun. It's not joke. It is not the project management. Project management is when you are following the process, you are gathering the requirement from the client, you are educating the client, that it is always better to state all the changes in the design stage, in the planning stage, because we are on the computer. On the computer, you make changes in a picture, only the man hour of the designer or the planner will be gone, right? Is that clear? But when you create something on the site, you use huge cranes, tons of material, thousands of man hours, and then you want to change something. Is that fun? Is that business? Is that seriousness?
Yeah.
Tell me.
No, you're right.
So that is what baseline is all about. Baseline is about commitment. Commitment from the engineers to the client, from client to the engineers.
Sir, one
Right?
scheduling we use it for calculating the duration, but update we use it to calculate the our actual what we are correct.
Actual duration, actual schedule, actual units, actual cost, right? Is that clear?
Yes,
So
sir.
these are the actual we calculate. See, cost variance is acceptable, but schedule variance is not acceptable. We will always spend a little bit of extra money to catch up with the baseline, right? Now, do you understand? So you have a margin, right? But you don't have a margin on the time. You have a margin on the money. You have quoted 100 rupees, your baseline cost is 40 rupees. So between 40 and 60, 40 and 100, you've got a gap of 60 rupees. So you can basically lose some of the margin money. Maybe you will lose 2, 3 rupees, 4 rupees. You may finish the project at 45 rupees. It is okay, right? But can you delay the project beyond the milestone? Immediately the client will say it is a per day penalty is like this. 2%, 3% cost of the project will be charged as penalty per day of the delay. Liquidated damages clause. So, right, you are delaying the launch of my business. So you will have to compensate for the loss of business on per day basis. So that's why the baseline is important. Baseline is a promise. It is a commitment to yourself. It is a commitment to the client, right? So keep the commitment. If the client wants to change something, he's okay, but you must put some clause in the contract that if you are changing any design and if it has an impact on the schedule, if it has an impact on the price, so you will bear the delay, you will bear the escalated price. Is that clear?
Thank you so much.
Okay, tell me more.
Sir, in this scenario, what we have seen is cost variance is negative. Due to that, our cost performance index will be going to less than 1.
So let it go to 1, but you did not incur any penalty. See, penalty is big. Your payment is big. Your payment is worth millions. But if you incur a cost variance of say a few thousand rupees, so tell me, guys, what is wiser in life?
What I was asking is, can we see a scenario where our cost variance is positive?
See, there you might be compromising the quality. If you have calculated the cost, you have calculated it based upon the quality of material, quality of the machine, and quality of the manpower.
Okay.
In real life, I have never seen a project during my 23 years in the IT industry, at least I can tell you, whereas the cost is below the baseline, we always have an expected variance. So we put the variance ranging from 5 to 7%. So by the time my project, there will be increment of the people that are working in the project currently. Next year, they are going to get it. Next year, my inputs cost is going to increase, the materials and all those things, right? So cost, I have never seen it has gone below the baseline. So if it goes below the baseline, then something must be seriously wrong. It might be compromising the quality. If the quality goes below the acceptance criteria, then price will not be paid. If the price is not paid, then where is the profit? Profit is zero. You make profit only when you get paid by the client, right or wrong?
Correct, sir. But the situation comes where we get the material less than the cost which we have expected.
So that is called the positive risk. If that happens, yeah, in that case, the CPI might go above 1. If that happens, that's a very rare occurrence. If that happens, that is good. So you take the actual cost of the material as less. Yeah. That might be possible in certain industries, in certain kind of the materials. If that happens, you put it into the actuals, right? Actual cost of each of the material as you are applying on the activities. So you reduce the cost and reduce the actuals. there, then you will get the CPI greater than 1. So that's okay if that happens. But usually, whatever we plan, we spend it. We want to ensure that the quality is always matching the acceptance criteria given by the client. We should never create any unsafe product. We should never fall below the acceptable standards which is set by the industry, set by the safety standard bureaus. Okay, we should not create something which is harmful for the end user. Okay, that is the responsibility of our engineers. So we set the baseline cost. It includes the cost of the fabrication or manufacturing and also the cost of the quality activities, right? Like testing, then reworking, like, so those things are included. Okay. So that's how we get the cost baseline. So there is no question of falling below the cost baseline.
So
Unless
in our project, such scenarios happen. Sometimes what happens, we give some activity to the third party to
no,
control the cost. We start doing the same.
Baba, tell me what is your domain?
I am from renewable background, sir. Wind energy, wind
Wind
energy
energy.
projects. Yeah.
So what input cost do you see which falls down?
Suppose we have to install around 100 kilometers of 33 kV line. So
Mhm.
if we have given to a third party and they have not executed the activity within the timeline, we de-scope it and we take in our scope to reduce the cost and to do it within the timeline.
See, basically, if you give something to the external vendor, so basically you can give it for the reasons of safety, for the reasons of time. But if the external vendor is incompetent, if you do it yourself, it is always cheaper to do it yourself, right?
Just it is my experiences, so I shared.
So it is basically, if you are doing it yourself instead of the vendor, after baselining according to the vendor cost, you are doing it yourself, of course. See, you remember one thing. If you hire a consultant for short term, so his pay rate per day will be 3 times the pay rate per day of a full-time employee appointed on the company payroll. Remember this fact, right? It depends on what you want currently. Suppose if you go to another city for a short duration, will you take your own car to that particular city and use it for 2-3 days? Or will you hire a cab to your job? Right?
We'll hire a cab. Yes.
You will hire. Suppose you are transferred to another city for say 3 months. What will you do for 3 months? Neither you will take your car, nor you will hire a taxi. There is another solution between taxi and your car that is called the car rental. Have you heard of the car rental concept? It has come into the India recently. So you go to the companies like the usual cab companies, you tell them that I want a car rental. So they will ask you, you want it with a driver or without the driver? You say, no, I want it without the driver. So they will give you a car with a full tank of the petrol, you use it. And when you return it, you fill the tank, you give it back to them. Right? So this is
Yes.
the US concept where it is basically cheaper than the cab, but it might be a little bit costlier than your own car. Now, suppose the company transfers you to another city, let's say for 3 years. So, then what will be cheaper for 3 years? To transfer your own car and use
Yes.
that car for 3 years and then come back, right? So you have to understand the same thing in the project also. If you are having large number of the projects working like programs in parallel, your organization might have the big equipments of their own, which will be cheaper to use because the equipment will be going from project to project, project to project. They'll be in constant use. It will reduce the cost of the project for each of the project. But your company is not so big, it cannot have the big equipments. Then you will have to hire it from a vendor, right? Is that clear? So if you
Yes.
hire it vendor from a vendor for a short duration for a small company, you don't have to block a lot of the capital amount. So it will be cheaper for you as compared to the company's business. So when the business of the company increases, so the companies have more projects running in parallel, then it is cheaper to buy your own resources, big machines. Right? Is this clear?
Clear, sir. Clear.
So that is decided by there is another role in the organization called CFO. So guys, what is the CFO?
Chief Finance Officer.
So he knows this calculation. He is a very smart guy. Okay, they know that how to use the money properly. So he will tell he will tell the CEO that boss, we should buy this equipment or we should not buy this equipment. We should rent it. So renting it will be cheaper than buying it. Right? If you buy for long term, it's okay. If you rent for short term, it's okay. It is better. Right? So that's how they optimize the business. And you can calculate the cost of using your own resource by the lifetime of the resource. So the total cost of the resource, if you divide it by the lifetime, so you can get the per year rate, you can get the per monthly rate, you can get the per weekly rate. So you put it into the Primavera. So each of the project will pay for the lifetime of that resource. So suppose if you have an equipment for 5 years life, so if you divide the total cost of the equipment by 5 years plus 10% maintenance, so basically that will be the calculated usage cost of the resource. So by the time the lifetime is over, so that amount of the money will be recovered from doing the work in each of the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that is the depreciation cost. The depreciation cost is calculated by the CFO and a chart is given to all the project managers that whenever you use this equipment, this is the usage cost of it. Because if you take external resource on hire, basically the vendor will give you the rate very clearly. You use this equipment for 60,000 rupees per month. So he will give you the clear quotation. How do they calculate? Basically, they charge you the double or triple. Right? So if you are using for short term, then it is cheaper. But if you are using for long term, then you should buy your equipment, right? So that will cost you 20,000 per month instead of 60,000 per month, right? So you will see the cost chart created by the CFO and incorporated into the master resource breakdown structure. So when you join a big company, you will see a lot of the resources are already pre-existing in the resource breakdown structure. You just have to group them into your project and use them. That's it. Okay. Very simple. Just plug and play. You might